understand that the math also doesn't equate in reality. Theoretically, yes, but we can't do these experiments in reality. So we're more interested in what globe evidence you have in reality that we can go and test and prove.
I posted this before, but there's a few of them. So this is a paper called Measuring the Earth's Rotation Using a Low-Cost MEMS Gyroscope. So you wouldn't have to get like a ring laser gyroscope or anything. In fact,
try use an accelerometer. You put the accelerometer on top of your table, it's moving. There, it gives you 0. Why don't you use an accelerometer? Because if you move the accelerometer to right or left, then it gives a number, But if it's in the table, it's not. It doesn't give you any result. It gives you 0. You can use focal pendulums, but how about the plumb bobs? They construct buildings using a plumb bob. It's a pendulum, yeah. Why is it not deviate? Where is that Coriolis? Nice story, bro. You just make at the beginning when you said that you have the globe is a scientific proved model.
Scientific model, yeah.
But no then you have no experiment about that. Do you have any experiment, proving you have inside a vacuum chamber with that ball and everything, every fairy tale stories? Nothing. Yeah. You don't have a single working model.
True. Yep.
If you cannot experiment, then your model is not working.
Unfalsifiable.
You did make yourself, and you can repeat other stories, focal pendulums, gyroscopes, but use an accelerometer and give us the results.
Come here.
And you cannot. Can you land an airplane with Earth beneath, going in 1,000 miles per hour? Can you land that airplane? So Earth is moving. What are you going to say next?
You have to address Coriolis. You can't just bypass Coriolis and then assume all the other gyroscope science that you're trying to talk about. It's Coriolis that you're talking about. So can you address what Miguel Sosa said about the Coriolis? Where is this Coriolis to begin with? Can we measure it? Can we test it?
Yeah, you can. You can.
Where?
You can do experiments.
No, you can try use a plumb bob. You can use a plumb bob, because if the Earth is moving, then that plumb bob, it should have the deviation, the Coriolis effect. But what is amazing is that they can build a big city like New York. I'm going to post a photo, and you've seen our cover there. So forget those pendulums. Still stories.
And the other thing is as well, like, are you saying, so is the atmosphere stuck to the Earth or is it not? Because if you're claiming these pendulums and and gyroscopes, then if the atmosphere is stuck to the Earth, then you're not going to detect anything. And then if it isn't stuck to the Earth and you're detecting something, then everything else that's not connected to the Earth has to be affected in the same way. So what's your actual claim?
What's specifically with the atmosphere stuck to the Earth? No, it is.
No, that's impossible, because we have multiple. You have multi. We have. I'm going to post a GIF. You have multi clouds in multi directions. So you are not telling anything according to reality. Okay.
Well, yeah, I understand you guys.
How you can have multi clouds moving to right and left at the same time? According to you, what you said, it's impossible.
Yeah. So the Coriolis. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry. Go, Pinky. Go.
if you're talking about why you can have anticyclonic, cloud formations or tornadoes or like, things. If you open up a drain, it doesn't always go the right way. It's only because
No,
that it's a
you
very
said
small
Earth is
amount.
moving with atmosphere. You said that, but look at this. I did just debunk you.
Yeah, so the Coriolis force it's just a small
Do
force.
you
It
think
doesn't.
you think snipers account for that? Real snipers, they don't account for that. They account
Yeah, I don't know.
for the spin of the bullet that comes from inside the the gun. That's the Magnus effect, not Coriolis effect. Okay.
Yeah. if you're detecting Coriolis effect, then planes, helicopters, anything that's not connected, you will see deviate when they're up in the sky. If you're not claiming that, then you're saying, okay, they're not affected. Then you're saying the atmosphere is stuck to the Earth, and then you can't claim any Coriolis.
I think the Coriolis effect operates independently of if there's an atmosphere or not. It's just like it's more like if you're moving in a certain.
Okay, so you'd see a deviation with a plane flying across the sky, wouldn't you? So if you've got a plane that's flying north to south, and you're standing east to west, then you should see that plane deviate in the sky. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is
that correct? Are we talking about the Coriolis effect or Coriolis force? Which one?
I guess force. But the thing is that it's a very small. I can actually post a link to what you just said. How planes correct for the Coriolis effect. It's a very, very small
planes
effect.
Don't correct for the.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be because if they're flying north to south, then if they're flying north to south, then it would be 1,000 mile an hour correction. Yeah.
I don't think so. I think it's very, very small. But anyway, if you guys.
But you're saying it's because the Earth is rotating underneath it. So the Earth rotates at the equator at 1,040 miles per hour. So if there is a Coriolis effect, then planes would deviate as they're flying straight through the sky as the observer stands on the ground and watches it.
Yeah, but the plane has a pilot who's going at a certain heading, and he's got a flight computer and stuff. So it basically it's such a small amount of.
Why would they
force.
correct? Because it's only a apparent deviation. It's not a actual deviation. It's only apparent to the person on the ground. So what's the pilot doing? Correcting to stay on the ground where he's not going to land? Why would they do that? Why wouldn't they just point the airplane? So if you're flying north to south, you'd have to point the airplane southeast to actually end up in the place where you want to be. And they don't do that. So you're just saying that they have a correction, but you don't actually know that they have a correction. Is that right?
There was a pilot from Brazil, and he's a shooter, so he had zero hours to study Coriolis to be a pilot, and he was a shooter, so he knew about the Magnus effect instead of the Coriolis. But anyway. And we have testimonies of pilots talking. It's flat.
Yeah, we were just speaking about it before.
Anyway, I mean, I posted an article about.
You can't claim two things. Yeah, you got to claim either one or the other. Which one?
What are those two? What are those two things?
We're claiming either there is a Coriolis effect or there's not. So
I'm saying there is.
The question. Okay, there is. That means the atmosphere is not stuck to the Earth.
No,
it's moving with the rotation. It's moving because the rotation of the Earth is moving. So it's not stuck to it. That's why you can detect it.
Yeah, but the Coriolis effect would still work even if there was no atmosphere around the Earth.
Well, where can you show us? Can you show us this Coriolis effect?
What do you? I mean, I suppose if you have like a vacuum chamber that's spinning, but you can just
But
no, just in nature. It just shows in nature where it is.
I mean, based on the physicists or just the basic understanding of what the Coriolis effect is.
Where can I go outside and see the Coriolis effect?
I don't know. You can see it with the air moving, I suppose, if that's what you want to talk about with the.
But you just said the air was stuck to the globe.
Yeah, but you can also see it without the air moving. Like if you just
so
imagine
you can see it with the
like
air moving,
idealized,
but you can't see it with the air moving.
You can see it with the air moving, but it's also apparent without the air moving. Like if you imagine
so it's apparent,
wait. You gotta let me respond now.
Or it's true. Because
right, I'm gonna respond
means
to what you're saying.
Apparently.
So if you had a spinning vacuum chamber and you throw a ball to the very center of the vacuum chamber, because the tangential speed near the outside
what if
of the,
we got that to
reality
reality?
is different from the one near the middle.
Just a second. Can you have a gas pressure without a container? Can you have a gas pressure without? Can you have a gas pressure without a container, or a gas pressure next to a vacuum? Is that possible? Because even according to NASA, it's not possible. You have to have the container. But when you claim that vacuum chamber, you have any working model of that globe?
Well, I mean, previously I was just explaining how you could obviously have a Coriolis effect without air. It's still there. It's like
how this air stuck to this ball earth next to a vacuum.
Oh, right.
Even NASA says to have gas pressure, you have to have a container. Where's that container? Do you have an experiment? Do you have any experiment that can show to us that that's possible?
Yeah. So if you want to talk about why you can have an atmosphere without having a firmament or something, it's basically if you think about what gas molecules actually are, they're like diatomic nitrogen, for instance.
All of them.
Well, okay, maybe I'll find a picture, but most of air is actually empty space. Like a diatomic nitrogen molecule is about 360 picometers wide.
Are you going to claim gravity, or are you going to claim weight of gas? Because
this is
you're just talking nonsense. Are you going to claim?
You got to let me actually explain.
With the gases, they have weight. Is that where you're going? Or are you going to claim gravity keeps the gases down on the ground?
Oh no, yeah, they basically do have weight. Like really quickly, if I could just say, the distances between gas molecules is about 10 times the diameter of them. So gas is mostly empty space. Well, at least at sea level. Now, since gravity, I know you guys think gravity is something else, but like the acceleration of objects with mass down to the ground is something you believe in, obviously, because you can pick up a pen and it drops down.
But there's a problem, because you are the one that is taking the pen that is resting. You elevate that pen and drop it. And what's happening? You did forget that you have this air around, and because of the pen is more dense than the air surrounded, so the pen goes down. But if you release a balloon, the balloon goes up. So it's not about gravity; it's density.
Yeah.
Well,
and
the
what,
thing is that
and what
gravity.
Are you talking,
Which gravity really quickly, just to respond to what.
Which gravity?
Gravity still works on stuff, even if it's in a vacuum chamber. So
all you have to do is give us an experiment that you can show. You can have a vacuum next to a pressurized gas with no barrier separate them.
Yeah.
Because that's the second law of thermodynamics evaluation. And if you don't have that experiment, then forget your imagination. You said, imagine, forget that. It's a fairy tale story. Okay, just listened and saw that on the television, as we did.
Yeah.
So it's a fairy tale story.
So to respond to what you're saying,
there's no examples of these things working in real life. So when you talk about these things, you got to just go, okay, does this work in reality, and has anyone ever done it? Now, if no one's ever done it, then as far as we know, it doesn't work. And then they have these things called laws. Yeah.
Okay, so to say that you only notice
high pressure goes to low pressure.
All right. So to say that you only notice like whenever there's a vacuum next to a bunch of gas, the only way that can occur is if there's a wall or a container, because you've only on the small scale
definition of gas pressure.
On the small scale environment in which you live at sea level, that's
Can
something
you show
us. But the thing is that I'm addressing what you're saying.
Demonstration otherwise.
Wait, Timbo, I'm sorry. I want to address what you're saying, but I got to be able to respond.
But you're saying, I know what you're going to say. You're going to say because we can't replicate the Earth's size, then we can't show that because the Earth has so much mass and gravity, it attracts the gas. But so you got to shrink these scales down and show us this working on a level where we can experiment with it. Can you do that?
Yeah. So let me now. So you've been going. I haven't really. At least I like to think I haven't been interrupting you guys too much. But like, if I could at least respond to the stuff you're saying. So to say that you haven't noticed on a small scale, in all cases, whenever you've seen a vacuum next to a gas, it's because there's been a separation or a container. I think that would be a hasty generalization, or you could say like a faulty generalization, or maybe if you look up like the accident fallacy. Well, it's basically saying that if you're making doing inductive reasoning, you're saying, well, all cases or most cases in which I've seen this like go by this sort of mechanism, that means that all cases must follow the same rule. But I just obviously I think you know where I'm going to go with this, but I just posted a like an air pressure diagram versus altitude, and you can see that 50% of the air is actually below Mount Everest in terms of altitude. Now, there's no container between that's keeping the air pressure at that level. It's just because, like I said, there is gravity, and we know how much.
Prove it, gravity.
Well, you might call it something else, but there is. Listen,
do you have a working experiment to prove gravity?
Sure, there's lots of them. I can just drop my pen.
There's
but
a lot.
Miguel, really quickly, like based on the models of how much.
If I put an anvil on mercury liquid, what happens to that anvil?
Listen, so I'm responding to what you're saying here, especially.
Where is the gravity? Because your gravity is not working.
Okay, so in both cases, whether or not it's a container holding back gas, or whether or not it's the acceleration that we all feel that's pulling us downwards, in both cases it's actually acceleration that's keeping the gas contained. So whether it's like in a container next to a vacuum, like when a nitrogen molecule bangs into the wall of the container, it like as the outer electron orbitals impact that container, there is a force and an acceleration that pushes the gas molecule really quickly back into the center of the container.
So gravity doesn't pull.
And in the same way,
helium goes up. Okay, you release helium goes up. So what happens to gravity at that moment?
All right, I'll answer
doesn't
that.
Doesn't have any force, right? So helium goes up, and then you claim helium stays there because of gravity. I mean, can you see the contradiction? If I release a helium balloon, why it goes up and gravity don't pulls down?
So because there's a buoyant force, which is essentially
buoyancy intensity, buoyancy and density. But then can you have a vacuum next to that helium without or other gases without that vacuum suck that gas? I mean, I just show you the experiment, There, game over.
So okay, so
if you have a vacuum and you have the gas. You have a vacuum and you have the gas. When you open, what happens? I mean, do you have any working ball model? That's impossible. You can present fairy tale stories and papers, but you don't have experiments. So it's not science. You have to prove it, not just telling fairy tale stories.
Well, here's a proof you could do.
But I have a document. Russians they went to Antarctica, and they are talking near sun, firmament. I mean, and that's a CIA declassified document, but you have nothing.
So you could do this experiment yourself. If you can buy a pressure sensor and a weather balloon and an altimeter, or you can just even climb up a mountain if you want. You can see that pressure does decrease as you go up, right? And it decreases the amount that you would expect given the thermal the kinetic energy of how fast gas molecules move and their weight and the 9.81 meters per second acceleration.
Then you put a vacuum. Put a vacuum next to that, even at the top. What happened?
Well, in both cases, you'd have to think about what would it actually take for a gas molecule to escape the Earth. It would have to be going faster than escape velocity, and the average speed of air molecules is only the speed of sound, which is only 700 miles an hour. I think the escape velocity is like 20,000 miles per hour. So, and of course, some gas does escape. There is atmospheric escape, but it's only the fastest molecules that actually do escape. Most molecules.
Even NASA, I did post a link to NASA. It says the molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container, in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. So that's from NASA. You see the contradiction?
Well, of course, but since assuming that container is in a gravitational field, there'll be a higher pressure at the bottom of the container than at the top.
All you have to do is give us an experiment that can show your claim.
I did. Maybe you weren't listening.
Give us the experiment. You have any working experiment? You have anything? I did put a vacuum next to a gas, and what happens? It's called entropy, no? So anyway, it's called the second. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. It's science, right? But you don't have nothing. You are loose.
Okay.
It's called natural. It's called natural law.
Thank you. Can I ask you a question?
And he's very aware. We started this conversation, arguing the different. We need to see this in nature, and he's very aware that we want this evidence.
Hold on a second, Diesel Boy. Are you trying to talk?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Barely.
Oh, I can now. It's really low.
Oh, you can hear me?
I've got an experiment you can do.
Hold on. Let's let Diesel Boy Diesel Boy say his piece, and then Pinky, you jump in next, mate.
Okay.
Pinky, you realize that you're trying to argue that if you were to poke holes in your car tire, you're arguing that you'd be able to continue to drive on those wheels and tires with holes in them. You understand that, right? That's what you're arguing?
Well, I'm not arguing that because in the example with the car tire, there is no pressure gradient caused by an acceleration.
Yeah, but the gradient doesn't matter. You have pressure, and if you have any pressure, we need containment. Do we not?
No. You wouldn't, because in both cases.
Just prove it.
You do.
You have to prove that then, because it goes against all the observations we have in experiments and it goes against natural law. It's not really a theory, so.
Well, no, it doesn't go against that, because like I said, I'll post it again. Maybe I'll post it right now. But if you look at the gradient of pressure as you go up in altitude, you can see that even at like 50 kilometers up, 99.9% of the air is already contained below. So you have to ask yourself, what really would this container or this barrier even really be doing? Is it just stopping the 1% or the 0.1% that goes up? You don't really, even with my model, you don't actually, of course, need a barrier. In both cases, its acceleration is what's causing the gas to go back towards the pressurized area. Whether it's a wall that the gas molecule bangs into and accelerates backwards.
How do you get the pressure gradient when it needs to press up something?
When it needs
how
to press
do you
up?
measure the volume of gas without a container? If a gradient can occur within a fixed volume, a gradient cannot be proof of a fixed volume. So again, you need a container to that. So
maybe I'll try to find something else to show you guys this.
Can you find one citation where he's saying there is no need for the gas pressure doesn't need the container? One citation.
Yep.
Yeah, you're not going to find it.
Yep.
And a citation that says a gas pressure gradient can become a physical barrier.
Can you have gas pressure gradient without container?
Boom. There's the question, Sasha. Ask it again, Sasha.
Can you have gas pressure gradient without container?
Yes, you can have a gas pressure gradient without a container.
How?
No, you can't.
Where?
How?
Well, wait.
Well, I mean, I would say that the. I mean, I know that's what we're talking about, but that, I mean.
What you measure? What is in the instrument? What is the instrument you use to that? I mean, are you going to measure the gradient with your eyes?
Now,
no, you just use
really,
sensor.
here's the big question. How did you yourself determine that we are not in a container?
Well, what you can do, like I said, is get a weather balloon with a pressure sensor on it and see that there is a gradient of pressures, right? And
yeah, it's an indication that we're inside a container.
You are containing the air inside that instrument to measure the volume.
How did you figure out there's not a container?
Oh, okay. So in totality, I don't know, because that's what we're debating, if there's a firmament at the very top, but I do know that there's no container from, say, 50% atmosphere to, in the diagram I posted.
Can you tell me
high
I will
pressure
ask you
to low
another
pressure
question.
as you go up.
I will ask you another question. How big is atmosphere comparing the vacuum of the space?
How big is the atmosphere compared to the volume of the space?
Yeah.
Not that big compared to the volume of.
How big? Can you imagine that?
Oh, space is pretty big. Essentially, our atmosphere would be almost nothing compared to
almost nothing. And that almost nothing of air, it's going 66,000 miles per hour through that vacuum. Do you know what is the pressure in that vacuum?
Yeah, essentially nothing.
Yeah, 10 to minus 17 torr. At least they are claiming that. My question is, which weather balloon measured that pressure?
Which weather balloon? Oh, no, there's no weather balloon that goes up into space. I'm just saying that you can get a weather balloon that goes.
Which instrument measures that pressure?
A pressure sensor? You're talking about?
Yeah, which instrument measure 10 to minus 70 torr?
Oh, I guess that would be kind of. I don't know if there is one. You might be able to. I don't know, but I don't know why you're asking me this.
There is no such a kind like if I ask you which instrument measures the pressure 20 kilometers above the sea level, you will say there is a weather balloon with a barometer. But if I ask you which instrument measures the pressure in the vacuum of the space, you will say, I don't know. It's some instrument, but I don't know. Is it?
Well, so see the diagram I posted. I'll post it again. You can get pressure.
You will
Definitely
post the
get pressure.
diagram. You will post the diagram, but I'm asking you again: which instrument measures the pressure in the vacuum of the space?
So
Yeah, I
hold
don't know
on.
why
So
that's
so if
relevant.
I
I'm
post
not talking
an
about.
image of a child's drawing of a dragon, does that prove that dragons are real?
You have to give us
No,
the
but
experiment. If you
this
don't give us the experiment, so it's not called science, it's pseudoscience.
This image is something that you can verify
I don't
yourself
care about
using
those
standard pressure
diagrams.
sensors.
You have to
An
give us
image.
an experiment. You can that you can have a vacuum without the gas pressure inside the container.
Well,
Pinky,
I don't
look
have
at
to show that because that would be
Pinky,
a faulty generalization. That would
Pinky,
be
look at your diagram. Look at your diagram. Everything is clear. Good. There is the gradient. Go up, 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 but go more up now. And tell me which instrument measured that vacuum of the space, because atmosphere is finishing there somewhere on the top, isn't?
Well, no, we do know what the atmospheric density in space is all the way up to 100 or 1,000 kilometers. So there is certainly some, if you believe in spaceships and stuff, there is certainly some way to measure that. I don't know. It could just be a basic pressure sensor.
Is it that air static or moving?
Oh, you can assume that it's a static pressure. So yeah, the air particles are moving, but it's not dynamic pressure. It's just
And
that's
how fast is moving that?
How fast?
Yeah.
So the speed of sound changes as you go up because of the lower pressures and lower temperature. Temperature and pressure changes.
Oh my God!
Does atmosphere rotating together and moving together with the air?
It's rotating together at low levels, especially. I don't know where this line of questioning is going.
Yeah, but, don't know.
I'm asking you that I want to that you whatever you answer that you imagine also that.
I don't know what your point is.
Do you know what is the pressure in the vacuum of the space?
Oh yeah, I mean, if you go to deep space, it's essentially nothing. If you
does
go to
does Earth moving through the space?
Yes.
Okay.
If you go to deep space, it's essentially nothing. Yeah, close to Earth, there is a certain amount of air pressure, but it's very low. Here, I can show you.
And I told you, and you answer me that atmosphere it's almost nothing, and I will tell you how much is it. It's like a lighter in the Pacific Ocean.
Okay.
Do you know what is lighter?
What is lighter?
Lighter. You know, lighter to make light. You know that small thing what you can put in your hand.
Lighter.
A marble.
Oh yeah, a lighter.
Marble. Let's say marble. You know what is marble? That's what kids playing. You know.
Yeah.
That in the Pacific Ocean on the bottom. That's how big its Earth atmosphere comparing to the vacuum of space. And still, I said it's really big.
Okay.
Okay. So understand me now. That it's under the sea and keeping the pressure. You know, that's how Earth is keeping the pressure in this vacuum of the space with 14.7 psi in the going 66,000 miles per hour in the 10 to minus 17 tour all the time, because it's going around the sun 365 days through the space together with the Earth. Atmosphere. When you go out, that air, it's going together with you 66,000 miles per hour.
All right. Well, anyway, I have to
when
go
you go
now.
out, I want to repeat you because when I go out, I feel the wind, and wind can be at the speed from 20 to 40, 50 miles, you know, or maybe nothing. Then you can feel. But can you imagine what you feel when you go out? Your air, it's moving 66,000 miles per hour, and you are believing in that.
Oh, I see. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
as you that's a good point. Like, as you get further away from Earth, does it really follow go around? The air close to the Earth's surface follows the Earth's rotation, but does the air out at that at an extreme distance? Where's the separation point? That is something interesting to think about. But anyway, I could only talk to you guys for a little bit, but I promise I'll be back. I posted something called the accident fallacy, which is what I think you guys are doing, which is trying to apply a general rule. It's basically an inductive fallacy where you try to go from a general rule to something larger, but ignore.
That's what you did. You said the globe was a working model, but you don't have an experiment to prove it. So that's what you did.
All right. The next thing I have to say, though, before I go.
You tell me if this is fallacy. I will tell you the sentence. For the gas pressure, you need a container.
Yeah. So that right there.
Is that a fallacy?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So that right there is like I just posted the accident fallacy, trying to apply a general rule to situations where there's clearly exceptions, using like simplistic rules or laws like that. Whenever you have a gas next to a vacuum, there's a container, and then are trying to apply that to all situations. That's the mistake you're making here. But
no.
The next thing I have to say really quickly before I go is I feel like you guys weren't really letting me explain myself. Like every time I do, you guys took over me, which is fine. Because this is I don't want to.
Bro, you don't listen.
All right. Well, anyway.
You think that you need to explain something.
I'll let you guys have the last.
You can demonstrate. You can demonstrate.
The problem is that you don't know how to have a conversation. You're just trying to give us the things that have been put in your head that we already heard. We've already heard all this from other people. So you're really just kind of like repeating. We've heard it before, man.
Yeah. I know you guys have heard it before, but we have to. You have to at least let me say it, because so we can.
Why?
Why? It's a lie.
So I know that you guys have heard it.
Can I ask you one more thing?
Sure. I have to go, but you can have the last thing. What do you want to say?
Now I got you, but it's a serious question. Do you think that level means curve?
Yeah, that's an entire. No, see, that's an entire different discussion. Hey, that's what we'll talk about when we come back. But yeah, nice to talk to you guys. I promise I'll be back. Honestly, within like 30 minutes. I just need to go do something. Anyway, but yeah, nice to talk to you guys.
Bring some evidence back with you when you come back.
Yeah,
bring some evidence
I will. I'll try to find a bunch more links for the stuff I say because I haven't really.
So bring some actual evidence.
You want me to do tests myself?
And if I can advise you, think this half an hour. Why these people think that Earth is not a globe? Think about that.
Yeah, that's what I'll try to do. To see where we maybe I'll try to steel man you, try to think how could I be wrong? But anyway, nice to talk to you guys.
No, think why these people think, not why you are wrong or right. Why these people are right or wrong.
Okay.
All he needs to do when he comes back is tell us who measured the drop over distance, when, and what equipment was used. That's all he needs to tell us.
He needs to tell us a lot more than that. He needs to tell us how a pressure gradient can become a physical barrier.
Like the most basic thing that he dodged every single time. I mean, he ignored it. Very simple.
I am genuinely interested. Go ahead, Diesel Boy.
You can go ahead. I was just pointing out that we should talk to him about celestial navigation, but that's too far down the road, I think, for the discussion that we just had. What I heard.
Yeah, that would have been worth talking about at the start of the convo when we started talking about the plumb bob and the Foucault's pendulum. But I'm genuinely interested to know why these globers are so convinced that their pressure gradient of gases the thinnest gases, because obviously the thinnest is at the top, can create a physical barrier. Have I missed something, or is this, is that a big? They all say it. They all believe it, like without I don't know. They're just so sure about it.
They're speaking about that like everything is static, and somehow it's stopping, somehow it's stopping. And then when you ask, is it that dynamic system? Is that moving? Yeah, it's moving in vacuum, everything, atmosphere, everything is moving. But when they are speaking about gradients, they are speaking like they are static, They're there.
I mean, I might be being a bit dumb here, but is there actually any experiments where you have an open system like next to a vacuum, and then
No.
we can create a pressure gradient within that
No.
experiment? Nope.
No.
And why
We
isn't
have
there an experiment like that?
Because you cannot have gas pressure without container.
For fuck's sake.
I don't know, because nature is like that. Because do you understand? Because it is like that. That fucking second law of thermodynamics, it's a natural law of nature. It's not a science.
It's like the brain. It's like they realise you can't obviously do this. You can't have the pressure without containment, or a vacuum without containment. And they realise this. You can demonstrate it in everyday life that needs containment. But for some reason in their mind, because you're talking about the Earth and the atmosphere, or whatever you want to call it, they think, well, because it's such a larger scale what we're talking about, then it obviously just does happen like that up there, but it just does. Everything changes up there.
Do they have any quotes? Do they have like any Einstein quotes or about this pressure gradient being a container? Has anyone big spoke about this?
No, it has nothing to do with the gravity even. You can put inside Newton and Einstein together, and still gas will do whatever they want.
Well, just because so-called Newton says something anyway, or Einstein, so what?
Newton didn't say even nothing. Newton said, "Don't ascribe that to me. Don't ascribe gravity to me."
Yeah, I was only asking that one deck because I they just seem so. They always say it. They always are so sure about it.
I wasn't directing at you. Sorry, it sounded. I was just speaking out loud at them, not you. Sorry, pal. Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? How they have to imagine everything. Just won't let it go.
Yeah, it's probably just a natural defense mechanism. They just will naturally because there is no other explanation to have gas pressure without containment. So this is literally all they have.
You are correct. It's called cognitive dissonance.
Yeah. But like I say, if this could happen, we could demonstrate it even in we could get a massive cylinder, a humongous cylinder, and introduce some gas. We could put some vegetation in that big cylinder and create different. We could have different. We could create different temperatures at different levels throughout that container using different heat sources, and we'd have gradients of pressure. But there was no instance where we could have a vacuum at the top of it with no barrier or container. If we could do that, then we would be able to demonstrate it, and I'm sure it would have been demonstrated by now.
Just as I thought.
What is the pressure with the weather balloon? Does anybody knows? With some, I don't know, elevation, not elevation, altitude, like, I don't know, 30 kilometers. What is the pressure there? Does anybody know?
Uh, 150, how you say, kPa, kilos.
How much that is in PSI?
Mm, um,
Okay.
PSI, I have to convert. So let me see one. So that's 21.7 psi.
Cannot be more. Cannot be. Must be less. It's Miguel. I made it something on 20 kilometers. It doesn't give me more than that, and it's giving me 0.79 psi.
Pues,
Do you understand me?
yeah.
0. Do you know how much it's 0.79 bigger than 10 to minus 17 torr?
I'm going to be honest, I don't know that.
Let's see. Wait. That's 40 torr. It's not in minus. Do you understand me? That's 0.79. It's 40 torr on 20 kilometers. Where is the space between 10 to minus 17 torr? That's ridiculous.
Anyway, it was at the beginning talking that the globe it is a scientific model prove it, but then it has no experiment. So to prove it. So it's a contradiction. He was saying, imagine, but in imagination you can imagine everything working, but we care about reality, not imagine.
Thor, it's 50 times bigger than PSI. Jesus. Do you understand?
Okay, now I understand.
0.1 Thor is 0.001 psi, 0.2. Now calculate how much is 0.17 zeros. That's a Thor. You have something like 50 zeros with psi. Who measured that? And he's speaking about weather balloon. And weather balloon calculates something like a 0.9, like a 40 Thor. I told you. That's like 40 Thor. Comparing 10 to minus 17 Thor, it's like Jesus Christ.
And if those how you say weather balloons, the simplest one, they are just rubber. You fill with helium, and these ones are sensitive, too much sensitive. So they blow up. If it rains, they blow up. Simply like that. So the other ones that they are releasing those satellite balloons, balloon tellits, those are they have some protection, so those are different ones. But those that are rubber, white rubber, those are too sensitive, so they blow up.
Yeah.
With different weather conditions. And we have seen some videos when they reach some at some altitude, they just blow up. Instead of experiments, he was posting diagrams.
Yeah.
I did post the time that they put an astronaut inside a vacuum chamber, and he just flip back, and yeah. After that, they never try that. They can claim, there was one guy that did post some, but those they were watching through a television, So they can fake it.
I watched
But
one. There was 20 seconds to save him,
yeah,
and they did it. But if he stayed 10 more seconds, he would be dead. Maybe even explode inside.
I mean, they even put zippers there.
And what we can create on the Earth in the vacuum chamber, 10 to minus 6, and that's it, I think.
Actually, inside the vacuum chamber, they did found that it's not empty. Let me see where I have that. Uh, okay. Empty space is not empty, so
Yeah.
this is their animation, and I'm gonna get the video. This is what they did found.
And how we have acceleration and all this movement in a vacuum. In that video, it's saying energy density.
Okay, I have to go. Cheers. See you guys later.
See you later, buddy.
I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring.
Wow. How about that announcement?
Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Globe Logic compilation. Enjoy the show and grab some popcorn.
What? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
No. It's time!
The geometric horizon is behind everything and in front of everything at all times, unless something is directly in front of you on a flat surface.
What?
It's a globe, guys. The geometric horizon doesn't stop. It doesn't end.
Wait, so your claim being that the Earth is, we're not moving and everything around us is moving is based off of an observation?
So are you...
How else would you base it off of? Do you have anything that's non-observational that would give you any indication as to the Earth's movement?
The numbers.
What?
Well, you can't...
Wait, the numbers?
The numbers don't lie, bro.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You can also take samples of the elements of the sun. You can also take samples of the elements of the sun.
Not the cap.
If you can't observe yourself, if you don't have a mirror, and you can't see your limbs, you just can see straight. You can't see your nose, you can't see your body, but you're living in reality, and you see all those people, and you communicate with people and everything, but they're not allowed to tell you how you look like. You're gonna make the assumption that you're actually the same person, just not what your hair looks like, what your eye color looks like, and all of that detail stuff. But if essentially you're the same as everybody else. So why should we be any different than the other planets in our solar system? That's my point.
That analogy being used, that analogy illustrates that that's a weak inductive inference, and it doesn't adequately substantiate the concluding premise.
But wait, there's more.
That's what the analogy illustrates.
Yeah, it's not a solid one, but it's just one part of it, of course.
What valid scientific experiment exists in astronomy?
By getting a telescope and looking somewhere else in space.
So if I spent 47,000 hours watching porno, it's a science.
No, because this
You just
is
said watching
under the
shit is
scientific
science. You
field.
just said watching shit is science.
Science? Bro, you're...
Well, I said watching shit in this context is science.
No, so context.
Because they're watching this shit to understand how it works, why it works, when it works.
47,000. Hold on. If I watched 47,000 hours of porno and I was taking notes about patterns I saw, then it's science.
How it works?
Well, no, because the porno is not important.
But right now, you don't know if the Earth is a globe.
I do. I've seen pictures of it.
Okay. I mean, you've seen pictures of it, but do you think that's a great way to present evidence? So if I showed you a picture of King Kong climbing a tall building, you're going to be like, King Kong.
Another thing that I actually have done, I've been to the equator, and I've balanced an egg on a nail.
Bruh.
Wait. So that's pretty much proof for me.
Wait. I don't see the correlation. I'm sorry.
That's science. That's just scientific
I didn't expect that.
So back to the question: who has directly measured the curvature of the Earth? Any time in history?
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, what did he do? What was
he went and he did the calculation that he learned in school.
What did he do so that we can know that there's drop over distance? Tell us the method.
I don't fucking know. Why do I need to know?
I know you don't know. That's why I'm asking the question.
Yeah, but I don't fucking know how cancer works, and I still believe in that.
Because of the fact that you're stating that the Earth has this curvature, but you have no knowledge on anybody who's directly measured this curvature of the Earth, as in drop over distance, right? I would say,
how have you measured the curvature of the Earth or lack thereof?
That's not the question. That's not the question here. The question is your knowledge, as your baseline knowledge, as how it's been done. You have no idea. You have just a belief that someone's done that. You don't know it.
All right. So hold yourself to the same standard.
All right. Yeah, it's fine. But listen, I'm not the one that's saying that the Earth is a globe, because I know that it's not.
What's your claim?
I don't have a claim.
So you're a coward.
I'm not a coward. I don't have a claim for the shape of the Earth. You do. All right. So second question. They're saying that the Earth is rotating, right, on its axis at about 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. These are very simple. You should know these. Who has directly measured this rotation, as in per the axial rotation, anytime in history?
Listen, man, I'm gonna bow out. You have a nice night. I love
you. Yeah, believe me, this is what I love.
I feel like I'm being respected right now, so I'm gonna bow out. Love everyone else of you.
Later.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
So, to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees. It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees, son? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen. I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
What research do you need to do to know that you're not moving?
Because I have seen multiple scientific pictures of the globe.
Of course. Don't you know anything about science?
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
You don't prove the hypothesis in science, buddy.
If I look at someone's chin who's like 10 meters away from me, that chin is not really there. It's refracted.
It will be refracted.
What about someone else's chin? What about someone else's chin?
Well, if I'm sitting... Well, that would technically be apparent, but it would match much better to the geographic at close distance because the distortion would be almost none. Physical Earth curve is like your chin. You can't look down and see your chin unless you've got a freakishly jutting chin. You can only ever see it in a mirror or in a picture, right?
Plumb line straight or curved?
Again, you're talking to me.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
So you're going to mute me every time?
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Fuck you.
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Is the claim here that the pylons of the
Heretic, if you're going to keep talking over me, I'm not going to...
Are plumb lines straight lines?
Did your mother have children that lived?
Are plumb lines straight lines? You literally can't answer. Uh-oh.
A plumb line goes straight down.
It goes straight down. Okay. Goodbye, globe.
Oh, Ed. Explain your proof. Come on, dumbass. Explain your proof.
Right there.
Why are you so
angry? As soon as you start talking...
What, you're going to refute the entire field of geodesy now? They don't say that plumb lines are straight lines. Guess you shouldn't have invoked that to prove a globe. Plumb lines are curved lines. Now you're saying they're straight and they tilt away from each other. Well, not on the globe model, they don't. So I guess we're done here.
Are we? You think you've won? It's amazing, Heretic. You know what? That's why my...
You don't even know what the plumb lines you're trying to prove the tilt of are in the paradigm that you're trying to use them to prove. So, yeah, we're done.
Yeah, I know.
The formula is for the physical
horizon that exists. The one that you see is an optical one because of optical effects.
You're reverting back. The reason that I interrupted the conversation this time is because you said that boats in the sun go over the horizon and it's optical, and then we were like, well, how do you know?
They go over the physical horizon and you see the optical horizon.
Yeah, okay, but then your conclusion was that it was a globe. How? Because you assume it, and
because it fits the model.
It's a reification fallacy then, on top of begging the question.
Friend, let me interject.
Yeah, go ahead.
It doesn't fit the model. Pay attention. It doesn't fit the model because you just said it goes over the physical horizon, but you only see it go over the optical horizon. That is a model that's not fitting, brother, because you see it doing something that it's not doing.
I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit because there's not enough variables in the model. The model only describes.
Thank you.
The model only describes the physical model, and the picture
stop.
is
Now you have to stop, because when you were talking to me, you said that begging the question is okay because it fits the model. You just told him it doesn't.
It's rewind time.
It fits the model. I agree. It is a model that doesn't fit.
So you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
This is why we should
accept it to be the case. It's very slight.
Oh, it's very slight now. Well, how slight is it?
Well,
is it distinguishable to the naked eye?
Probably not, actually.
Oh, right. So when you go up a mountain, you don't see curve like you said.
No,
so you just lied.
Jedi said when you go up a mountain you can see curve. I said you can measure drop. No, I did not. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth. I said going up a mountain you can measure drop over distance.
No, you just said you can see left to right curve going up a mountain, you liar. You said you can see left to right.
Rory did.
That was earlier.
You just said right there when Jedi asked about left to right curve, and I asked about it to clarify. You said yes. And you said it's very slight. There's one guy called Rory who climbed a mountain and he took a picture and he saw that it was curved, but no one else can see it. And you can't see it with your naked eye, despite just saying you went up a mountain and saw it. So you're a liar, Ruhith. And it's all recorded, and it's pathetic, and it's sad. Do you think you see left to right curve on the top of a mountain?
Yeah, yes, and you guys should accept that to be the case.
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. The Big Bang was created from nothing, and they replicated creating something from nothing.
No, they didn't.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
They created a property from graphene by creating electric fields.
My God, dude, listen to what you just said. They created a property from graphene, which means it's not nothing.
What is it made out of?
The moon is made of mostly rock. The sun is made of helium and hydrogen mostly.
And you know this how?
Observations, science.
You observed the rock?
What? I've observed the rock through a telescope. Other people have done a lot more detailed analysis on it.
Then you're 100% sure that's what it is?
I trust the experts.
Shut up, bitch!
So what do boats disappear over?
Geometric horizon.
But you said we don't see that.
Remember how you started with your whole
they don't
globe
move over it.
Remember how you started with your whole globe proof being things appearing to vanish bottom up in the distance, and now you're saying the thing that they're supposed to appear to vanish over is refracted so that it doesn't appear.
Bomb has been planted.
I don't see the problem with that.
What?
This is what laser targeting systems are. You know, the things that are used by, for example, the navies of the world. So they use laser targeting systems at distances of 100 miles, requiring the surface of the Earth to be level, because if it was curved, it would get in the way.
Hey, wake up! Well, you have to see that the Earth is this is not proved, but it has gravitational pull that the laser gets pulled down. So the laser still hits the target, even though it's so far away.
Stop the cap! Stop the cap right now!
Can you show me that curvature?
It's too. Yes, if you like zoom out very far, you will see the curvature.
Zoom out from where?
From outside of Earth, like outside of its atmosphere.
Can you send the guy that's up there a message to zoom out so I can see it?
You have pictures and videos. I sent you a video.
So if he's showing us curvature up there, that the place where we're standing is curved, then we should be able to translate that back down onto the ground. Yeah?
Not really because of how gravity works. No, because of how gravity works. If you like go down like gravity.
So we can't measure it. We can't measure it because of gravity.
Yeah.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Does the Earth look flat around? Does the Earth look flat around?
It's definitely round, dude.
Hey, does it look flat around?
What does it look like? Hello?
You can't even do it. You're fucking sick, dude. You're sick in the fucking head. Like, you can't even admit that the Earth looks flat.
I refuse to incriminate myself. How about that?
I refuse to look at this video.
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. I refuse to incriminate myself.
A few moments later.
I know. Have you been outside before?
Yes.
Okay. What the Earth look like? Flat or curved?
I am not answering that question.
Yeah, you need to.
No, I don't.
You need to. Why not?
Why? It's not proof the Earth is flat or curved. I'm asking you what it looks like. Like, what it looks like.
I don't have to answer that question.
You serious?
All right, so when you go outside, did you see the world looking like it's flat? Yes or no?
And how many times have I told you I'm not answering that question?
The only thing you've said that's honest is that you were drinking.
Yes, that was something that I said.
Why won't you answer my question? Why won't you answer that question? Stick here,
because I don't want to.
Why? Why?
Because it's self-incriminating.
What? How is that incriminating?
I got your ass, man. You know, Indio has you. You're dead to rights, bro. Like, you can't get away from that. That's the question that you need to answer. What does the Earth look like when you go outside?
It doesn't prove one way or another.
Well, then why would you answer?
We know that. Like, we admit that. It doesn't prove it one way or another.
What's going to happen next is I'm going to say a point that's totally, like, fucking left field of that. Like, this is why I don't believe that. And then you guys are going to be like, oh, fucking straw man.
Don't believe that it looks flat?
Like, man, whatever the fucking terms you guys use, and then go with that. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm a straw man now. And I'll do straw things.
The hell is this guy on? Man, dude, shut up already.
But wait! There's more!
When you go to the beach, you see a curve left to right on the horizon.
Maybe. I haven't thought about it like that. So maybe next time I go, I'll think about it and go, yeah, maybe I do see it like that. Maybe I'll squint a bit harder and look a bit.
Okay, but when you've just seen it, you haven't seen the curve. You would have to squint hard to see the curve, meaning you default just see it as a flat line.
No, I don't see it as either.
But you don't see it as flat or curved
with timber? Have either of you guys built anything with timber?
Oh, no. Wait, we're talking about the horizon, not building with timber.
So when I look at a piece of timber, I can look at that piece of timber and go, that looks kind of flat and that looks really square. And then when I get my square out and measure it, it doesn't fit. So what I do is I assume neither.
But you just
I assume that the timber might be flat, but I should check it.
You said you don't see the horizon as flat or curved?
Yes.
So what do you see it as?
Oh no, the left to right, I don't see as flat or curved.
Yeah, what do you see it as, left to right?
I see it as neither.
Yeah, so how do you see it?
Neither. I see it as something that I can't measure accurately enough to determine whether it's flat or curved.
But does it look flat or curved?
It's the same way I'll look at a piece of timber and I'll go, I can't tell if that's warped or not.
But so if you can't tell that it's warped, then it just looks flat?
No, that just means it isn't warped very much. It isn't curved very much.
So it looks flat to you, not warped?
No, it looks like neither. It looks like something that I wouldn't be able to tell.
So it doesn't look flat,
How do you not understand this?
Curved. What does it look like? Not flat, not curved?
Neither.
Yeah,
neither.
So what does
not
that
everything's
look like?
A false dichotomy, but
what? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I know you find it upsetting for some reason to acknowledge observable reality. But you can't say the horizon is neither curved nor flat and give no explanation on what the hell you're talking about. It has to be one of them. Is it curved or is it flat, left to right, to your eyeballs when you go to the beach?
That is what is called a false dichotomy, where you have presented two
What's the
things
third option?
when there's a possible. The third option is that you cannot determine with your eyesight.
You can't determine what?
Whether it's flat or curved using your eyesight.
People don't believe your senses. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, I don't believe my senses. I believe them up to a point. But again, if I look at a piece of timber, I can't tell if that timber is 2 inches or 2.148 inches. So I need measuring devices.
That's great, sir.
If you were to have a drone and you fly it up a couple hundred feet, you could actually see the curvature.
I can't believe you just said that.
My detector test determined that was a lie.
So tell me, why is the sun 23,000 times less bright on the horizon than it is at solar noon?
Because it's like, what are you talking about? Less of it is exposed to where you are.
Yeah, so why can I look at the sun directly with my eyes on the horizon, but if I look at the sun when it's at noon, I'm blinded?
Huh? Like, well, it's...
Why can't you just answer your question? Why can I look directly at the sun and not be blinded when it's on the horizon, but if I look at it when it's directly overhead, I will be blinded?
Because there's less of it to look at.
There's less of the sun to look at?
Yes, because it is blocked by the horizon.
Man, you gotta clip this. Clip cord, bro. That's the most retarded thing I've ever heard. There's less of the sun to look at. It's not because the air is thicker.
Finn Bob, go ahead and demonstrate how the thing that we're standing on is a geometric shape by way of measuring it. And you're like, let's get a big old tape measure. And come on, let's stop being ludicrous here. You know, realistically, how would you do it, Finn Bob? If you were really going to do it, figure it out.
Calculating it.
Calculating.
Then you need to verify through measurement.
Is a calculation the same as a measurement?
Yeah.
What are you, fucking stupid?
Let's make sure you understand. So we're talking about the surface of a sphere. You understand we're talking about the surface of a sphere,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So you're trying to say we can have straight lines on the surface of a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know what the hell's wrong with you.
So if you're on the surface of a basketball, let's imagine, and you walk in one direction heading north, you're going to end up going back to where you started. Did you walk in a straight line?
No.
No.
So you did. So you turned left or right? You went off your north heading?
Elevation change.
Oof.
It's not a straight line.
You can walk in a straight line over a mountain range. Your elevation changes, but it's still a straight line.
What in the hell are you talking about, man? Do you know what a straight line is?
Yes, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Is there any curvature on a straight line?
No, it's the shortest distance between 2 points.
Okay, you just finished saying that there's no curvature on a straight line at all. So a mountain wouldn't be a straight line because you're walking up and down the mountain.
Yeah,
is that a straight line?
Yes.
Stop the cap.
You're telling me staring at the sun is going to tell you the geometric shape of the Earth?
Yes. It tells you a lot.
Yes. How
it
is
tells
that
you an awful lot.
Lies! 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 Lies!
So other than dropping something, or us just being on Earth, what can we do that could prove that the Earth is a globe? Like, what proof is there?
You can, I guess, you look at other celestial bodies. And you realize that if they're spherical, and then but it's always going to be gravity at the end of the day.
You don't know that you're on a planet? Oh my god!
On a scale of 0 to 100, how sure are you that you live on a ball?
I'm like, I'll say like 99% sure.
Damn, 99%.
I'm like 90% sure.
What's giving you the most confidence?
Like, I'm 10% sure. I'm 10% sure that it would probably don't, right? Like,
so what's giving you what's the main thing that's making you think 90%?
Appealing to authority.
Gay!
637.8. 637.
Okay, so what was who measured that?
I actually don't know how that's measured. That's a great question.
Right. Okay. Well, do you want to go and figure out who measured it and then come back?
No, I really don't need to know. If multiple people are using it, it's verified.
Well, what if it's never been measured? Well, no, you'd have to measure it to verify it.
But then, how do we measure things too large? We use angles to measure things too large.
Well, you tell me because it's your claim. So who measured it?
Well, I would never think I need to measure it, but we can do it with angles.
Well, someone would need to measure it.
Well, I'm saying we could do it with angles in here. Do you want me to screen share and do it with angles?
With angles of what?
With the angles around in the world around us, bro.
Angles of what?
Things, the Earth, things in
the angle of Earth. What is that?
Relativity. Angles in relativity.
What?
The
angle in relativity.
No, the angles in relativity. I'm not saying the law of relativity.
What are you talking about, man?
I'm saying relativity as a concept. I'm saying
the angles from
as a concept. The one that you learn in like first grade, bro. Not the one you learn in college.
An angle from? What are you drawing an angle to?
You can draw an angle from anything.
Yeah, but what are you drawing an angle to?
So an angle, right? You can make it out of fucking nothing, bro. You can make it out of fucking nothing. You can just make an angle, bro. So, okay. Let me say it like this. Okay, you can put a square inside a circle and you made a fucking angle, right? Is that easy to understand?
How would this tell you the radius of the Earth?
Oh shit! You would have to know trig and calc. See, this is fleeting. I know stuff that you don't know.
Trig would use a flat baseline, wouldn't it, for an angle?
No. Yeah. Well, that's what they do for the Earth.
Yeah. So
give it a flat
baseline of the angle.
Yes, they give it a flat baseline.
Right. So it's a flat baseline.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So how does that work on a globe?
You just chop that bitch in half, bro.
So the baseline would be flat.
Yes, if you split the globe in the middle.
Right. So not curved. Then.
But then the same trigonomic rules still apply, though. You just have to double it back. It's simple algebra, bro. Angles in relativity.
Do you have a demonstration of the 1.2 mile horizon that you say is refracted? Because you just gave two ways to be able to demonstrate that and then said, well, no, nobody ever did that.
Yeah, again, I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22 by incorporating refraction. I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
You made a claim that Snell's law is built upon experimentation. We all agree it's built upon experimentation with two different mediums. Can you give me experimentation of a singular medium?
All right, Snell's law comes from Fermat's principle. It is derived from Fermat's principle.
That's correct. Can you give me...
Okay, so you accept Fermat's principle then, correct? Do you accept Fermat's principle or not?
You need two mediums. You need two mediums to invoke Snell's law. Do you agree?
Or a gradient.
Okay, then
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle.
Why can't you show me an experiment of that?
Oh, I can show you the mathematics of it.
Bruh. Variations in the refractive index in the atmosphere are caused by inhomogeneities of wide ranges of sizes. These include variations in the mean refractive index and refractive index fluctuations due to turbulence and cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. Do you know what a deterministic model is?
I do know what a deterministic model is.
Cannot be accounted for by deterministic models.
That cannot be accounted for by
That's right. Refraction cannot be accounted for by deterministic models. That's why I'm asking you. Where's the model that makes prediction? There's no deterministic model for atmospheric refraction, terrestrial refraction, or whatever you want to call it. There is no model in existence that makes accurate predictions. There never has been, and there never will be.
I am saying that if you knew all of the atmospheric conditions from
doesn't matter, dude. They've tested it. They've tested it. Do you understand that you have a model, and then you go out and you collect data, then you plug the values into the model, and you see if the model matches observation, right?
Yeah.
When they do this exercise, let's call it, they don't get reality. What's so hard to understand about that? That the models don't work. That's why I'm hammering on this, is because you think that there's some scientific fucking overlord out there that can predict refraction. No. There's no prediction of refraction. Doesn't exist. So you just saying you can predict where the geometric horizon is, that's just cap, dude. That's nonsense.
What I am suggesting is not something that would work in the real world. I am suggesting that if we had a determined...
Michael, sorry. Now we can't do this in the real world. Why the hell do you believe?
You never could.
Yeah, so where's the direct measurement of the thing that you believe in? Why are we now listening to your imagination? Why?
Physics is deterministic.
Oh, God's sake.
Holy smokes, dude.
You do understand
about quantum physics, which is indeterministic? Anyway.
You do understand.
We're ignoring quantum physics. We're out of the realm of quantum physics at the moment.
Yeah, you do understand that everything you've done for the last half hour is beg the question. The heliocentric model predicts. Awesome. So the Earth is a ball then. We want proof of the ball, proof of the assumption in the first place, not just backwards engineering of all observations to it because of refraction.
I can reverse engineer it to get a 1.22.
Shut up, bitch!
Right. So subbing in propositions for these variables. Suppose that P is gravity. Suppose that Q is the Earth is round. Right. So if gravity exists, then the Earth is round. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round. Yeah, so you're just wrong.
Sphere. Oh, what am I wrong about?
Objection. That gravity means twisty torsion bar. It doesn't. If the torsion bar twists, then gravity exists. The torsion bar twists, therefore gravity exists. Therefore, the Earth is round.
Galileo used a ramp to study rolling balls, showing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll, known distance.
I didn't hear the first part. Did you say Galileo?
Yeah.
What did he do again?
You asked me who was the first person to measure drop over distance, and I said it was Galileo.
Okay, go ahead and give us the information on how
he used a ramp to study rolling balls, slowing the acceleration enough to measure the time taken for the ball to roll a known distance. He measured elapsed time with a water clock using an extremely accurate balance to measure the amount of water.
Now show where this has been measured on the globe. Drop over distance on the globe, not on the ramp where he worked
just telling you, Galileo.
Rolling balls off a ramp with water, therefore Earth curvature drop over distance.
What
I think
he said. The black swan is a wonderful example of a straw man.
How is that? It's nature presenting itself as, the way that it does.
Wait, are you saying the globe claim is a straw man against itself?
No, I'm saying the black swan is a straw man against the globe claim.
Oh, wow.
No, it is the globe claim, and then it shows how it's incorrect.
No.
Okay, detail which part of the black swan argument is the straw man.
The part where it says the bendy cranes don't matter.
Oh, where does it say that in the argument?
Oh, are we doing the whole if P then Q thing?
Yeah, the modus tollens. Yeah, where does it talk about refraction?
Right. That's an incomplete thing. Modus tollens only works like if we agree on the P, then the Q, but if the P is in contention, then the Q doesn't follow.
So you don't agree with the P?
No, not at all.
Oh, so why are we arguing about Earth being a globe?
What?
There's also horizon way beyond where it's supposed to be, so there's that too.
Yeah, what's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is. And if you look at how much is actually hidden.
Okay, buddy.
What are you, fucking stupid?
A hill of water.
You yourself had conceded and said, yeah, definitely something to contain gas, right? Is there a way to contain gas without it? Without a container. Without a container.
No.
Right.
So what's containing your globe?
Right. So you yourself. No.
That's not the claim. No, that's not the claim. That's not what they claim.
What is it?
You're just going to make up. You're just going to make up your own cosmology. You can't do that.
No.
So that one. What is the ozone layer made out of?
Bro just said no gravity.
What is the ozone layer made of?
I've been told it's made of gas.
So what contains that?
The gas itself.
Holy fuck!
Has anyone observed gravity forming things into a ball? Is it predicted by the physics model?
There is.
Do you have a demonstration? Oh, what experiment is that?
Well, as I told you, the Cavendish experiment, but I
formed something into a ball.
Sorry?
That formed something. That formed a bunch of particles into a ball.
Well, not exactly, but
okay. So, and what's the Cavendish have to do with it?
We know that gravity. If with this experiment,
you don't know it. You're claiming it, and I'm asking how we have the knowledge for the claim, right?
Just if we know that the gravity exists and it's applied evenly when we look at the Earth, we will then see that it is spherical and stuff. And
yeah, great. That's a claim, dude. See, you're confused. You think just saying gravity predicts things form into a ball. You think that that's somehow evidence for the claim? No. If that was the prediction, what would you have to go do? You'd have to go test it. Right? You have to go test it with an experiment.
Yes.
Okay, so what's that experiment?
So just wanted to get in quickly. That's actually two fallacies wrapped into one. Because you begged the question, and then you've also made a baseless assertion based on the begging the question fallacy, because you haven't got any real world data to support what you've said either.
Okay, so just as I told you, there is an experiment, but I don't know that one very, very well, and that's not really the subject I'm fully in.
Well, listen, I know about the Cavendish, whatever, but that in no way shows that gravity forms a whole bunch of particles into a ball. Nothing about that. You cannot deduce from that experiment that conclusion.
No, you're misunderstanding. Gravity is the dependent variable.
Gravity is the dependent variable, so it's the observed phenomenon.
Correct. That's literally what I'm saying.
So gravity is the observed phenomenon, not the cause.
Literally, yes.
So is gravity the cause? Is gravity the cause of the natural observed phenomenon?
Yeah.
Is gravity mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
Okay, so the cause is the natural observed phenomenon.
Right.
The cause is the effect, is what you just said.
Excuse me.
You said Eratosthenes, right?
Yeah, Eratosthenes, yeah.
So we've got shadows, 2 different points on the surface, 2 different length shadows. That tells you that the surface is curving. How?
Searching. Oh, shit. Here we go again. Searching.
Wait, hold on.
That's great.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Is this like you're asking if how we know it's like curved?
He's googling it.
No,
well, I mean,
no. So I already have this information pulled up. So how we know that it's curved is that we can observe from two different.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question.
Well, I'm not finished. Let me finish.
No, you're not answering the question.
Let me finish.
No, it's not about finishing. We're trying to stop you from being like you're not even on the right. You're not answering the right question. Remember, I gave you an example. If you told me how tall you are, you're like, well, what method do you want? Any method, as long as that's measured, it's verifying how tall you are via measurement. So
maybe
Going back to the experiment here,
there are two different like shadows taken at different latitudes. And the way that this works, the way that we know that it's round is because the only way we would be able to do this is if we see different angles of shadow that the shadows project.
So you're saying that on a flat surface... Wait, so just to clarify, you're saying that on a flat surface, we cannot have different angles to a single light source.
And yeah, but those angles on a flat surface would be wildly different. And
well, why would they be wildly different? What would they be instead? Actually, what are they? What are they, and what would they be instead?
Wait, because on a flat Earth, you're dealing with a flat plane, relatively speaking, and with that.
Okay, so the angles. So the angles would be different than what they are. What are they?
What do you mean?
What are the angles?
What's your angle?
I don't think that's necessarily.
So you don't know what the angles are, but you do know that if the surface is flat, they would be something other than what they are.
I don't think that the angles, the exact angles, are relevant here, but I know that they're.
Well, they are relevant because your claim is they wouldn't be what they are, but you don't know what they are. So how can you say that? If you haven't been high enough to see a curve, how do you know it curves?
It curves.
No, I believe in basic science. We've been going through this in just basic physics classes, how the Earth is round due to the principles of gravity and whatever. And I just believe in that because I have no reason to not believe in that, you know?
Okay. Believe, it sounds like a faith.
Science! Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
Bro, you're shaking.
Science!
You're shaking.
This is the science!
You're shaking, bro. You need some medication.
Yeah, I found a great evidence for the Earth being round.
Okay. Post it in live stream.
Okay. No one smart, like who has a high IQ and stuff, believes in flat Earth. See, that's
not evidence.
But that's good evidence. Like everyone smart believes in like round Earth.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
So what reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because it's stupid belief.
Come on, Ryan. It's stupid. Fucking, that's it. That's, oh my God.
Let's just spin the wheel on the fallacy wheel. You know, let's spin the fallacy wheel and just go through the whole thing.
Flat Earth is dangerous.
Shut up, bitch.
No, bro, like the water that you see in the picture is not real.
You understand that observational science is a science. It actually is. You take data through observations and can make conclusions without having to experimentally test those conclusions.
You understand?
If we were, like, as you say, you would have to change the independent variable according to what we're actually trying to measure, in this case, gravity. And so, obviously, on Earth, gravity is relatively consistent. There's very, very small deviations that you would be able to detect with the human eye. But you would have to go somewhere else that has a different kind of gravity. You haven't been to space yet, obviously.
What are you, fucking stupid?
30 years, if you're super rich, you might get the chance to get a ticket and go, you know, to low Earth orbit or something like that. And there you might be able to test different gravity for yourself. So being further away from the Earth, you're going to experience slightly less gravity. If you went to the moon, hypothetically, then we could do a test, and we have, you know, video evidence, whether you want to believe that or not. But I choose to believe that the when we drop a object on the moon, it falls slower due to the fact that the gravity is different, all else being equal. So we're dropping the same mass, except the mass that is being dropped towards is different. On Earth, it's bigger. On the moon, it's smaller, and thus that attraction force is lower. So the thing that is dropped on the moon is going to drop slower than the thing that is dropped on Earth. That's, I guess, the kind of test you're looking for, the change in the independent variable. But obviously...
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
When do we see the geometric horizon? That's the question.
The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it. We see in real world.
Okay. So when you said before that the horizon is the bit that the boats are going beyond and the sun's going behind, when it was physical, you're saying that's only theoretical now?
No. The geometric horizon is a theoretical construct. You don't see it.
Gotcha, bitch! How do you get a right angle triangle on a sphere?
You already asked me that question.
Yeah, I keep asking it the ball tards because I'm here to make a point.
Yeah, so as I already said, if you recall, as I said, you measured at different points because you can find a flat surface. Okay.
No, you can't. Go ahead,
just as you could find. Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't. I don't
on a basketball.
No, that
so
would
you can
be more
find
than 180 degree. Go. I want.
That's 360 degrees. Yeah.
I want you to use 360 degree right triangle.
Did you?
Kidding me?
Did you just say there's a flat surface on a basketball?
Yeah. So like, if you measure a small enough, if you measure a small enough portion, if you then so. As I was saying,
there is no truly flat surface on a sphere. Give us a citation.
There is.
This flat sphere.
There isn't. You're a dumb fuck. I've had about enough. You're a dumb fuck.
Just as you could find a flat surface
you can't.
on a basketball.
What? Where did you learn level is curved?
So I didn't learn that. I kind of figured that out.
Oh, really?
Obviously from a like that would be a logical fallacy in your eyes because I'm accepting that the Earth is a sphere, like, of course. And so from that understanding, then in my mind, I've kind of figured out, okay, well, if it's on a sphere, then depending on your scale of reference, things are going to look
only in the reification of the globe. Do you apply this logic?
Yes, of course.
Okay, we're talking about reality. Do you see the difference?
But do you understand that in my concept of reality, it is a sphere? I understand that in yours, it's not.
Oh my goodness, dude! I'm not even talking about the globe right now. I'm just talking about what level is, what flat is. Is flat level?
Okay.
Is flat curved? Is flat a sphere? I mean, what's going on in your mind?
Sure. So flat is level, but I would say that any water that you find is going to be.
What's the difference between flat level and curved level?
Well, curved level is going to look as flat level does at a small scale, but the more you zoom out, the more it's going to look not level, and it's going to look more curved and curved and curved. Obviously, the more you zoom out on a flat Earth, it's just going to look exactly flat no matter what scale.
Okay, so curved level is actually curved.
Yes, curved level is more like a tangent.
So flat and curved are two different things.
Yes. Yeah.
And level and curved are two different things.
Is that what you just asked me? Maybe not, but yes, they are two different things.
Okay, there you go. So what's going on?
It's from NASA. It's a reliable source.
No, reliable, nothing.
Back up.
50 feet. Can you calculate something that's 50 feet above the air?
If you calculate it, you might want to go measure it to verify it, right?
Yeah. You can measure it, but how would you do that? How would you do that without a tape measure scrolling up there? How would you do that? Elevation
angles.
Elevation.
Oh, okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So, what about the same thing? What about the same thing for? Do you guys know what a sextant is?
Yeah. Do you know what a triangle is?
Oh, dude, do I know triangles? Talk to me about some triangles. You know about 180?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
You know about 180? Talk to me about 180. Talk to me about how you can calculate your location in the middle of a fucking ocean where you can't see fucking dick but ocean and horizon.
Yeah.
How do you know where you are on the earth if you can't calculate with the sky?
What is a triangle? Triangle is three straight lines that they form angles that equal 180 degrees, right? Three straight lines that form angles.
I was saying that. Yeah, dude. You know about
straight lines.
Straight lines.
Straight. Are you not listening? Are you not listening? Straight lines. So in order to have three straight lines, you cannot have a curved adjacent. Correct.
Correct.
Gotcha, bitch.
Game over, dude. Flat Earth.
Kind of curved anyway.
We didn't say anything. Game over.
Gotcha, bitch.
Why are you guys obsessed with peer review?
I don't know
Because
why.
peer review means somebody can recreate the shit.
Do you
No,
think
it doesn't mean it's just
Hold on,
I said
Ryan,
agreed on
let me ask him a question. I want to ask a question. Ryan, do you think people that peer review recreate the experiment they're reviewing?
That's usually what peer review means.
No. They're just making sure the fucking data and the math are correct. They're not recreating experiments.
Yeah, sure, it could be, but I mean, if I was like, I'm like, if I had to make a choice between one or the other.
Yeah. But okay, so either you're saying they're massively incompetent and they don't know the difference between a rock from the moon and a piece of wood, or they're lying. Those are our choices, yeah?
They misplaced it.
So wait, so those are the choices, yeah? Either massively incompetent or lying.
Well, they don't have to be massively incompetent. It could just been a simple mistake.
Well, it's a rock from the moon, bro. If I have a rock from the moon and I say I'm going to give you a rock from the moon, it's going to be difficult for me to accidentally give you a piece of wood instead. And if you're a $50 million, $60 million a day company whose job it is to go to the moon, we would expect that you know what the moon rock is when you're giving it to another country, wouldn't you? Isn't that a bare minimum?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure like all governments like make mistakes. I mean, that's why we criticize them.
Yeah, but if you go, but it would be but if you go to the moon like they claim and you get rocks from it, it's not like they're giving them a certain type of pencil and there's millions of them and they accidentally gave them the wrong kind of pencil. I mean, it's a rock from the moon. These are supposed to be some of the most valuable things on Earth, and they'd have to be very heavily watched and secured. And then you're accidentally getting a piece of petrified wood. Okay, let's say hypothetically that's what happened. Could you give me your scenario of how that petrified wood is becoming put in place of a moon rock by accident? Just in your mind, how you're imagining that to have happened.
Well, like if someone has like a collection of these, they probably have a collection of like other things like petrified wood. It's like if you collect rocks, you probably have like petrified wood and shit too.
Wait, so you think NASA are storing a pile of petrified wood next to their moon rocks?
Maybe. I mean,
why would they be storing petrified wood?
I mean, you tell me. I don't know why they would.
No, you tell me. It's your story.
It's not my story.
This is your story. You're defending the story. You made up the story. You said it could have been a mistake.
Yeah, I'm saying it could have been a mistake.
NASA's in their petrified wood store about to fuel their fires in the office. And then someone accidentally goes into the moon rock cupboard and drops everything and goes, "Oh shit, we have to leave for the flight to Holland." Grabs all the bits, but he accidentally grabs some of the petrified wood that they're using for the office fire. Is that maybe what happened?
I mean, who knows?
Listen. Fuck up. Get out.
It's all over. It's all over for him. I don't know if you realize it, but it's over.
Hold on, not yet. Clear?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Go get VC verified.
Is this what you're talking about right here? I got this cool app on my phone too. I like how you can zoom in and do like the 3D and look at the city and everything. But my issue is that when you zoom out and you go into outer space, this Earth that we live on turns into a cartoon. This is a cartoon now. Where's the real Earth? Oh, that's right. Space ain't a real place. That's why this camera doesn't go into outer space. In fact, I'm going to show you right now where these images come from.
It's not that they wouldn't use the magical floating satellites if they could. It's that they don't physically exist, nor does the globe. They have been sending these up one at a time since it all began. I will allow them to explain it.
It's also the genesis for NASA's newly developed super pressure balloon.
The reason for super pressure ballooning is they have absolutely stable altitude day night, and it doesn't matter how cold the atmosphere is. They are sealed.
So your shape is always the same, you always displace the same amount of air, and therefore you have the same amount of buoyancy all the time.
NASA's been using balloons for science research for over 30 years. The exploration that can be done on balloons is continuing to grow. The standard balloon that I fly is about 660 feet long when it's made.
So let me get this straight. It is now public knowledge that they send up satellites on massive helium-filled balloons. As you should know, NASA is the largest consumer of helium in the world, for obvious reasons. But the issue with society is that they never critically think. Just think for a second here. If these are sent up to provide the world with all of the important information we need, and I'm sure the entire process is expensive and difficult to accomplish, then please explain to me what in the flat world do these pathetic animations do for you? Do they make you happy inside? Are they so super duper cool that you cannot see past the obvious CGI? The fact of the matter is everything NASA sends up on a balloon simply hovers above our motionless Earth. That is why they rarely speak about orbiting satellites, and of course, they never show footage. Here is some footage of a random evening with a man, the moon, and his Nikon P900. Notice anything floating up there?
Forget it, Bart. It's so bright out you can't see anything in the sky except the Fox satellite.
And then every now and then these satellites come crashing down. They fall out of the sky with those helium balloons attached to them all over the world. But you don't hear about it because you likely get your information from mainstream media. And I'm going to tell you why that's a bad idea. The same people that own the news are the same people that are perpetuating this hoax, all right? If you want the truth, you got to find it yourself.
The Earth that I'm standing on has a slight negative charge, but the higher you move up in the air, the less negative that charge gets until you get high up in the atmosphere. There's actually a strong positive charge. In fact, the voltage change over just 1 meter is around 100 volts. So I'm just going to fly my drone way up in the sky, and it's going to be hanging this copper wire below it. And then I'll be able to see if I can actually extract enough power from the air to be able to do anything with it. So after my drone's up in the sky, at the end of my wire, it's going to be around 10,000 volts. Ouch! Shocked me. Okay, that's working. Holy cow. Holy cow, that's shocking me. Don't mind the loud beeping in the background, that's just the warning that my drone's about to fall from the sky due to low battery as I frantically try to get my Franklin Bell set up to work. But then finally it started ringing like it was supposed to. The tab is bouncing back and forth due to the charge buildup on the cans. It's working.
This is what daytime should look like if the sun was actually a star in outer space like they say it is. The sky should still be quite dark. Oh, what a beautiful day. Let's go for a walk. Here we are at high noon. I'm just basking in the brightness. You ever look at the sky? The sun is quite small. So why would the mere presence of such a small star light up your entire sky blue? The sun is just a proximal star. That's 95 million miles away, allegedly. Why do I feel like the NASA fanboys are not going to like the fact that I use the word proximal? Like I'm not allowed to use a science term. Are you wondering how I got all these images of the sun against the dark sky? Spoiler alert, they're all pictures of a full moon. What are the chances that the sun and the moon are the same size, shape, and can perfectly eclipse? That's a 1 in a billion, folks. If gravity is causing us to spin as we orbit the sun, then why doesn't the moon spin as it orbits us? Uh-oh. Houston, we have a problem with the heliocentric model. It's kind of sus. Okay, so this is what daytime should look like if the sun was simply a proximal star in outer space. But what would daytime look like if the sun was a great light and it was set inside the firmament and it was shining through like a sapphire blue glass dome? What would that look like? All right, now we're talking. You ever notice that humans don't really agree on anything, but yet a blue sky day makes us all feel good? It almost seems like a creation. Like, God actually exists. He does. Then why does the moon have craters? And if the moon is a rock, when have you ever found a perfectly circular rock? And if the sun is an explosion of hydrogen and helium gas in an infinite space vacuum, where is it getting its oxygen from? And when have you ever seen a perfectly circular explosion? Never! Here's what's going on. The Earth is a level plane. Water is not bending at all around a ball. God made the stars to serve as signs and for the season. The sun is a great light, the moon a lesser light. But the craters on the moon are part of the strong delusion, 2 Thessalonians 2, 9-12. For those who don't want the truth, a strong delusion will be sent to them to further condemn them. Everyone turn away from the lie and follow Christ. He made you and he loves you. Amen.
Not a mirage, right? Your only excuse is that the mountain and the sun are already over a physical curve and they're refracting up perfectly to stop at eye level.
Wait, this is going below the horizon. I'm not sure.
So that mountain right there is called Mount Canigou. It's 9,000 feet high, but from 1,000 feet, if you use your curve calculator, you'll see it should be 16,000 feet or something below.
The top of this mountain should be over half a mile below the curve, but it's not. It's right there. But people on a normal day will look out and go, look, you can't see it because it's below the horizon. Now you would claim this is your physical horizon, but the light that's bouncing off of Mount Canigou doesn't have the power to push back all the way to your eyes because the atmosphere blocks it. However, the sun is much brighter than the reflected light coming off the mountain. And as the sun moves beyond it, it does have the power to push back 175 miles. And all of a sudden you can see the mountain. Now, there's two answers for what this means. It means the earth is flat or the earth is 1,000 times bigger than they're telling us.
Yeah, but is that what's his name? Media. What's the guy that did
Jay Tolan Media.
Jay Tolan Media. Yeah, he's been informed soundly by the science guy. I mean, I watched them.
No, he hasn't. No, he hasn't.
You say the science guys, you mean like Fight the Tight Shirt and Simon Dan.
Bob the Science Guy.
Bob the Science Guy, the pedophile or whatever.
Well, whatever. I mean, I've read through it and it's very convincing.
Allegedly.
Allegedly,
yes.
Yeah, but Brian, here's the problem with like peer review. You're explaining the problem with peer review. Peer review is a problem because you're saying anything that comes from Bob the Science Guy, it's so soundly put together. Hold on, but
you're saying the same thing. You're saying one person doing this is a proof. It's
no, we're saying thousands of people have seen this observation. It happens twice a year.
Okay, but if I use a Meadowbank curvature calculator, I'm positive I could find the reason why.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Do it then. Let's do it right now.
Let's do it right now.
Do it right now. Let's do it right now.
Let's
go. I don't want to do it now because you guys.
Oh, come on.
You just said you'd be able to figure it out.
Listen, I'm not there, so again. They've debunked that Jay Tolan Media guy because he doesn't report.
Oh yeah, because you're right because
you don't have the right numbers.
Because soon as we started to see too far, they added refraction.
I know, but if you're fudging the numbers like he's
nobody's fudging the numbers.
You're gonna get different.
I always err to the side of the globe.
I read a whole
always
scrolling page on Jay Tolan Media how he basically misrepresents.
Well, of course they're going to say that. Otherwise, Bob the Science Guy's out of a job.
Dave or Psyop Man Dan.
Neither of them. I mean, it's a long page.
Fight the Fat Shirt.
It's definitely like Bob the Science Guy or Wolfie or whatever their names are.
They do very careful and like
no, they do very careful.
Known liars. They're down on anything.
Very careful psychological
and they all hold the same thing. They all believe all of the same concept.
We're going to turn this into demonstrating and experimenting with reality are flat earthers.
That's me. There's the equator. The sun is going to be right here. Okay? And it's going to be about that high. Okay? Yeah. So, this is going to get quite interesting. Okay. Watch. Okay, there's another thing. We're level. Why are we level? Because we're on a level universe. Period. Okay. You're catching on, I sense it. Okay. Now I'm going to go to the biblical aspect of it, okay? Okay. In the beginning, God created heaven and earth. The earth was without form and void. And darkness was below the surface of the deep. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Can you see where it's getting from? There's the sun. Get it? It's over the equator. See that dot? Interesting, good. That's what you're in. You're in a firmament, under a firmament, on a level universe. That's how it works. Okay? I'm mimicking. That's all I'm doing. I'm just copying it. Now, when you look at it, see where I am? Where the sun is. It's going to be just... Oh, I'm about here. It's on the left side of me. On the right side of me. Yeah. Doesn't lie. Just doesn't lie. Just not showing you right where the sun is to where I am. Let's go on. That's 12 o'clock actually. So I'm right on 12 o'clock. So this is 12 o'clock. That's how high it is. See, this is going to be taught in schools. Wow, that's cool, isn't it? You're actually seeing what you're in. That's how it works. Cool, huh? You see these names, Gemini, it's a twin. Okay, I don't know what it is. Now look at Africa. Notice Cain. After Cain, that's what that means. Yeah? Okay, you can do this at home. Okay? There you go. That's what you're in. That's how it works. Doesn't matter where I move. It's going to sink. And the sun's right behind me, to my left. Well, from this view, it's to my left. Okay, and that's what it meant by the Bible when the heavens and God created heaven and earth, the form and void. That's what it's talking about. That's exactly what it's talking about.
NASA, in its wildest imaginations, never envisioned this scenario: an astronaut drowning in a spacesuit on a spacewalk 260 miles above planet Earth.
Drowning inside his own helmet
caused him to nearly drown inside of his own suit.
Water in his helmet?
It's an incredible story. Harrowing.
Almost unfathomable.
Unbelievable. This was one they had never envisioned.
So I experienced what it's like to be a goldfish in a fishbowl.
Hey, let's use a diaper. I thought that's a clever solution to this problem.
Yeah, pretty neat. They also came up with the snorkel idea too, you know.
Makeshift snorkels.
This snorkel, if water is encroaching your face, the crew member can lean down and use this to breathe. They're ripping that spacesuit apart, trying to figure out where all that water came from. Not like there are that many options when you're out on a spacewalk.
Next on Jonathan Bird's Blue World, Jonathan goes to inner space.
I'm standing on the International Space Station.
Water in space.
NASA says they cannot guarantee the helmet won't fill with water again.
And obviously, if you fill the helmet, you can't breathe.
Scary story. Glad he made out okay. That's a leak.
Oh, it's an explained leak.
A significant leak.
You know, when I was commanding the International Space Station, we had a significant coolant leak.
I imagine there are no insignificant leaks in space.
You know, these things do happen.
It's not, you know, something we don't have plans for.
But, you know,
you're in space.
You're in space, which means it's much more difficult to fix.
It's a pretty big problem.
Just about 3 hours now since we first observed what you're seeing on the screen, that being a leak.
You can only leak so long, and then eventually you stop leaking because you run out of fluid.
The fluid that you're seeing in the form of snowflake-like particles, it is a bit odd. Do not know what the source of that stream of particles is. A sudden streams looking like a snow shower.
Space is tough, especially whenever you're trying to show video from space.
On the ground in the water tank on orbit, essentially the same picture.
Matthias Maurer was wrapping up a 7-hour-long spacewalk outside the International Space Station when he noticed water leaking into his helmet. It was eerily similar to what happened to an Italian astronaut back in 2013.
You can literally see bubbles coming up from these astronauts' helmets. It's ridiculous.
So many times during spacewalks outside the International Space Station, we can see air bubbles rising up. Can you touch on how there are air bubbles in space? So yeah, like a lot of times during the footage, the NASA footage, you can see bubbles coming up out of the helmets or kind of from underneath you. How do you explain bubbles in space?
Yeah, on the outside of the space station, you'll liberate little pieces of, it's a really harsh environment out there, and the outside of the space station can be up pretty good. And sometimes, you need a little fleck of paint or something that you might just struggle floating away from it. And, that's generally what that is. I've never seen any kind of air bubble anywhere.
Yeah. Could it be that you're filming in an underwater pool and you're not really out there?
How's Bubbles in Space doing? How's what? Bubbles in Space? Bubbles in Space? Yeah. I don't know what that is.
What's up, man? Can you sideline hashtag Bubbles in Space?
Hashtag Bubbles in Space?
Bubbles in Space, brother. What's your word on that?
What is that?
Bubbles coming out in the spacewalks?
Oh, you're that guy.
I'm one of those guys.
Yeah, I'm not gonna write that.
Not everybody can be a robot polisher.
Water in space.
Every day there should be different stars, random stars, in the sky if we are travelling at 650 million miles an hour, which is Mach 870,000. Do you really believe that every year we move through space at 5.5 trillion miles every year? And yet every year the same stars keep turning over our Earth. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, year after year after year, and yet none of those constellations distort, change shape, get brighter. There has never been, in recorded history, we have never seen any star get brighter or dimmer or any shape of those constellations which are still recognisable today as they were thousands of years ago, they never suffer any parallax or distortion.
Polaris has never moved in all of recorded history. Point your camera up at Polaris and do a time lapse and watch God's perfect timepiece spin above you.
And we move 5,694,000,000 miles through space every year. Congratulations to you if you believe that. It's called education, indoctrination, and dumbing down.
The lake is flat. The laser beam and the water will always be parallel to each other.
At a distance of 11.5 miles, and the flat Earth evidence here is overwhelming. The reflection of the laser on the water unequivocally demonstrates that there is no Earth curvature present. Obviously, you can see the source of the laser. But more importantly, look at the reflection. That reflection is not on a convex mirror. That water is flat. There is no question about it. You can't have that type of reflection on a convex surface. I just think that looks incredible, and I don't know how anyone can reasonably doubt the flat Earth truth here.
Good morning, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
We hear you okay, Del?
Hello, Del.
Hey, can you hear me? There seems to be.
Good to have you. Welcome.
Can you hear us?
I can hear. I'm not sure who's speaking to me. I'm just hearing voices coming randomly, so I'm just waiting. It calms a wee bit.
No, we're waiting on you.
Oh, so you're waiting for me? Oh, fuck. I have the floor.
You do?
Cheers for having me on.
Pleasure.
Sorry? Hello?
We hear you, Del.
Make your case.
Okay, I'll get the ball rolling.
Sorry, are you waiting for me to say something? Right, I'm not sure how your format works, but anyhow, so I'm here obviously in regards to the latest, investigations that I've been partaking in. There's a couple of things I just want to get out the road first, right? First and foremost, I'm just a man that's objective. I don't have any, personal qualms with anybody here. I've said some things in the heat of the moment. People need to understand that I'm under constant attack and I don't know who to trust. There's loads of vicious play going on here. So I say things in the heat of the moment, and I've said some things about you, Nathan, which I'm going to apologise for right now. I should never be going to a subjective realm or attacking you at any personal level. Again, I don't know you on a personal level, but I say things and my tongue runs away with me sometimes. So hopefully you'll accept that apology before we move forward.
I don't care. Yes, fine. No worries.
No worries, Roy. It doesn't matter if you don't care. I'm just the man that I'm, and I'm going to own up to my mistakes, and I'm just going to say it right here and now. So anyhow, the whole investigation that's going on right now in regards to relative density disequilibrium, the vector that we have here on Earth, that being that we have a directionality to orientation, we have matter that assembles itself in a density gradient, and it's orientated in a particular direction. So my investigation started purely with the globe Earth claim. The globe Earth claim was that gravity was this force that pulled objects towards the Earth. That was their description or their explanation for the directional vector. Through my investigation, I uncovered certain things like there's no such thing as pull. So I'm just going to offer up for anybody to jump in while I'm saying these things. If anybody's got any questions or any doubts in regards to the claim that there's no such thing as a pulling force, then I would like to hear about it right now before I go any further.
Well, that's not a claim.
Well, no,
that's not a claim.
Sorry, what?
It's not a claim. If I say there's no such thing as unicorns, that's not a positive claim. It's for the person. It's for the person that's making. It's for the person that's making the positive claim to prove it. So if there's assertion that there's a downward bias, then that needs to be proven as a claim.
Downward bias? I don't see the downward bias. I'm saying that there's a directional vector. So there's an orientation.
No, it don't mean you. Nathan doesn't mean you, Del. He's just talking about if someone makes a claim, it's only a claim. They have to be able to back it up. It doesn't mean that if they can't back it up. So let's just take gravity as a force.
Do you comprehend then that there's no such thing as a pulling force?
Yeah, it's proven by gas.
Hold on, there are such things as pulling forces, though.
Can you offer me one?
Well, I'm not making any claim in this regard, but there are things that pull that have force to them.
Oh, you said that there's such a thing as a pulling force. That's a positive claim, Nathan. So
yeah, like a horse pulling a cart. That's a pulling force, isn't it?
I'm sorry, let me clarify. I'm talking in regards to mechanisms of motion. I'm talking about physics. I'm not talking about, relative descriptors of a situation, like, a horse pulling a cart, that being that the cart goes along the direction of the horse. I'm talking about the connection between the horse and the cart, with that being that it's a pressure mechanism. So pull is used as a descriptor of a relative motion towards something or away from something, push and pull. But in physical terms, I'm talking about the mechanism of what creates a motion. So there is no such thing as pull being a cause of motion.
Okay, that's very interesting. Just one question. Why? Yep. Why are we doing this exactly? What's this proving?
Oh, no, it's just I'm just laying out my investigation. Obviously, I'm going to get to the point because
maybe my question's not clear. What is the investigation? What are you investigating?
Claims of directional vector density gradients, why things go the way they go, things go up, things go down, and the cause of these things. So in the globe Earth, we've got gravity, and then we've got flat earthers that are claiming relative density disequilibrium.
No, that's a false dichotomy. It's not an opposite claim. When somebody, I've already covered this, when somebody makes a positive claim that you've got a gravity force pulling things down, that's for them to prove. When you say, but flat earthers say there's relative, no, that's not a juxtaposition. There's nothing being proven when you just point out that relative density disequilibrium occurs. It's fact, you can show it, but it doesn't prove anything either way. It's not a positive assertion about anything.
So what causes relative density disequilibrium?
Why? Why are you asking this question?
Because it's relevant to the whole investigation. There's a motion that happens. Listen, listen, motion requires a force.
Fascinating stuff. You're not getting the crux of my question though. Why are we looking at this? For what purpose? What is it achieving? Is it proving that we're on a flat plane? What's it proving?
No.
What's it proving?
Well, it's nothing to do with the proving a flat Earth or any of that. No.
And why are you here then? Do you not know what the show's about? Why are you doing this then? It seems folly. It seems like you're doing it for no reason. Because people have claims to make, get them to prove their claim. That's what you need to do.
This is an attempt for you just to try and put me down, Nathan, and try and get some one-upmanship.
No, I'm saying that you haven't justified to me what you're actually doing this for. You're saying your only justification so far is because people are saying stuff about relative density or gravity. And I've already said, as a rebuttal, get them to prove their claim. Beyond that, what are you claiming?
Well, let's just get to claims then. Nathan, you made a claim that...
I don't need to make a claim. I haven't come on your show to make a claim. You're here to make a claim, not me.
I'm here to ask you about your claims.
I don't have one. Moving on.
You claim that when an object's...
No, don't tell me what I claim.
You claim that...
Don't tell me what I claim. Are you dumb? Do you not understand what don't tell me what I claim? You're not me.
Well, I'm asking you...
Don't stutter either. You don't need to stutter when I give you a command. Don't tell me what I claim, Del. It's that simple. I'll claim what I claim. You need to claim what you're claiming. Clear?
This is Nathan's...
Don't stutter. Just make your claim. Don't make what I claim. Make your claim for you, not my claim for me. It's really easy. Now, you need to get to making your claim, not telling me what I claim. Is that understood or not?
Nathan wants to make claims and demand...
Oh, you're going to tell me what I want now? Don't tell me what I want. Don't tell me what I claim. Don't divine my motivation here, Del. It's really simple. Don't put words in my mouth. You just need to claim what you're claiming. This is very basic stuff.
Finished.
I haven't started. I haven't made any claims. You're here to make a claim.
Objects fall towards the Earth because you pick them up and give them...
Helium balloons don't fall towards the Earth when you pick them up. That's absurd. Are you unaware of clouds?
Nathan,
Del, are you unaware of clouds? I've just contradicted your claim.
Can you...
Don't ask me, stuttery Simon. Just answer my question. You said things fall to the ground. They don't. Clouds. That got your tongue?
Things go up, things go down.
So, contradicting your statement that things go down already then, so you're wrong already.
No.
Yeah, you said things go down. I said clouds. Now you're saying some things go up, some things go down. Contradicting your original claim. So, what is your claim again, Del?
You absolute weak gimp.
Sorry, are you calling me a gimp while I point out that your claim has just been contradicted by your own assertion that some things go up?
Everybody can hear you, Nathan.
Yes, they can hear me humiliating you because you've got a non-claim when you contradict it by pointing out that things go up, as you have just affirmed.
Things go up, things go down.
Yes, so we don't need to worry about why things go down when some things go up then, do we?
Because I think you're just misrepresenting.
Sorry, you're going to tell me what I think again? Did you not understand my commands there, Jimmy? Don't tell me what I think. Make your nonsensical claim about things going down for me to point out clouds, and then we'll move on. That's where we're at.
Things go up, things go down. I never make the claim that...
So what are we proving here? Some things go up, some things go down. Meanwhile, Earth's flat, Del. Who cares? That's right. So I'll prove Earth's flat. You worry about this nonsense, because it doesn't prove anything, mate. Yeah, you stuttery Simon. You're poisoning people with your nonsense about all things going down. Do you not understand that there's clouds? You haven't answered.
I never said everything goes down.
So what are you proving?
What do you mean what am I proving? I'm proving that you're an absolute incompetent...
Sorry, you don't need to insult me when I ask about your claim that you haven't made yet.
I'm here to fucking...
You're here to stutter and swear, Jimmy. Now make your claim.
My claim is that Nathan's a liar.
Oh, well, I'll just mute you while you decide to ad hom me because you haven't even got a claim by the sounds of things. Del doesn't even have a claim. Doesn't even have a positive assertion to make by the looks of things.
This is exactly when he came with the apologetics. I didn't say anything.
Can we get a little order?
Forget that.
Guys,
Forget that.
Del is on the mic. We are yet to hear his claim. We don't need a colour commentary.
The motion of density, that being up and down, where dense objects go down and less dense materials go upwards, requires a mechanism. That's my claim.
Relative density.
All right, why?
No,
that's fascinating. Proving what? That's your claim? That's really interesting.
Here's the thing. Oh, my bad. The man will finish speaking. My bad.
Well, I'm asking you why you're telling us that. What does that prove?
See, the thing is, stupidly, I thought there would be an opportunity for an actual discussion here. But I knew you would be that weak and triggered, Nathan, that you would have to...
Okay, he's going to insult me again. He said some things go up, some things down. There's a mechanism for that, what I've just described. Okay, I'm now asking in response, what the hell does that prove? Response from Del, a load of string of insults. What does that prove? Try again.
What do you mean, what does that prove? I'm trying to have a discussion.
So what does this prove?
What do you mean, what does it prove?
I mean, why should this hold any interest for me whatsoever? My bad, am I talking, Jimmy? Yeah, that's me in the middle of a sentence there, Jimmy, while you talk straight through me, Jimmy.
And make demand.
Yeah, that means shut up. I'm asking you what this proves. Third time's a charm. And you're just yabbering through me. Can't seem to hold your tongue while I repeat for the fourth time. What does this prove?
It proves that you're a lying piece of shit.
So he can't actually tell you what it proves, gentlemen. Not so confident about his upward moving Earth after all. You'd think it would be proving something to do with his bullshit claim that Earth moves up. Outrageous nonsense that he spews. But instead it just proves Nathan's stupid. Wow.
That's why your apologies ain't worth shit, Dale.
Yeah, you're very confident about your upward moving Earth. So some things go down, some things go up. You're making a claim that there's a, mechanism involved. That's a far cry from proving Earth moves up, Dal. You're not seeing the detachment from your nonsense that doesn't prove anything to your outrageous claim that you don't seem to want to make. You just want to tell people I'm silly on my own show. Yeah, you can try that, sunshine. It just won't work here. I'll point out how silly you are, because Earth doesn't need to go up to counteract you down when clouds are going up. We've already covered this. But you don't seem to want to make your outrageous claim here. Just talk through me non-stop.
Fanny. A wee Fanny, and I'm going to keep exposing you, son.
You're not exposing anything except for your own idiocy here, Del.
Potential energies. There's a positive claim from Nathan that nobody...
Sorry, did you think that you could just shout through me on this show, Del? Is that how you think it works?
That's what you do, you fucking wank.
Okay,
when
you've got control of your anger issues, your emotional problems, and your daddy issues, we'll have a little conversation about what this proves when I get to ask you for a fourth time.
Can you prove that objects...
Why am I proving anything? This isn't my claim, sunshine. Are you not getting the don't ask me about what I'm not claiming part? Are you thick? Do you not understand? I don't have to answer your questions here, Del. You're the one with an upward rising Earth. Get to proving it.
No, I'm not here to fucking defend anything like that.
Well, why are you here then? Get lost if you're not here to defend anything. You've come to me to prove your stupid upward rising Earth with there is a mechanism involved with relative density disequilibrium. How fascinating. You have a claim about there being a mechanism involved. Meanwhile, I'm under the misapprehension, clearly, that you were saying Earth was rising up.
Yep.
Well, then you're a clown, Dal. And I told you if you came here, I'd point that out to you. You're a clown. Earth's not moving up, and having a claim about there being a mechanism...
It's fucking moving, yeah.
You wanted to talk through me while I humiliate you? Is that going to get around the embarrassment of me pointing out how stupid it is to have a claim about a mechanism and use that claim about a mechanism in relative density disequilibrium to claim that Earth's moving up? Stupid, Dal. Very silly.
What this does is show how incompetent you are and incapable.
So I would expect you to respond by proving Earth moves up to that, not just start ad-homming me again. It's a pretty sad state of affairs.
Nathan.
That's my name, don't wear it out. I'm the one humiliating you, Dale, that's right.
I'm not humiliating Andy, son. You couldn't...
So again, I would expect this to be the opportunity for you to prove your stupid nonsense about Earth moving up rather than talking about the host. You see, a confident man with a good claim that he can prove would be proving it over and over again, rather than attacking the host.
Capable of having a discussion, I know.
Yeah, how do you think in your right mind that having a claim about there being a mechanism for relative density proves Earth's moving up?
If you can have a discussion, we would get...
We were. I asked you a question, and then you've repeated your statement about us not having a discussion. It seems like you don't have anything, Del.
Nathan, true science...
Yeah, that's my name. Don't tell me to prove anything. I'm not making a claim, Del. 5th time's a charm.
True science and...
No. You're claiming Earth moves up, and you're asking me to prove something with science. I don't have a claim here, Del. You do. Clown.
Okay. Objects move because you give them potential energies, a claim.
And therefore Earth's moving up?
Can you...
Stutter for me, you stupid buffoon. That's right, Stammery Simon. Your absurd claims being pulled apart for how absurd it is here. That's right.
What's the energy?
So why are you asking me? Did I make a claim about energy? No, Mr. Earth's rising up, you stupid clown. Yeah. You need to prove that stupid nonsense. I'm not making a claim for you to ask me any questions about. I nipped that in the bud immediately, didn't I, Dal?
Objects are given potential energy.
That's fascinating. Therefore, Earth's rising up.
Explain. Earth is in motion, you absolute ignorant fucking
Oh, so I need it swearing at me? That sounds almost as good as a proof. So just barking your baseless assertion at me isn't proof, Del. Especially when you swear, it just makes you seem weak.
Earth is in motion.
You keep barking it. Maybe if you keep jabbering it like a parrot, some of the idiots that don't realise you've got nothing to back this other than attacking the host.
Let me show you let me show you why. Earth is provably in motion. I can show you why. I've been silenced.
We're waiting for you to show us why. Are you dumb?
So,
is that a yes? I can show you why. Massive silence. Then, oh, there's a silence. Yeah, Clown Shoes. We're waiting for you to show us how.
So, density gradients can be recreated utilising motion. Relative density disequilibrium was a claim that was made that explains...
Sorry, stuttery Simon. Did you have to make it for the 5th time that I've made a claim when I've made it explicitly clear that I'm not? Do you need this false dichotomy to fight against, Del, when I've already nipped it in the bud immediately? You just need to stutter your way into this false dichotomy when I haven't allowed it, do you? Have you only got this little repertoire? Only a one-trick pony? Only know how to fight this argument from the position of false dichotomy, Del, right? Hello, I am not making a claim for you to fight against here, Del. Hello? Do you need to clear your throat some more? You get that catarrh out of your gob. You don't have a positive claim from me to put in false dichotomy, Del. Only your absurd nonsense that Earth's moving up. I'm not a glober with gravity, and I'm not making any positive claims. Relative density disequilibrium has no positive claim attached to it from me. It's just you who needs to prove your nonsense of Earth moving up.
Was I finished speaking? Sorry, I thought I was still speaking there when some wee idiotic...
I just think you're stammering and stuttering rather than proving Earth moves up.
Just because you're interrupting me every fucking 2 seconds, you fucking weak bastard. You're incapable of fucking discussion.
Sorry, you tell me I'm interrupting you after literally only 2.5 minutes ago asking about the stony silence when you didn't prove your nonsense, correct?
What nonsense, Nathan?
You saying we're not having a discussion when I ask you a question and you start swearing at me, or you saying that I keep interrupting when you've just literally let a massive silence go by after declaring you can prove Earth moves up. Okay? Are we clear?
You finished?
Do you need another massive, long, protracted silence for you to get on with proving Earth moves up?
just expose you fucking mind while you're just a...
That's excellent proof of Earth moving up. Dell's just exposed Nathan Oakley, who has taken away his false dichotomy argument, it seems. So he's got nothing. There's that long protracted silence again, ladies and gentlemen. Has he run away with his tail between his legs because he doesn't have a false dichotomy to argue against? It would appear so.
This is so obvious. It's like, Dell, you come in and say I can squat 700. And now you're saying Dell's telling everybody his claim is I can't squat 700.
No, that's not what's happening.
So you need to squat 700. Prove it. Squat it.
Out of interest, during that, just before, hello, guys in G+.
I'm trying to give Dell a simple explanation.
We don't need it, D-Rose. What we need is for Dell to be able to make
Give him the respect to speak, though, please.
Come on.
I agree. What about you? Let him, D-Rose, just make his point, not spoken. We're jumping on him. Make the point, D-Rose.
D-Rose, you're going to have to discipline yourself in the G+ hangout, right? Let's just get what happened clear. I had to immediately close the line to G+ down because presumably D-Rose just rumpused every bit of the discussion, deciding he had points to make. Correct? I just had to close the line, G+. That meant that everybody in the panel suffered because I had to close that line because of you. So you couldn't take part in the discussion. Any of you. Fun? Can't do that, D-Rose. You can't just decide that you're going to open your mic and blart through a discussion between me and Dell. That's just not fair. There are appropriate moments, but as the new guy in that hangout, I don't expect the first time a guest comes on that's going to create a decent discussion for me to have to immediately close the line down and then have to tell you off on a live show for it. Come on. The whole panel are trying to tell you to stop talking through the discussion we were having, right? Correct?
Sorry.
Well, it has to be relevant.
Insert something, but yeah.
It has to be relevant. If you're going to say something, it has to be relevant.
Go on, Brian, sorry.
Can I say something? Look, Dell has come here to have the conversation, right? He's actually made a point of coming here. Now, I understand you and Dell may not get along, but he's made a point of coming here to have the conversation. So there's no point in anyone attacking him or personally or trying to slag him off for anything else. He's come here to have the conversation. Allow the man to have the conversation.
I did.
He's also a flat earther who's been around for years.
I ddid. You guys couldn't hear it if you were rumpused by D-Rose, so, you'll have to go back and have a listen to the conversation we did have. But when Dell's asking me, after stating explicitly that he can prove his points, and then I close all lines so there is total silence and zero chance of any interruption, and then 5-10 seconds go by and he goes, so the silence then? What, after your statement that you could prove your nonsense? Yeah, that's right, Dell. You say you can prove stuff, then there's a long protracted silence. But according to the chat, I didn't let Dell talk. All right, I'll trim out Dell saying I can prove my nonsense, and then the massive protracted silence when no one interrupted him and he didn't prove it. Okay, chat?
That's not my point. My point is that the tone of the whole thing is not of a conversation. He came in to have a conversation, and that's not the tone of the thing.
Sorry,
the tone of the thing is a battle.
No. No, what he came in and started doing was telling me what I was claiming, and I stopped him.
Yeah, but let's be honest, Nathan. Anyone's going to pre-assume that you claim that you make claims about relative density disequilibrium. Anyone's going to pre-assume that because the whole thing has been detailed on this show.
I don't care.
And Anthony Riley.
Don't care.
Yeah, but the point is they're going to pre-assume that.
You're saying I should tolerate it for it to be a reasonable discussion where he doesn't immediately get narky with me because I say I'm not making that claim. Because I'm not making that claim. But he wants me to be making that claim, and for it to be a nice civil discussion, I should accept when he says I make that claim that he sets up that false dichotomy. Fuck that, Brian.
Yeah, I know, you're okay. I understand your point, and you can make that point. But the problem is that it became more of a battle than a conversation. You could have just as easily said to him, I'm actually not claiming anything about relative density.
I did.
You're here. Yeah, but Nathan, you turned it into a battle. It was not a conversation anymore.
Well, when he started saying that I was being exposed, when I asked him to prove that things go down or things don't all go down in his next statement, they sometimes go up. When I asked him to prove that that is linked to Earth moving up, he started saying that he was exposing me as a host. You think that was me disseminating the discussion by not being tolerable enough, correct?
No.
Yeah,
no.
he started it.
All your points were correct. One second, Howard. All your points I understood and were correct, right? It's just that it was becoming triggering. If I was on the other end of the line, I would have got triggered.
I understand. If you were talking total nonsense about Earth rising up and you had absolutely sod all proof other than to stack it up in false dichotomy, and I pointed that out to you, you too would get very cross very quickly, just like Del did. I understand.
Yes, exactly. I would too. That's why I don't do that. I don't take the position that Del takes. And I try to warn him about it many times, and he just doesn't listen.
Yeah, I said you'd come here and I'd laugh at you, Del, for your stupid nonsense clown shoes assertions that Earth's moving up. And that's exactly what happened. Now, we on the panel can call it a battle, but let's not pretend what happened didn't happen the way it did. Which is that you came with a clown shoes assertion that Earth's moving up based on your positive claim that there's a mechanism involved in relative density disequilibrium. You see, that sounds like quite a long string of words for an assertion that you're apparently making that is not in any way linked to an outrageous assertion that Earth moves up. And when offered the opportunity, you left dead air and silence and questioned why there was nobody talking. Let's just be clear about what happened here, okay? Now I'm going to have another laugh at you for it, because it was utterly absurd. You in no way proved that Earth was moving up when you ad hommed me and told me that you were exposing me to my own audience. Okie dokie. That weren't proving Earth moves up, Del. Yeah, it proved you're a clown and have nothing. Just as we all expected.
I understand all that. And I'm not saying any of your points were wrong. I understand also Del's position. He's actually made a point of coming in here to a whole group of people, right? And Del is normally an angry kind of guy, but he kept it together pretty well. He kept calm pretty well. I thought he would have started losing the head with you earlier. Now, I understand what you were doing. I understand your points. I understand why you were doing what you were doing. But I would have gone about it in a different direction. I would have started asking him about what it is that he's claiming immediately.
Okay, well, we've got XB Backfire in the chat says, I just wanted to hear his claim, take it apart after. We did. I asked him multiple occasions to give me his claim specifically, and his claim was that there is a mechanism involved with relative density disequilibrium. Then I gave him another half a dozen opportunities to show how that claim proved something. He didn't give me anything when I asked him to specifically tie it to proof. And then I specifically gave him an opportunity to tie what he had claimed here to his proof that Earth moved up. And again, he didn't do that either. So he did make his claims. I really tried hard to get him to make them and drag them out of him, whilst batting off him making claims for me. You know, I shut that crap down quickly and told him off for it. I really enjoyed doing it, Del. Shutting you down, telling you off. It was good fun. Yeah? Yeah, you don't make claims on my behalf so that you can snap them up in false dichotomy. You just come with your claim, which I asked for 6 times, and then you have it ripped to shreds. And when your claim is there's a mechanism involved in relative density disequilibrium, therefore Earth's moving up, you're going to get laughed at. Now, if people don't catch what your claim is, maybe they're not catching me asking over and over again, what is your claim, really clearly? Maybe they didn't catch that because they're on Del's side and think Earth's moving up. But for those of you who did catch me really clearly asking him what the hell you're claiming and what the hell it proves, they'll hear his responses. And no, he's got nothing but his stupid baseless assertion that Earth moves up to stack up in false dichotomy with a claim he needs me or a Glober to be making so he can fight amongst them. I didn't give him that opportunity, and as a result, he didn't know what the hell to do. He only knows that trick. He only knows how to present his argument stacked up in false dichotomy. And I know how he operates, so I took it off him immediately. No, Del, I'm not making a claim here for you to stack up in false dichotomy. Not that I said it in those terms, but I could have done. Because when he's in a position where he hasn't got an opponent's position to argue against, his position suddenly glares with stupidity.
to the point where he has to tell my audience that he's exposing me, rather than proving his stupid claim that he's not getting lost in the weeds of what I claim versus what he claims. Because when I take away what I claim, because I haven't bloody claimed anything, let's get that clear, he's only got his stupid baseless assertion to defend, and he didn't do well, did he?
And for your listening pleasure, one of my favorite songs from the CMG.
I wanted you to see the truth, but you never saw my point of view. Do you think I'm crazy? Don't you? My friends are crazy too. Won't you listen to me? I want you to see I'm dying to set you free. I know that you feel scared inside, but I swear I'll be right by your side. In darkness I will be your light. I'll be the one to hold you tonight. Won't you listen to me? I want you to see I'm dying to set you free. 'Cause when you open your eyes, you realize that there's so much more to be seen. Just give me some time to blow your mind. I want you to see what I see. I'll set you free from all those lies. your new eyes. There'll be no fear inside your mind. A deeper meaning you will find. Won't you listen to me? I want you to see I'm dying to set you free. 'Cause when you open your eyes, you realize that there's so much more to be seen. Just give me some time to blow your mind. I want you to see what I see. Give me your hand and hold on tight. I'll take you to a place so bright. Then you will finally understand. The beauty of this wonderland. Won't you listen to me? I want you to see I'm dying to set you free. 'Cause when you open your eyes, you realize that there's so much more to be seen. Just give me some time to blow your mind. I want you to see what I see.
I like the harmonies there in the background. It was very eagerly 1970 type stuff. Very, wow, yeah, goosebumps.
How's it going, guys? I hope all is well with everybody.
Yep.
Same stuff, different day. Eat, sleep,
That was stuff.
debunk the globe, repeat.
Need to mix it up a little bit, otherwise life gets boring, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm about to head to town in a little while. I need to print out a couple things before I go.
What are you printing? The Earth is flat for flyers and lampposts?
Yes.
Get out of town.
I put the Discord link on places too. I put like double-sided tape and I'll just stick it places.
Oh, for real?
I'm thinking of like making little magnets. Yeah, I don't care at all. I'm just putting it everywhere.
That's cool, man.
The algorithm censors us digitally. They can't censor me physically in the real world without actually breaking the law. So,
do you know when the whole thing started back in 2015? I thought about going to a printing company and getting big fucking, big printers or something flat Earth-esque, But then people start putting it up in billboards and shit, and I thought, sure, what's the use? Other people are doing it anyway.
Yeah.
Save myself $50 and fucking.
I won't put stickers on anybody else's property. They're hard to remove, especially the vinyl type stuff. And that's bad. Like, you can get in trouble for doing stuff like that. Like, even if it's a misdemeanor or something, like, nobody wants that kind of trouble. I figured the paper flyers were the easiest, and I'm not damaging anything at all.
Yeah, no vandalism.
Yeah. Another thing is chalk, sidewalk chalk. It's not illegal to use sidewalk chalk and draw things that are neutral, like a couple words, like the earth is flat. There's no law against that. Just don't draw like sidewalk chalk on somebody's building or something, and I think you'd be okay. Drawing on the ground is it's the ground. The water will wash it away next time it rains, or get a bucket, it's gone. I'm trying to use this neutral, it's sort of a chaotic neutral state of it. Like, I can't damage anything, but I can put messages out. Damage anything, and that gets towards evil. Just joking with that. But yeah. No, the reason why I said that is some idiot posted a birds aren't real sticker in one of the parking lots that I've been putting the flat earth stuff on. And I'm thinking, that retard gets caught doing that, though, they'll probably actually catch a misdemeanor because they're destroying property, and those stickers are really hard to remove. I won't be blamed for it. My fingerprint ain't on it, and I didn't put it there, so. Thought about scraping it off or trying to get some kind. Actually, I could probably actually gently remove it with some cleaning stuff. Because that's in bad taste. Also, it's a stupid meme. And they really do literally have robotic birds now that fly just like a bird, so the meme did not age well.
Get out of town.
Yeah, there's a video I watched like a month ago, and this dude had basically built this robot that flies the same way a bird does. I'll look it up. Somebody shared it to me. I knew that it's somewhere. Got to be in my history. I just thought it was because it reminded me of the same dumb crap that like the kids do when they come in here in the lobby and they'll try and joke around with some stupid other internet memes that have nothing to do with the subject. Like, yeah, that makes sense. There's at least a couple idiots around that would do that. A low-grade anti-flat earther.
Do you know what else is gathering traction? Tires. Tires. Sorry.
The pressure containment thing?
No. Simulation theory.
Seriously?
Yeah. Well, you know what else is gaining traction? Tires. Right now. Sorry, bad dad joke. But simulation theory. I got mates that are talking about it. They're not flat earthers at all, but they're all into this. So it's a simulation, Bob. It's a simulation. I'm like, what the fuck?
Perfect. I know that conversation very well. They need to come here and talk about it. They're not going to like what I have to say, but they need to come talk about it.
Yeah, I'd like to hear it, but because I need some ammunition. But yeah, it's gaining traction among the populace, the plebs.
I would say that you're really in this. This thing is real. The simulation is government. The perspective that they give people. That's a simulated reality. That's not the real representation of how reality functions. And when people get locked in those kind of governmental type states. Right? They're worshiping the government as though it's a god, and they're obeying the information coming from it with the propaganda, the TV. Yeah, they're locked in a simulation. And the only way to get out of that simulated reality is to get back, like log into reality and really be in this thing instead of letting somebody else tell you what to believe.
Oh, fuck. I agree with that 100%.
But they don't want it to be a metaphor. They want to be inside of a computer. And that's the hard part.
Actually
because
want
it's a
it to be.
metaphor.
Yeah.
And you really are in this. So if you want to consider the Earth a computer, then yeah, I mean, technically, because it's like the way the machine functions. It does two things, but it's not like a matrix computer. You got a freaking thing stuck in your brain or whatever the hell, and you're actually a brain in a jar. So no, the simulation is the simulated reality for like propagated to people, make them think that they need all this bullshit. In reality, they just need each other. They need faith, hope, and love in one another. Focus on truth.
No, hang on. Mr. Anderson. Yeah.
No, that reminds me of the scene where his mouth starts sealing up and they silence him.
Why don't you just die, Mr. Anderson? Why? Why do you keep? Why? Because I have a
We're
choice.
unstoppable until the appointment. Nobody can leave this place until it's time to go anyway, and when it's time to go, there's nothing you can do to escape it. So we're unstoppable until it's time for the appointment.
Yeah, that's just like going to sleep.
Yeah, take a little nap, wake up later, see what happens.
Mr. Anderson.
But yeah, it's definitely not a simulation. You're really in this. What you do matters. Actions matter, words matter. It all does matter. I think it's also a cop out. They kind of, it's just a simulation. It doesn't matter then. No.
Yeah.
That creates a bunch of nihilism.
Yeah. No consequences.
Yeah. It's just because they're one for good, and they can do whatever they want. And no, that's just like monkey ball bullshit.
I don't know, but I just think that the more good you do, the better you get as a person. I think if you want to grow, do good, and just sit back and watch. You turn into a better person.
I think a lot of people want to avoid responsibility too.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think we are our bodies, if anything, or something else. There's something else going on. I don't know. But yeah, that's the whole reason why you're some kind of proving ground or growth factory.
Kind of like Ghost in the Machine. Organic computer.
Yeah.
What's funny is the simulation is literally the imagination creates a simulation inside the brain of each individual. It's not a brain in a jar. It's more like a jar in a brain.
Fucking blow my mind clean out of that jar there, bro.
Like what do you have in the vessel?
Not much.
That's especially so when you talk to the people like, well, I'm 99% sure. Huh. Okay.
Perhaps maybe 100%.
I'm 100% sure there's something.
Maybe.
Possibly. It's within the realm of possibility. I'm 100% sure that it's within the realm of possibility that there is something. What does that even mean?
It means absolutely fucking bumpkins.
That is how a lot of these weird astrophysicists and all their theoretical speculations go. They're just making up shit based off of a pixel. And then send it to the next guy who makes a cartoon. Here's a pixel. Make a cartoon based off of my assumption. Then the next guy goes, it is Photoshop, but it has to be. It's Earth, like I imagine it to be.
You don't want to be a cartoon man living in a cartoon world.
It's cartoon balls, and that's why they're not real men. Oh, jeez. That's one of the hardest things that pisses a lot of people off. You tell them straight up that it's a cartoon. Then you show them a bunch of cartoons, like a bunch of cartoon balls, and they're like, see, it's a cartoon. They're like, yeah, but... And then they'll try and argue that the cartoon is real. Then they'll make wild accusations and show like a random map, right? It's like a kind of flat Earth type projection. And then you go, yeah, that's another cartoon. Like, what do you want me to do? Give you another cartoon?
Yeah. Let me show you a cartoon to prove my cartoon.
Yeah, we compare cartoons out like that. I like this cartoon better. What? Yes, let's compare Pokemon and Digimon. That sounds fun. Everything's a bunch of straw men to begin with, because most people don't even know the heliocentric claims on stuff, so they have no idea what their cartoon ball even says to begin with, and then they just make up assumptions based off of another cartoon and an idea about something that isn't even a shape. Flat's not a shape, so they just apply a cartoony flatness.
Isn't that strange? As something that dawned upon all of us at one stage when we started researching the stuff, and we realized, shit, we didn't even know our own model, we didn't know the speed of the Earth, rotation of the Earth, how to, any of it, diameter, circumference, fuck all. And you're like, oops, okay, wait a minute. That guy just says something that's right, because I didn't even know what the circumference or diameter or movement or speed or whatever was. And I was arguing against something that I didn't have a fucking clue about. And you're like, right, well, maybe I should go away, get some facts under my belt, and then come back and argue it. So I did, and realized that I couldn't argue it. It's, what they were talking was a pile of shite.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose it just depends on when that realization. When that realization dawns upon someone, it's a pivotal moment. It's like when you realize, when that realization dawns, a person either accepts it and realizes, okay, I'm a dummy, I don't know what I'm talking about, or they go, yeah, but no, but yeah, but no, but here's another cartoon, you know.
Yeah. They hopped on the surface surfboard to try and surf, and then they found out that it's just a whirlpool at the bottom of the toilet that just keeps going around and round and round.
I mean, the world has really opened up since 9/11, and after that, well,
yeah,
something happened. But it really has.
I call that the Big Bang of conspiracy theories, when everybody started digging into every rabbit hole they could find.
And we were sitting back in 2000s, the early 2000s, talking about things and it was a small group of people, and then suddenly 10 years later, it's natural conversation. Everybody's talking about it, and you used to think you were a weirdo for talking, not a weirdo for talking about it, but you thought you were onto something.
At the time, a bunch of weird other shit was coming out too, so like Flat Earth was just lumped together with all of those other things, all of it, and people just make assumptions. Say, yeah, this is just another one of those. They're already blind to it.
Yeah, but it's the major thing. It's the thing of all thingies.
To me, this is foundational, literally. Like, not the, you know, sorry for the pun, but flat Earth is foundational.
I like pun.
How do you build a house without a foundation, especially a level one? You know, strong and solid, built on like a rock and not sand. You need something strong. I like foundations that shall not be moved. One thing I find weird about all this is, regardless of what somebody believes, if they believe in the cartoon ball, they're afraid of some kind of cosmic destruction, and they believe all of the narratives and stuff related to things like the heat death of the universe and think like I don't know, asteroids and shit. This is coming. This asteroid flies a school bus. They could take out whatever, and they'll tell you it could take out like a chunk of the city or something. And everybody's just afraid. They're terrified. And yet, some of these people, they have a Bible that they read, and yet they're still afraid. Something's wrong. And it doesn't have to be a Bible, it could be a Quran or any other little holy book that they've got, but they're not actually paying attention to whatever their book is saying. If they were, they wouldn't be afraid.
Yeah, you got my brain in the jar thinking about things there. No, it's all fear-based mind control shit that we're dealing with.
Yeah. The fear is the catalyst that gives them the energy that they can harness off of that. That's how soul currency works, and they generate revenue from that fear. And it becomes physical money that they can use as power to push people and continue the cycle of control.
Oh, and it just takes like a one critical thinker to think about what they're saying about the universe and heat, death, and lights, and how far they can travel. Blah 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 blah. Dolphins used to be land animals, and then they went back into the sea, like in 600,000 million years ago. Whatever. You're like, what?
Unfold with all that fear too, then they find giving NASA that amount of money every day is worth it because maybe save the human race or some crap. They're looking for salvation through NASA, which means to deceive. So salvation through deception.
It's a world in a jar.
Yeah. They put the whole world, they crunch the whole world into one singular brain cell and put that in a jar.
Yeah, a little cartoon of a world just spinning through outer space in a jar. Totally, what do you call it? Detached from reality. But yeah, that's what we're living in. Well, most people.
They don't know how anything works here on Earth, and then they expect to be able to understand anything above them. It's weird. Like, how can you comprehend the subject matter if you don't understand the periodic table of elements? You can't just look up and then, I believe what this person at the top of that pyramid said or whatever. Because academia, they basic science shit that they refuse to learn on their own, yet with same people, they know what all the original 151 Pokemon were back in the day when they were kids. And all their powers, all their ability, all that crap. They can memorize all that and repeat it verbatim, but can't tell you the periodic table of elements. That's pretty weird.
You know what's funny? You should say that. I seen that in the newspaper the other day. The 10 most useless things you were taught at school, and it was what was it? There was a whole bunch of points, but number 10 was the periodic table, and I thought, how was number 10 the period? Number 10, the periodic table, the 10th most useless thing that you could be taught at school. That's fucking very important. But they put that in the
useless.
top 10.
It's useless if you want everybody to be an idiot. Then yeah. That people have prosthetic brains, so they think, oh, I can just Google if I want to learn about an element. No, learn all of them and then save in your head. No need for Google. I don't even know all of them. That's my point. Like, I'm memorizing a bunch of them, but I want them in order, like based off of their like atomic weight or some shit, like the atomic number. I'm thinking that like so many people didn't. Like, damn, we can do that now, and also teach it to the children as though like this is actually important. Reality's made out of this. And then you have articles like, "What's the most useless?" Okay, cool. If you want people who don't know, as you're saying, there's an article that says the periodic table of elements is the 10th on the list of the most useless things taught in school. That's ridiculous. Okay, so they don't want to teach children how reality works.
Yeah, it's like I was reading that at work. I was like, what? How is that useless? What was the? Hang on, let's see if I can find it. But there are all things about how to operate a Bunsen burner, how to dissect a frog, etc., etc.
One science class can teach you a lot about cooking if you know, like, if you pay attention to the stuff about thermodynamics.
Imagine the periodic table being useless, one useless thing to be taught. That's the way that people are thinking these days. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, it's because they believe in a cartoon ball, so real world stuff boring. You want more cartoon.
Men in white coats.
Yeah. They worship the people in white coats who have big brain heads that know things. Get paid to think.
Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain, moving dials and turning knobs.
How do you find the curtain when the Wizard of Oz is behind a green screen curtain and it's hidden behind all of the Hollywood sci-fi?
You watch it fades out and glitches, and then you can see them.
Well, you got to look for the glitches. Okay, there it is. And you can peek behind the curtain.
You'll see
there's just a dude back here. Bro, it stinks back here. How long have you been hiding behind this? Is that a bucket? Why do you have a 5-gallon bucket filled with... Oh, my God.
Yeah. Why is that guy on a fucking harness?
Then you zoom out a little bit and break the fourth wall. And it's like a Broadway production. You see a couple dudes over there pulling on a rope and yank the dude up so that he can, like, fly.
Snorkels in space.
And the Peter Pan theme starts playing in the background.
Look, Wendy, I can fly.
All you need is faith and trust. Oh, and something I forgot. A little bit of pixie dust. And now everybody's tripping balls.
Yeah, they are. Living in fucking La La Land.
I see a pixel and imagine a freaking planet where it rains diamonds. Man, if I go there, I could have diamonds and come back to Earth and be rich. It's so good. I mean, what if we fall into a wormhole and, like, come out on the other side, another place, and another time?
Wow.
I actually have that audio clip with Bill Nye the Science Guy said that.
Can you play it?
I gotta find it. I have so many things that I need to organize.
Bill Nye the Science. He says so many dumb things.
I mean, there might be a clip already on YouTube. I'll look for it.
Science, kids. Why?
Yeah, it's a 5-minute thing.
The one thing I know not to do is talk about stuff I know fuck all about, so I basically can't talk about anything.
Yeah, this one's like 5 minutes long.
This is a bit of a dad joke, just let that sink in. Hey, Ether.
Yeah, what's up, man?
I got stung by a bee the other day. $20 for a fucking jar of honey.
Yeah, that's inflation.
How does a hot air balloon go up? Inflation.
But does that mean that hot air balloon rides are cheaper now?
No chance. Everything's fucking through the roof. Yeah, everything's gone through the ceiling. The glass ceiling. Yeah, if you could play that would be cool. We have to get put onto the Autobot.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to find the exact clip. I have it on another thing, but it's not the full clip. It's just him saying the wormhole bit.
I tried to watch that Transformers Rise of the Beast the other day. Fuck me, what a pile of shit. It's like an exercise in how to, what do they call it? Try to make money because you know after the film they've got all these toys out of these Transformers, this big gorilla and this fucking leopard, and it's like, oh my god, it's just franchises and all that shit. It's an absolute pile of shit. I watched it and I was like sleeping within 5 minutes.
And the bot's acting weird.
This new Barbie movie.
Oh, geez.
People were talking about her feet or something. There's guys freaking out about how lovely her feet are. Somebody was telling me that the other day at work, and I went, hey, it's just like the fucking old days. I can see her ankles. What the fuck, man? And they're hyping it up on the radio. Every radio station. Oh, Barbie's so good. Barbie's. Is it fucking? It's not a pile of shit.
I'm pretty sure that most of the movies that have come out within the past year are absolute garbage.
Absolute garbage. The past year, I'd go back a wee bit further.
Yeah, it's probably part of it. I'm trying to think of one singular movie that from the past year that I could say that was a good movie, and I can't think of one.
Hang on, I just get to.
At best, I can think of some mediocre ones, like average. I'm talking about good, like that's how you're like, yeah, that's a good movie. I'd watch that again. With I can't think of one. I think it's going to get worse.
There's one or two. There's a few in the last few years. The one with Chris Pike. You know Chris Pike, who played Captain Kirk in Star Trek. He plays Robert the Bruce. That was kind of alright, but I think that could be like 3-4 years ago. I'm not quite sure, but that wasn't too bad. But it's really hard to think of a good movie in the last year or two that sticks with you. I don't know, maybe Mission Impossible 7 will fucking break the mold.
And the more, I don't know, maybe the more kind of weird woke stuff that they put in.
They're fucking ruining it. They're ruining everything. You can't have Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. You have to have Snow White and the seven something people that come from the forest or something. Not one of them a fucking dwarf.
Oh, that's offensive in itself because there's people trying to find specific jobs and like that's literally their career. They have a certain stature and they're trying to find a certain job, and they ostracize all of them in order to do that. Come on, man.
This is the thing
that sucks.
They're talking about, social justice and blah 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 blah, and then they're putting
exactly. They're talking about stand up for the little people. They won't stand up for the little people. What the hell?
That's a nice pun. I like that pun. Stand up for the little people. I am standing.
Yeah. What the hell is even that?
You fucking offensive bastard. I am standing. What do you call me, little people? No, but that's what I'm saying, that they're destroying the very thing that they say that they're trying to protect, like feminism. And I know that jazz. They're just, I don't know, it's so strange. The very thing that they proposed that they're fucking trying to save, they're killing. Feminism is dying a death. A man can be a woman, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if we can talk about this in here, but like the V word, the jabba dabba do thing, but yeah, feminism and all that there, that's equal rights and inclusivity, and it's destroying fucking society. I'm not the only one that sees that, thank God. Go woke, get broke. It's like you were talking about. They're trying to impose their will upon upon people. Like trying to like telling people life is one way when we know it's another, but they'll forcibly make you do it, and if you don't, you're a bigot, or you're this, you're that. You're a granny killer. It's just propaganda Yeah, that 101. I just wonder what the purpose is. What's the end game?
Money.
Money and control, maybe.
Or power.
Yeah.
All right, I'll figure it out. Just had to add it to sound like, yeah, soundboard on the server. The bot's not playing the clip that we were talking about earlier.
Happens if you fall into a wormhole and then you like end up in another part of the universe, like in another time.
I don't think I should lower the volume on that.
Oh, I like it. What happens if? What happens if your mouth is actually your asshole and all you've been doing is talking shit? But like I'm doing now.
This one should sound better. I reduced it down to 25%. Let's just re-record it probably and fix the. Yeah.
Happens if you fall into a wormhole.
Yeah,
and
that
you,
still
like, end up in
sounds like
another part of the
trash.
universe, like in another time.
I'll just re-record it quickly.
Oh, no, it sounds okay. No, it sounds okay. I can hear it.
Well, it's a little distorted, like the original. It's a lot clearer. So it's too loud, and then I
Okay.
reduced it, and it's got like a distortion to it.
Okay, no, but the first time you played it, I heard that perfectly well.
Yeah.
So there you go. But what if your brain in a jar, but your jar's in the brain? Uh-huh.
Oh. Well, I think I gotta go get ready to head out for a little while. I'll be around her. Switch over and get on my phone.
Alrighty.
Stay blessed.
Good luck. I'll try.
Hi, everybody. It is the third Sunday of July, and I just wanted to touch base with you on this nice, cool Sunday about the Globe Earth or Glober's fairy tale. So I am titling this little video, In Your Fairy Tale. So Globers, in your fairy tale, how fast does the Earth revolve around the sun? In your fairy tale. Now, Google tells us it's 30 kilometers per second or 66,600 miles per hour, 666, just consequently. So, but every interferometer experiment since Michelson, Morley, Dayton, Miller, and so on and so forth has shown no more than 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second. So we're told 30 kilometers per second or 66,600 miles per hour, but science tells us 3, 5, 6, or 8. So it's a fairy tale that you're going around the sun at 30 kilometers per second. And the 3, 5, 6, or 8 kilometers per second can easily be explained by the sidereal rotation of the sky, translating motion down to our good Earth, our God-created good Earth. So, cool story, Globers, 30 kilometers per second. In your fairy tale, what is space-time or space-time curvature? What did they come up with November 6, 1919? What did they do? Well, they saw 2 out of 36 plates that they took from the May 29th, 1919 eclipse of the sun and said, hey, we are going to find 2 out of 36, or we did find 2 out of 36 that had, hey, this proves space-time curvature. So we're going to leak it to the USA and UK press on November 6, 1919, that Einstein's our boy, and Einstein wakes up November 7th, the guy who saved the ball going around the sun. Cool story there, too. In your fairy tale, how far in miles is a light year? Remember Buzz Lightyear? Cool children's story. Buzz Lightyear. So it's 5.88 trillion miles. Light travels 5.88 trillion with a T miles in 1 year. Cool. In your fairy tale, how can you have gas pressure without a container? Now we're told gravity holds it all down to the ground on your fairy tale globe. But if you had actually an open system, which we're told where you can go up until you get the vacuum of outer space, which is 10 to the negative 17 torr, and it hasn't been measured here terrestrially on Earth more than 10 to the negative 6 torr, which is 11 more zeros. That gravity, which is a weak force, if it's a force at all, depending on who you talk to, holds that all down, and all the air which we breathe wouldn't rush out into the vacuum of outer space. Cool story, bro. God bless gravity. God bless gravity. Something we can't measure. We don't know what it is, but hey, we can't measure it, but it keeps the globe fairy tale alive, that gravity. In your fairy tale, why isn't the moon too bright to land on? Now, if you go by science, the inverse square law of light, for every time that you make something half as much as far as the distance, it increases the light by 4 times. So, in your fairy tale, the moon is 240,000 miles away from the Earth. So if you half that to 120, half that to 60, half that to 30,000, half that to 15, half that to 7,500, half that to 3,750, half that to 1,875, half that to around 1,000, your moon should be approximately, now get this, 65,000 times brighter, 65,000 times brighter than when you look at it here terrestrially on the Earth from 240,000 miles away. Now, I remember Apollo 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, because I'm old enough, that it wasn't bright up there for Neil on Apollo 11 and Buzz. Not Buzz Lightyear, Buzz Aldrin. So I want you to know I know who the difference is between the two. So, So let's forget science. Let's forget the inverse square law of light. You know why? Because we got to have our globe and we got to have outer space. Cool story, man. Cool story. Cool story. In your fairy tale, how can you see Saturn from 750 million miles away? Now, if you believe NASA, and of course we all do, right? Yeah. If you believe NASA, then they have like this photo that what the sun would look like from Saturn, which is like 750 million miles away. They have this photo of what the sun would look like, and it's a little pinprick. It's just really, really small, man. It's really small. It's like really small. It's like, take the end of this little pencil right here. It's about as big as that right there. And from 750 million miles away, it lights up like we see it in the sky, right? We look at and we see the rings. Now, the inverse square law of light says if you take something and double the distance, it becomes 4 times less bright. So if we're 93 million miles away from the sun and Saturn's out there 750 million miles away in their fairy tale, then let's double that, make it 180 million. Let's double that, make it 360 million. Let's double that and make it 720 million, close enough to 750. So we can see the moon right here, as well, and we're close to it, 1,000 miles away, the same. And we can see Saturn, which is 750 million miles away, the same as we see it in the sky. Cool story, bro. Science is so wonderful. Inverse square law of light is so wonderful, we ignore it. That's how wonderful the inverse square law of light is. In science, we ignore it. Cool. You know why? Because we got to keep our globe fairy tale alive. In your fairy tale, can you prove the lights in the sky are multiple light years away? No. They say stellar parallax, but guys, come on. We're talking about 99.9999999999999. 89.9, and it's just unbelievable, man. They were supposed to believe, going all out those decimals, that it's like 0.1 of something that's got 20 decimals behind it. Cool story. Cool story. Anyway, stellar parallax, that's a discussion for another day. In your fairy tale, how does light bend? Well, it bends because gravity causes light to bend towards the ball, we're told, and because we think that light enters molecules basically at the top of the molecule and bends downward, and it does that consistently enough that it doesn't have to worry about going to the middle side, bottom of the molecule. It always pretty much goes through the top and bends down, gives us your ball, right? And if it's 7/6R, we'll just add a few more 100% to it so we can have our ball, right? Cool story, bro. Cool story, Globers. In your fairy tale, do large bodies of water at rest bend? Here we got a small body of water, but we're told, and it's level, other than me shaking around a little bit, we take this small bottle of water and we move it out 2 miles that way and 2 miles that way where we can't see it anymore. Then it starts to bend. And if we take it out real far that we can't see it anymore, it really starts to bend. Cool. Cool. Trust science that my body of water here is flat, but if it goes out to where I can't see it, then it starts to bend. Cool story, bro. I tell you what, guys. Anyway, it's a joke. Anyway, here we go. In your fairy tale, how and when was the bending and warping of space-time verified? November 6, 1919. Cool. 2 out of 36 slides. Light's bending close to the sun, and it verified space-time curvature. Cool story, man. And we can't even find those 2 plates anymore. How convenient. Next up in the fairy tale, we have, in your fairy tale, what is the supposed pressure of your fairy tale outer space? 10 to the negative 17 torr. Now, we haven't measured any more than 10 to the negative 6 torr terrestrially, which is 11 more zeros, but who cares? It's a fairy tale. I can make up whatever I want to make up. So, anyway. In your fairy tale, is the bending and warping of space-time physical or theoretical? It can be physical if you want it to be, because we found 2 out of 36 plates back in November 6, 1919, prove space-time curvature, thank you. Or we can say it's theoretical and just say, no, those guys back November 6, 1919 were just making stuff up, and it's all by theory. Cool, man. In your fairy tale, why are Einstein's field equations partial? You'd have to ask Einstein. I call him Ein, because only his personal friends do. But you'd have to ask Einstein. And he died in 1955, but his spirit never went away, so I'm sure you can find him somewhere and ask him yourself. In your fairy tale, please explain Planck's constant to me. What is it? Planck's constant is 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34. Spell it out, 0.336626. Cool. And even Planck himself said it was an act of despair that he came up with it. That's a pretty good number. 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34. It's a lot of zeros, man. Lots of zeros. In your fairy tale, how was time dilation verified? Well, we got this little thing called, in 1960, where we got Pound-Repke. No, Pound-Repke's, you remember that one. Not really. But 1960, Pound-Repke at Harvard's Jefferson Tower, a 22.5 meter tower, which is 73 feet 9 inches. They shot some photons up and down the tower, illustrating redshift and blue shift, and the difference was 0.000000736 meters per second. Now, I stood there with my stopwatch, because I was old enough. I was 2. Anyway, I stood there with my stopwatch, and I measured it, or somebody measured it, I don't know. In their fairy tale, you can measure anything, but 0.000000736 meters per second. That's a cool story, man. And then they had Pound Snyder, a bunch of other things that I'm not going to get into right now. They have an atomic clock in Boulder, Colorado, 5,400 feet versus one in London at sea level. Then they have, you can supposedly age faster at 15,000 feet elevation than at sea level. It's all cool, man. I love fairy tales. I hope you love fairy tales too. I mean, I like Santa Claus. I mean, I probably believed in Santa Claus till 2 years ago. Cool. Anyway, in your fairy tale, when has length been contracted? Supposedly you had this guy named Lorentz in 1892 to help explain away Michelson-Morley that length contracted. Now, I do have a little show for you, because I'm into fairy tales, man. And so here's my fly swatter, and I get some little pesky flies once in a while. But, my fly swatter can expand like, Hubble's ever-expanding universe, but it can contract too. So I know Lorentz would appreciate my fly swatter that contracts. So anyway, this actually contracts. The other thing didn't contract. In your fairy tale, what is E equal hv? My goodness gracious. E equals, obviously, energy, and H is Planck's constant. 6.626 times 10 to the negative 34, and V is vibration, or you can put F in there for frequency. One side's got to equal the other. I ain't even go into that. That's just garbage. In your fairy tale, when is the sun closest to the earth? It is This is the third Sunday in July. The first half, or the first 2 weeks of July, the sun is the furthest away from the Earth in their fairy tale. It's over 94 million miles away in their fairy tale the first 2 weeks of July. In the first 2 weeks of January, it's the closest, at a little over 91 million miles away, because we have an elliptical orbit, and it's the reason it's elliptical and not circular, because a circular orbit in the math or the physics doesn't work, so they had to make an elliptical orbit to it. Cool story, bro. In the math, we got a ball, man. In the math, we live on something that kind of looks like this. Cool. So, here we go. In your fairy tale, I already mentioned this one. In your fairy tale, do people age faster at 15,000 feet or sea level? 15,000 feet. Just a little faster. No problem. It's science, man. Trust the science, right? In your fairy tale, what caused the Earth to be tilted at 23.4 degrees? So, we're told, science tells us, that 4.5 billion, with a B, years ago, that the Earth was, instead of being like this, was kind of like this, straight up and down, right? But then here comes something, it's called Theia, T-H-E-I-A. That's how you pronounce it. I really don't care. It hit the Earth just fine, that it tilted it at 23.4 degrees. It was a large asteroid, small planet. It hit the Earth just fine, and that tilted it at 23.4 degrees so we could all vacation in Florida, right? Because, being tilted at 23.4 degrees allows us to get out of those cold wintry months and go to Florida where it's nice and warm, right? So, cool fairy tale. But that's what happened. That's why we have our 23.4 degree tilt, is because of this big asteroid, which allows us to go vacation in Florida. Cool story, bro. Anyway, continuing on. In your fairy tale, how does a rocket push off of nothing? Let's see, here on Earth, Newton's third law of motion works just fine. You have a motion going this way, and you have an opposite medium pushing back against it. So you have a submarine going this way, and you got water pushing back against it. You got an airplane going this way, you got air pushing back against it. You have a car, you have a little bit of air, but mainly the ground pushing back up against it. You're a runner, and you have the ground, a little bit of air pushing up against you. All those things work out really great here on Earth, but what's a push off of in outer space, 10 to the negative 17 torr? I tell you what, it pushes off of nothing. But some people say they take the oxygen with them, because in outer space, for something to go this way and this way, you tend to need propulsion and ignition. And they tell you take the oxygen with you to outer space, you can get your ignition and propulsion. The burst is so big that it pushes it forward. And great story, man. Great story. But how does a rocket push off of nothing? We don't care. We're going to violate Newton's third law of motion, even though they tell us I don't understand Newton's third law of motion. Cool, man. And we're going to violate that, just like we violated the second law of thermodynamics, because we want our ball in outer space. Just remember that. It's a religion, folks. In your fairy tale, what is mass increase? Time dilates. Mass increases. Length contracts. I can't keep it straight, but it's something like that. It's cool, man. It's cool. In your fairy tale, how is gravity measured? Is Newton gravity a law or a theory? Now, in the recent Tom Cruise movie, Maverick, that came out last summer, it wasn't a law or a theory, it was a rule. They actually called it a rule of gravity. So I guess is Newton's gravity a law or a theory or a rule? So instead of flipping a coin and getting heads or tails, now we got to find a three-sided coin to see which it really is. In your fairy tale, is the horizon physical or apparent? Now, if you are a globe believer and you want to have your cake and eat it too, it's both. We can't actually see it and we can't measure it, so it's an apparent horizon. It changes, right? Hour to hour, day to day. But it's also physical, because you know why? We live on a ball, because I know we live on a ball. If I didn't live on a ball, my life would be really screwed up, and there might be a psychiatrist I might have to go see. So my horizon is both physical and apparent, because I can't see it, but I know it's there, so it's physical, and it's apparent because I can see the apparent horizon. Cool. Cool story, man. In your fairy tale, how do you measure refraction over large bodies of water? You take your imagination and you go, whatever it takes to get my ball. Whatever it takes to get my oscillating spheroid, my oblate spheroid, my planet, my sphere, my globe, whatever it takes, that's what I measure. So I take 7/6R, and I need to add a few 100% to it. And I can even go out there a few 1,000%, 100,000%, whatever it takes for me to get my ball. Cool story, because I got to have my ball because it's a religion. I can't help. I don't pray to God because I'm an atheist, but I got to have religion. It's Mother Earth, right? In your fairy tale, who did Copernicus reference in his On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres? Hermes Trismegistus. Pagan sun worship. Okay. Hermes and I go back. It's cool. He's my spirit guide. So anyway, yes, Copernicus On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres, published May 1543. He referenced Hermes Trismegistus, sun pagan worship, and then he died the same month. Killed him off in the script, in my opinion. In your fairy tale, in what month, I just told you, I'm sorry. In your fairy tale, what month and year did Copernicus supposedly write a letter to the Pope dedicating his On the Revolution of the Heavenly Spheres to the world, and also die? Gave that up before. May 1543. Sorry. God, I blew the last one, didn't I? Anyway, so I just wanted you to know that in your fairy tale, or let's reverse and don't say your. In the Glober's fairy tale, we're supposed to believe that we are a tilted, wobbling, spinning, curvy, bendy ball in the vacuum of outer space, going at these insane speeds. And don't worry about it. Don't worry. Be happy, because your favorite NFL football team is starting practice soon and will have its first practice game in August and its first regular season game in September. Don't worry about it, whether you're a Dallas Cowboy fan, Philadelphia Eagles fan, Seattle Seahawks fan, San Francisco 49ers. Your favorite team is going to start soon. And you want to go out and have a nice steak dinner tonight. So don't bother me with things like the earth, and you've been lied to since birth or age 5 when you enter kindergarten. Don't bother me with that. I care if my NFL football team makes the playoffs this year, possibly the Super Bowl, because I have another couple weeks, to celebrate. Celebrate, good times, come on, don't worry, be happy, cool. And I get my favorite steak dinner tonight. So anyway, thanks for listening. We'll have a few more going forward. Take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings.
In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do. This is the divided states of Illuminati land. People stumbling all over the place like zombies, man. Just like The Walking Dead, they got this country zombified. All your water's fluoridated, all your food is modified. You are what you eat, so I guess that means that you're a GMO. And you don't even know, but you're too blind to see it though. You have to be asleep to have the American dream. Just how they need it, cause your freedom was never a thing. The best kind of slaves are the slaves that don't know that they're slaves. Stuck in a daze and they behave how they're told to behave. Good little sheeple people, always happy, always gleeful. No revolting, no rebelling, no uprising, no upheaval. The ones that rule us wanna keep us all clueless and weak. It's not looking so good for humans, the future is bleak. You think you are unique, but really you're a replica, created by the false education that they gave you here. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth. But it's too late, and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do.
In this present crisis, government is not the solution to our problem. Government is the problem.
We are conditioned every minute of every day, and being ignorant is just the American way. The national debt is a debt we can never repay, but if they say to pay your taxes, you better obey. Hypocritical kingdom of wicked criminals, using symbols and signals to fill your head with subliminals. When you watch TV, it's corroding your mind. When the 5G network goes online, there'll be nowhere to hide. Electromagnetic frequencies all around us so frequently. Nothing is what it seems to be. They deceive us so easily. No one even believe in me while they're meeting in secrecy. Have you seen the world recently? Never treating us decently. What happened to liberty and justice for all? Dictators free themselves, but we don't get nothing at all. I just want you to know the truth, so please don't shoot the messenger. It's a bitch, but this is how it is when you live. In America, they watch you and they track your every move. They're even putting poison in your food. In America, the people are too blind to see the truth, but it's too late and there's nothing we can do. In America, just watch your favorite show and watch the news, so they can pre-program you with your views. In America, get a job, obey the law, support the troops, and just kick back, cause there's nothing we can do. One, two, three, four. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. 9/11. Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of lies? Remember when I told you about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so. I told you so.
Hey, Music Bot, are you a real person?
Oh, but the person's getting bought out.
So I couldn't hear you, Mixer.
Take your last breath, we just don't believe you no more.
The music bot is not a real person. The music bot is a bot. the real person that controls the music bot.
We never needed you. You need us all moments from the skies of light. With meteorites or aliens gonna destroy us. The impossible globe is about to explode. There's too much air we need surrounds us. Infectious monsters broken now, jumping down your nose and mouth. Your best defense out to breathe. Our poison is the cure. Submission will ensure you will be safe for sure. Just do as you're told. We are your protection. Just take a death injection. Our science is perfection. We're nature's correction. You keep us on moments from death. Meteor horse and a nuclear horse and his fears to enslave you. Puppet mislead us, bullshit feed us, conspiring to betray you. Another variant, existence proof they can't. Fear is their tool that they need. The more deceit they use, the more they turn their screws, the more you must refuse. They're total control, we're for your protection. Just follow our direction. We outlaw insurrection. Freedom needs no correction, but we just don't want to lead you. No longer you deceive us. We've had enough. Take your last breath. Never again. You fool me never, so twice you won't fool me again. Take your last forever. Never again. They fool you once, motherfuckers gonna fool you again. You just don't deceive us. You want us all moments from death. We have no false intentions. You need a death injection. Your blind faith is perfection. Just trust in our deception. Nature needs our correction. We're your freedom prevention. We are your salvation. Nanotech transformation. Engage depopulation. Engage depopulation. I will never comply. I will not compromise. I will never submit, bend, or break, or bow or quit. I am freedom defender, and I will never surrender. Never, never again. You fool me never, so twice you won't fool me again. Moments from never, never again. They fool you once, these motherfuckers try and fool you again. We just don't believe you no more. Oh no, we don't believe you no more. You will take your last breath. Oh no, we don't believe you no more. You will deceive us. Grand human transformation, digital smart enslavement, lion space path doesn't fool me. Global warming doesn't know me. Contagious monsters will not fool me. Less nonsense doesn't know me. Dinosaurs don't fool me. Evolution couldn't know me. Bird footprints will not rule me. Medical tyranny we just believe you. Waterfalls won't fool me. Astronauts and fools we know me. CGI spaceship tombs don't fool me. Live and crisis ball we know me. Pounds on strips don't fool me. High priest scientists you know me. Stone asteroids won't fool me. More scandemics do we just believe you. We've had enough.
Anybody want to talk? Or do you want to hear more music?
I have a quick question. If that's all right.
Fire away.
Thank you. I was here the other day, and I heard. I think it came from the bot, the music bot, and it was playing a debate that had taken part on this server recently. I was just wondering, do you guys have all your debates somewhere recorded or on YouTube somewhere that I can find and listen to them in my own time?
Well, different people that have bot control have saved different things and different favorites. I personally don't have a list of all the different debates. But you can go onto YouTube and look at the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, and you can probably look at previous shows.
Yeah, I struggled finding the server on YouTube. So is there a link somewhere in the server for the YouTube channel?
You might look around some of the different rooms in here, see if they have any links.
I'm just doing that now. Thank you. Sorry to trouble you, mate. I don't visit here very often. I didn't know you recorded your debates. You see, I love the debates, so I love listening to them.
Well, these are recorded every single show. And I think every 12 hours they reset the streamcast to copy it down. I'm not involved with that part.
No problem. Do you know what the server's called on YouTube? Just 24/7 Flat Earth? I've got it, yeah.
Flat Earth Discord.
Got it. Thank you very much, my friend. I think that's it.
Happy to be of service.
Much appreciated.
The countdown has begun.
Dreaming artificial gravity. We defy the law of entropy. Reaching terminal velocity. Ready to make the jump to hyperspeed. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. Lost in augmented reality. Imagination on an odyssey. Animating worlds that we believe. We can expand beyond humanity.
a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations.
NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. NASA feeds your addiction. Outer space is science fiction. Astronauts on a mission. Outer space is science fiction. missed our chance, and I'm looking for something to get by, high and dry, everywhere in myself. I'm looking for high and dry, everywhere. I'm looking for how can I even know what lies ahead if I don't go? I see a chance, I take it slow, and I know I just can't leave these things behind. Try to feel satisfied in my world. I am looking for trying to feel satisfied. I am looking for
သူကလောလောလတ်လတ်ကြော်ပြီးရတယ်သူနည်းနည်းစားတဲ့ခါမှာဒီပဲပဲမောက်ရဲ့ဒီကြော်လိုက်ပြီးတော့ချင်းနဲ့တွေ့တဲ့ခါ
Politicians doing great, just be patient, have faith. Global warming so real, to the top gasoline. So true, so true. Found me you. Many fingers pointing me, yelling just conspiracy. And I'm just the out of box, still son of Stevie Fox. At the end I wanna say, we just need to sit and pray. Oceans on the ball, staring like a balloon in my HE balloon overseas. Magic over gravity. Welcome to the hood. Reality of Moneywood. Welcome to the hood. Reality of Moneywood. Crime is in a bank, call call it just a money prank. But these men walking still free, folks are call it misery. So true, so true. Money's acting very strange, balling out of sun range, building tons of concrete, kicking nature to the free. At the end I wanna say, we just need to sit and pray. Hit me like a rocket, true, don't be a monkey. It's not logical, oceans on a ball, staring like baboon in my AG balloon flying over sea. Magic over gravity, welcome to the hood. Reality of Moneywood, welcome to the hood. Reality of Moneywood. So true, yeah. Only you. From a monkeys to the space, call it just a human race. Kids are dying from disease, on the bottom of the list. At the end I wanna say, we just need to sit and pray. Hit me like a rocket, true, don't be no monkey. It's not logical, oceans on the ball, staring like baboon in my AG balloon over the sea. Magic over gravity, welcome to the hood. Reality of Moneywood, welcome to the hood. Reality of welcome to the hood. Welcome to the hood. Reality of Moneywood. I hope you get what you need.
I'm a fighter, 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 fighter. 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 Hey, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds the water. Always finds the water. Always finds the water.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it, do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. I'm a flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther, flat earther. I'm a flat earther. What? I'm a flat earther.
What is going on?
I'm a flat earther. Hi, my name is Tristan, and I'm in second grade, and I asked my teacher to show me an experiment where water curves. She couldn't do it because it doesn't curve. The water always finds its level.
What'd your teacher do?
She just didn't talk to me anymore. All she did was walk away. And I was like, what is this about? What?
That's okay though. For being so young, you're very, very smart. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
So keep up the good work, man, and stay flat, okay?
Okay, I'm a flat earther. She couldn't do it.
Rip this up for sound bites. This is awesome.
Going back to the textbooks, what they first told you. Gotta take another look at her, 'cause it doesn't move. Look across the oceans, look across the land, and please, if you see that curve, can you tell it where I am? They'll try to tell you stories you need to understand. It's not round, it's just a big flat piece of land. Although it makes no sense, they say we're spinning round. How can this be true when my feet stay on the ground? 'Cause if one day you wake up and see that earth ain't no ball, and you look in the distance and see there's no curve at all, I said try not to worry, as it does all who've been fooled. They've been ramming it down our throats since the first day we were school. Earth's not moving, Earth's not moving, yeah. Spaceman said, look, we're floating here. I said, I don't think so, dude. I see wires everywhere. You gotta watch your back if these coming lie to you. How can they go Mars when they can't even go the moon? 'Cause if one day you wake up, see that earth ain't no ball, and you look in the distance and see there's no curve at all, I said try not to worry, since it's all who've been fooled. They've been ramming it down your throats since the first day you were school. Earth's not moving, Earth's not moving, yeah. Earth's not moving, Earth's not moving, yeah. When you look up in the sky, the sun goes round and round, not the other way round. The North Star has never moved, so how can we be spinning? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Maybe now you'll wake up, see the truth that's in your eyes, and know that all they've shown you is computer tricks and lies, and you'll know no need for gravity. All you need is density on the earth that can't be moved, the earth that can't be moved. So if one day you wake up, see that earth ain't no ball, and you look in the distance and see there's no curve at all, I say try not to worry, as it does all who've been fooled. They've been ramming it down your throats since the first day you were school. Earth's not moving, Earth's not moving, yeah. Earth's not moving, Earth's not moving, yeah. Going back to the textbooks, what they first told you. Gotta take another look at Earth, 'cause it doesn't move. All flat, baby. It's all flat.
Oh, no, I tell you what, you did a great one.
Did you nail it, John? Did you nail it? We can't watch it. We can't watch it. Let's hope you're recording.
It'll do for campfire. Everyone has told these lies when they go to school, but I'll go back to the ball, and must love the rulers. I'll go back to the ball. I can't believe I believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show you is CGI. You gotta ask yourself why. You can tell me gravity accounts for space and time, but I'll go back to the ball. I tell you my senses over Newton and Einstein. I'll go back to the ball. I can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when you take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You gotta ask yourself why. So what exactly do you feel all those theories prove? 'Cause I'll go back to the ball. All it takes is two clear eyes to see the earth don't move. I'll go back to the ball. We can't believe we believe that shit. 'Cause when we take a step back and look at it, everything they show us is CGI. You really gotta ask yourself why. Why don't they just take a photograph?
The best part about the truth of flat Earth is that it brings you closer to God. You don't have to be a purposeless piece of shit stuck to the side of a spinning ball and just drifting through a sad life that has no meaning. Begin to understand that this is no accident. No, we were created. You were created.
I remember the day I walked away from the ball. From the sphere. It's so much more peaceful here.
The North Pole and the North Pole. Top is all around the outside. Sun and the moon are pretty much the same size. Sun and the moon are pretty much the same size. Magnetic north is always the North Pole, magnetic south always pushes you out to the Antarctic.
I remember the day I broke away from the fear. From the sphere. It's so much more peaceful here. I remember the day I walked away from the ball. From the sphere. It's so
rise up. Heavy things fall down. Simply a natural property of weight and density. That is very different from gravity. Gravity is a hypothetical magnetic-like force possessed by large masses, which Isaac Newton needed to help explain the heliocentric theory of the universe.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Now, even if gravity did exist, why would it cause both planets to orbit the sun and people to stick to the Earth? Gravity should either cause people to float in suspended circular orbits around the Earth, or it should cause the Earth to be pulled and crashed into the sun. What sort of magic is gravity that it can glue people's feet to the ball Earth?
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity is magic.
Gravitation is only a subterfuge employed by Newton in his attempt to prove that the Earth revolves around the sun. And the quicker it is relegated to the tomb of all the Capulets, the better will it be for all classes of society.
Gravity sucks, gravity pulls, gravity don't follow the spinning ball. It makes us sick. Gravity, it's a con trick. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic. It's magic.
Join discord.gg/flat earth and enter a VC check-in room, and someone will come along to VC verify you to get involved with the conversation about our Earth.
PK Phoenix.
Appreciate it.
All right, I got it's a new. Well, I guess he's not new because he already has the Globe Earther role. Is PK Phoenix? Are you there?
Oh, so there's a Globe Earther role? Like how does it look like? See, I didn't even know that.
Like you have to know your globe, man, in order to get that.
Yeah, it's
okay.
Yeah,
I came in here a while ago.
Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
It's been a while. Came here to have a little bit of a listen.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I think I've seen you before. It's been a while.
It's been a long while. I had a couple of conversations with you guys in here.
Roboting back.
Just a little bit roboting, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit roboting.
Damn, we were about to get into the.
We wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
internet saving me.
We have to enter the Thunderdome.
Nope, still going out. Never mind.
Yeah, still robotic.
I'm going until my shit stabilizes.
Yeah. Do you have lag on your side, or does everything sound perfectly on your side? Because on our side it is kind of choppy.
I was actually just playing a game. You guys sound fine, but I obviously don't.
Okay.
I think my internet may be about to go fully out.
Okay, Heretic. Okay, sorry, really quick. Even though you're roboting, can you try to give us the what was the proof that you have? Like the best proof that you can think of for the globe. Heretic.
I think he's in a robot. Oh, Heretic?
Yeah. Well, I was gonna ask him anyway, but Heretic wants me to get straight to the fucking point. He doesn't like to waste time. So yeah, he wants get to the. Do you have any globe proof? We got to get to the point. Heretic doesn't like wasting time. Okay,
We need you to fix your internet. We need you to fix your internet so you can come back.
I'm trying. He's trying.
Really
He's trying to get it out. Heretic.
It's really important. Maybe you should reset your video game. That's probably what you should do.
He's trying. Heretic. All I got to tell you is he's trying, bro. We're trying.
Can you point your Discord to another satellite or something?
use gravity and point it to the ISS. You point it to the ISS. Just use gravity. Come on, use the force. The imaginary non-force force.
The curvature is getting in the way of his router.
Hey, honestly, if believing in the imaginary spinning space monkey religion gave me powers like Star Wars, I might actually be tempted. Just saying.
Whoa.
How dare you? How dare you?
Bro.
I'm just kidding, guys. I never go back. Once you go flat, you never go back.
Yep. True story. Oh, I do have a good question, okay? I think it's going to be a good question. So, do you think, okay, let's put it this way, okay?
Yeah.
How much money would it take for you to become a globe earther? Right?
That's a bribe.
Okay, no, be honest, because my wife asked me that question, and she got me shooken up for a little bit. But let me ask you guys.
My answer would be no amount because, in all honesty, even if you were given like $10 billion, right? Like, let's just throw a weird number out there, $100 billion. Like, oh, you'd never have to worry about money ever again. You would have to spend the rest of your life arguing for the globe. And that would get so tiring, dude.
Yeah,
so tiring.
Yeah, especially when it comes.
Especially when you know what to lie.
Yeah, definite. See, the thing is this, right? So, she showed me a video or whatever, or she was telling me a story about a video. So it was this chick or whatever, the chick or dude. That person is a vegan, and of course they don't eat meat, right? And so somebody came along and said, "Hey, I give you $5,000 if you eat this piece of meat." And the person's like, "No, I wouldn't do it." And then, the dude goes like, "Okay, I give you $10,000." And guess what? That vegan person ate the meat.
High price hooker. That's all that is. A high price hooker.
Yeah, and then everybody start kind of laugh. It's because like, wow, so this is how much it takes for you to basically betray yourself. Like.
Wait, I got quick question. Did the vegan donate that $10,000 to PETA? If they didn't.
I don't know, but yeah. So now that question, so my wife asked me like, okay, so how much money would would it take for me to become a flat earther? I said, well, I would take all the money. I said I would take $100 million, all the money, but then I just lie, and I will just take the money and run, and then later on I'll start talking about the flat earth again. She said, well, there's certain rules that come with it. If you do that, then they will have the right to take back all the money. So I said, well, I don't think I can do that. It's because, maybe I take the money and 10 seconds later, I'm still a flat earther. I might just say it. So might as well. So
it takes
amount
part
of money.
Your soul. It takes
no amount of money would buy me from being a flat earther, period. It just like, it's with me. It's stuck with me forever. When I die, I take with me. I guess that's how I see it. So.
Okay, PK Phoenix is back. You there? Are you roboting?
No, I think my VPN was fucking me up. I don't know why it was lagging me, but since I turned it off, everything went back to normal.
Welcome back.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah,
was your VPN putting you like on another planet, or what was
China?
Yeah, another planet. It was in China, exactly.
It was spinning too fast. Okay. Here's my question. Right. Here's my question.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up?
So, all right, let's get into this. Hold on. Let me check if Heretic is listening. Okay, he is. Good. Okay.
He is.
All right. So, all right. So, what is the best proof you got of the globe?
Well,
best one.
I don't know about the best. One of my favorites.
Yeah. What's the favorite?
I wasn't planning on
They only want the
debating
best.
tonight, by the way.
Here we go.
Oh, it is one of the best too.
Yeah. Let's hear it.
It's the same, you guys actually like to use the same thing as well, except for the whole counter argument. Lake Michigan. How you can see the buildings on the other side of Lake Michigan.
Huh? Yeah.
What's the expected drop rate, or like
Oh, you don't have to make me pull my shit out. I'm gonna have to get reference materials. I wasn't coming here to do all this. 1 sec here.
Okay, well, okay, yeah. Let's get it. Yeah, might as well. We might as well get into it.
We already got it over here. And now my dog wants to get active with me too. So
your dog knows the Earth is flat. I just need to know that.
Actually,
she may think so. That do be a dog brain after all, am I right? Ain't that right, girl?
Yeah.
So the main reason why I say it is the same arguments I've heard. Like I said, it's been a while since I've debated this. I just recently even came back into this argument. But one of the things that I've heard a lot of flat earthers point out is that being able to see the buildings on the other side of Lake Michigan is the damning proof showing that the Earth is flat, because because refraction isn't a thing for a lot of you guys, and you shouldn't be able to see any of the buildings on the other side.
Okay, so do you want to? So let's get into Hold on. Let's get into refraction. Okay, so let me ask you this: what is required for refraction to happen?
A medium for light to pass through.
How many?
Right. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. A medium for light to pass through. Right. Okay. Mm-hmm. So let me ask you
everything refracts.
Let me ask you this. Hold on. Let me ask you this. The medium that we're talking about here is gas. It is atmosphere, and the atmosphere is gas pressure. Correct?
Yeah, atmospheric pressure. Yeah.
Right. And so you have to have that medium on the Earth, right? It can't go anywhere else, right? It has to be on the Earth, right?
Yes.
Right. So what
okay.
happened? Hold on. So what happens when you put gas right next to an open vacuum?
You know what? Well, it's not, as you know as well, space isn't a vacuum. It's a low pressure. It's an extremely low pressure system.
Doesn't matter. It would still fuck off. It would still fuck off.
Because this beautiful
hold on. You can't say that. Hold on. Let's correct that. Technically, by definition, any system, any area where gas is below 1 psi is defined as a vacuum, which would be.
It's not a perfect vacuum.
Yeah. Oh, hold on, buddy. I didn't say perfect vacuum. I just said vacuum. Can you hear what I'm saying?
All right. Don't be snippy already, man. Relax.
I'm saying it's like it's not technically a vacuum. That would technically be a vacuum. 10 to the negative 17 torr would technically be a vacuum.
You're right.
Yes.
Let me correct myself. It's not a perfect vacuum.
Okay.
Irrelevant point out the way.
Do you know of any, have you ever witnessed or have you seen any physical demonstration in real life without assuming the existence of outer space, right? Without assuming that exists. Have you seen a demonstration of open vacuum right next to a gas pressure gradient without any physical barrier?
You see the whole issue
Why are we jumping to this? Didn't he have some
because I can address this too, but that wasn't the original point. But I can address that as well. And if you want to
just go to Lake Michigan, and you can tell us about how that's proof.
Yeah. We were talking about it, and then he brought up refraction. So then I asked him, okay, so what is required for refraction? He told me you need a medium and you need light.
It's a bit of a tangent.
So how many mediums do you need in order for refraction to occur?
At least one.
2. You need at least 2. You can go look that up.
I'm going to take your word on that. I'll take your word on that.
You want me to drop a citation?
Sure. I always like citations. Is that going to be in the live stream voice text thing?
Yep.
Cool.
So anyway, going back to Lake Michigan.
Yeah. I was just going to make the connection that you need the medium. You know, you have to have that medium there, and if there was outer space vacuum, it wouldn't be there. So that's why
we can circulate back to this, and I can answer that real fast. Gravity is the answer. The reason why our atmosphere doesn't leave us to begin with, but we'll circle back to that one in a bit. Okay. Because I know that's a whole separate conversation.
Yeah, we can get back to that.
Yeah.
Did you want to say anything?
So, firstly, did you get that? Who had that citation for that, or where is that one?
I'm getting it.
Okay, my bad.
I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna keep it simple with physicsclassroom.com. That was the first one that popped up, but I'm gonna go ahead and find an actual EDU citation for you as well.
That works too. Oh yeah, Snell's Law. I haven't seen much about that. I haven't looked at Snell's Law in a while. I haven't looked at Snell's Law since I last got interested in the whole flat Earth stuff. Either way, or anyways, I should say.
Do you accept the University of Texas at Austin?
Yeah, I accept.
Did you accept that
in general? Mm-hmm. But I'm also not too upset with that. It makes sense why there would need to be 2 mediums to begin with. It has to refract off something else, anyways. In order to refract.
If you're standing in the medium, then you're not going to see refraction.
Medium
have to be another medium.
It's media.
Medium.
Anyways, going back to our original point as well, though. Thank you for the reference. So, whenever you see all the pictures of Lake Michigan, and if anybody has them on hand, I might be able to find some while I'm talking about them too. So there's the pictures that they bring up to prove that the Earth is flat, being able to see the buildings on their side. I have still yet to see a picture of the bottom of the buildings, or the bottom of those buildings, the trees, the roadways, the other things there as well.
Can you drop a
And that
picture?
is, yeah, I'll have to go find one real fast.
And the only reason why I'm saying because I've looked into that as well, and I'm going to go ahead and drop what the picture you're probably going to drop. I'm going to go ahead and drop a zoomed in version of that.
I've seen a few different ones, but yeah, go for it.
I mean, all I did was blow it up. So just give me a second. I don't know how far back this. So I'll drop this one.
Thing, or is it actually something that's there that it's
I'll drop
bottom? So you can choose one. You can't have both.
If you go to 29 after, right above Northern Rebellion, you'll see my double picture.
What was that one more time? I couldn't hear you.
I said you'll see my double picture at 29 after.
Yeah, I do indeed.
And then your poor dog wants attention.
And she really does. She was dead asleep until I started talking.
Hold on. Can I quickly ask you something? Were you just talking about, photographs of the Chicago skyline across the lake and how you can't see the bottoms of the buildings, and you're asking you were saying, oh, I wonder why that is. You know?
Yeah, and at the same time as well, why you can't always see it, because there's also days where you can't see the other side at all. I've seen pictures showing the same thing.
So there's two answers I have for this question. The first one is there's an optical effect that would cut off the bottom. It's the same reason why we see boats disappear from the bottom up, even though there is no curvature of the Earth. It's an optical effect. But beyond that, beyond the optical effect, that is a factor. Something you should know about Chicago is that those buildings that are the tallest skyscrapers, they're actually not at the same level as the lake. They're actually about 2 or 3 stories below, or so. I'm not sure exactly how far, but point is the street level where those buildings are is actually below the lake, like significantly below it.
Where the streets are?
Exactly why it is they built it that way, but there's, they build cities in all sorts of different ways for different reasons. But the point is, those skyscrapers aren't actually at the water level at the base. That's what I'm saying.
Well, that's fine. The skyscrapers aren't. That's fine. There, you can absolutely be below sea level, while still away from the sea. But that doesn't excuse the other buildings not being visible.
I'm not sure.
You're asking why you couldn't see them.
But yeah.
Yeah, and for the skyscrapers, it does make sense, but not the rest of it. And also, though, the optical effect you were talking about. Yeah, the bottom.
You're complaining about not being able to see the bottom of them.
Yes. Of everything, including the streets and all the buildings on the shorelines.
Well, then perhaps you need to go to Chicago and take a drawing 101 course. Your confusion about perspective will be addressed.
I have a feeling it won't be. I'm here to have a good conversation. Don't start getting.
As am I.
Don't try to do.
Go ahead.
And I won't be doing the same to anybody else. Real fast though, I want to circle back to something real fast. What optical effect causes something to disappear from the bottom up instead of the curvature of the Earth?
It's very simple. So you see in front of you, when you're looking straight forward horizontally, there is an angle in which your eyes can resolve where, so like take for instance a ship disappearing. It's sailing away from you on the water, all right? Now the angle from your eyes, from where your eyes are, and below where your eyes are, which would be, a few feet from the surface of the water up on the ship, all right? That's where your eyes, if you were to draw a straight line from your eyes to the ship, only a very small portion of the ship would be above the water, all right? Now, the angle in which that is a very small angle, and the angle above that is a very larger angle, and the angle below it is so small, and the angle above it is so large that your eye can't resolve it, even though it can still resolve what's above your eye reasonably well at a certain distance. So this is why it appears to disappear from the bottom up, because your eyes cannot resolve that very, very small angle of parent angle, I think it is.
This will go into another fun discussion then. I wish I came in here with actual materials pulled up. And I guess I can do both at the same time.
PK, if you look in the live stream, Miguel just posted a meme with the protractor and a building showing you how, like, from your eye level, looking straight out, the angle to the bottom of the building is smaller than the angle to the top of the building. That's angular resolution.
And the thing about angular resolution, though, same with your point here, is that no matter how far someone gets away from you, you should still be able to pull it back into focus, regardless. That's the whole thing about angular resolution.
Well, why?
No matter
Why?
how far away it gets. What do you mean?
That's an extraordinary claim. Why? Why would you say something like that?
A lens can still only, like, focus so much.
I mean, you're right. But you can still zoom if you have a good enough camera or telescope or anything along those lines. Alex, she's about to rip out my fucking headset cable. Girl, go lay down.
You can zoom in on both.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna go put her up. Or at least try and settle her down real fast. Give me 20 seconds. I'll be right back.
Yeah. It's alright. Sorry. Isn't there 2,000 feet still missing though? I mean, I'm assuming I don't know what the height of the. I guess
the tallest building in Chicago is 1,400 feet. So I mean, you shouldn't be able to see any of it.
So I got a question,
That's actually hilarious. That's actually oh man.
So I got a question. So the guy, the globe earther guy, he said that because the refraction, and that's why we be able to see it, right? So what is the number one proof, right? That or experiment or whatever that we can do to prove that that's not the case. It's not a refraction. If we so I don't know. I'm not sure, but I'm just kind of use a little logic here, and I don't know if it's logic or not. But what if we use infrared camera, right, to capture that whole city? So if it's behind the curvature, we can't.
No, sorry. That's already there's already infrared images of mountains that are 300 miles away plus, and it's like I agree. But yeah.
Okay. So maybe I'm just okay. Like I seen those footage, those pictures too. Yeah, and that it proved that there's no curve. Okay. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying about the lake. I'm just saying about that whole city, the whole skyline city, and just show to them to shut them up once for all, and show them the evidence. So maybe they can just. But you know what? Even if we have 100% proof, 100% proof. Guess what? They still gonna try to find more excuses and
they'll just complain about they'll complain about the quality of the camera. they'll complain when it's not good enough, and they'll complain when it's too good.
Yeah. Hey Kimbo, that's an excellent point. That was something that I noted a few months ago. I don't know how long it's been noticed by the flat earth community, but I'm glad that you learned that on your own, that the sine wave for vision of seeing with infrared is longer. That wave is longer from peak to peak, and so because of that, there's less opportunity for refraction.
Yep.
If there was even any refraction there's less opportunity for it. So the fact that you can see further with infrared automatically kicks refraction out the window.
Yep. I do agree. See, the thing is, I think flat earther got smarter because that whole infrared thing. It's from the globe Earth side, right? They claim that they can see like millions of light years away, with the infrared, blah blah blah. And guess what? We used that motherfucker to debunk the curvature, and we did it, And now we're gonna use the same shit to debunk more of that, that globe Earth stuff. So.
Let's see what hopefully are you still there, PK?
I'm back here. I was listening.
Okay,
you don't want to interrupt there.
That's all right, man. Your dog's your best friend, dude.
They are indeed. They're still in my room, but now they're laying down again. So let's hope that they don't decide to act up again. We got very pouty whenever I tried to kick them out. So
You were talking about how we should be seeing forever if it was a flat Earth, right? So
there is atmospheric interference there as well. So you would never be able to see all the way, but you'd be able to see.
Well, it happens very
There's
quickly.
air interference. There's gaseous interference.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can see the more you zoom in, you see it gets foggier, right? So why would you not realize that the more you zoom in, it's going to get more and more foggy? So you shouldn't be able to see very far. Right?
Hold on. I need to post.
Oh yeah, we were talking about zooming in. Yeah. Do you remember the boats? Do you see the boat gives you can zoom in on the boat? I don't know if they did that for Lake Michigan, but they did it for. You can do it for sure. It can be done. Not all the time.
Yeah, you can. And there's plenty of those as well. Actually, hold on, let me finish watching this all the way as well. The issue, I know the immediate counterpoint I'm going to have for this. That sailboat as well might not be in that picture, may not be past the point where you wouldn't be able to see it. It might just be too small for your eyes to actually be able to see it. It is a small object way in the distance. I don't notice it disappearing from bottom up in that picture.
In the GIF?
Yeah.
It's literally in the GIF when he zooms out, it's literally disappearing from the bottom first. Like literally.
That's what I'm trying to look at and tell to see if it is or not. It looks to me in that it is just going back farther and farther. I don't see it disappearing from the bottom up in that. I see it pretty much disappearing altogether.
Welcome to Flat
I'm
Earth.
not. Hold on.
It is going.
No, I wouldn't say that. We also don't know how far away that boat is. We know the general size of a sailboat. We also don't know how far away that sailboat is, or if it's supposed to be going.
Well, it sounds like you need to do some of your own observations instead of bellyaching about gifts. Or
the nice thing about this is I've
just
seen plenty of
randomly questioning them. Oh, me, we don't know. I don't know.
You know what's funny about it? Hold on. You know what's funny about that though? I am questioning it. I'm not completely discrediting it.
You're bellyaching about it.
I am pointing out issues that you also don't know about it.
Yeah, but
you also don't know the measurements for it too. Is the issue with
you're making arguments from ignorance.
As are you, because you also can't.
What argument have I made?
We're talking about the image on there. There are other factors that you don't know. That
what I said, what I suggested was it's time to start making your own observations. If you don't like those, is that an argument from ignorance? No, is that an argument from ignorance? Me suggesting you making your own observations. Thank you.
However,
okay, recant.
Pointing out the sailboat thing or saying that I am bellyaching over that when I'm saying that there are
bellyaching it, but you don't know anything about it.
So apparently, not that you don't know the measurements for it either.
Much.
The difference,
now you're bellyaching about me.
I'm not. It is funny, isn't it? The difference here is I'm not discrediting it and saying that it may not be what you're saying. But you're taking it as 100% fact about all the evidence around it.
You're sort of lost the plot. Okay. How about if you don't like that one, have you seen the original famed oil rig observation, the Black Swan, if you will?
The Black Swan. Yeah, it's been a while, but yeah.
Well, there we know where the oil rigs are. We know the observation height. So. Do you want to bellyache about that now?
I can, if you really want me to.
Where's the horizon in that? If you're aware of it, where's the horizon in that image?
I'm happy to see the picture again here.
Well, have you ever? It's not seared into your mind. Before. You're going to bellyache about it, and it's not seared into your mind. Okay, go ahead.
You got to calm down. Listen,
I'm calm, homeboy. You'll know when I'm not calm.
It's already.
You'll know when I'm not calm. Do you?
This
so
is
you
not
remember the oil rig? You remember the oil rig image, correct?
I have seen them before. I've seen a lot of these images before.
We just posted it right here.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll take a look at it. Where's the horizon?
What do you mean? Where's the horizon?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Where's the horizon?
Look in the image. A, B, C, or D. Just tell us the letter.
Oh, I see here. I don't feel like answering that one. But
okay, so you don't get the belly.
Actually, look at the image here.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
So that means that you choose the answer D.
Just say D, dude.
You're right. That wasn't a fair thing.
You would be the first one to answer D, just so you know.
It's simple. A, B, C, or D. Which one? Just give us.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell. But you can. I know that you also can calculate the horizon as well. But I don't know how to do that off the top of my head. Too. We could find out if we had enough.
Your best guess. A, B, C, or D. Your best bet.
Well, considering there's some funky shit going on with the ocean there too, you know what? Fuck, let's go with it. Let's hit the B button there.
Okay, just a second. If the curvature is not at 1.22 miles, and you can see farther away, like 10 miles, and I just did post you like 70 miles. Where is that curvature?
Where did you say? What was in there about 70 miles?
You can look above. I did post it. It was done in 2011. Long distance telescope observation. All the data. You have all the data. Go to that place and try to prove to us that there is curvature.
Okay, let me read this real fast as well then. Yeah. A whole bunch of different stuff being thrown at me at the same time. Love it.
So the Black Swan, you can see 10 miles, and you should see at 1.22 miles the curvature. But you cannot see even 10 miles. So I did post 69 miles.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. Even if it was at B, hold on. Even if it was at B, that's still further. That's still further than 1.22, man.
That's funny.
So there's
Dude, it's still over. It's over. Like there's no coming back from that.
And
okay, hold on. 1 point at a time. You guys are bombarding me.
I just want to finish. Someone did try to debunk these guys going to that place, but they gave up.
They gave up, you said?
They went to this place and they gave up to show the data.
Oh, neat.
Because they found no curvature, so they give up. They didn't find any curvature.
That's neat. I'm going to take a screenshot of your thing, of your comment and pictures here, and I'm going to look that up on my own separate time because I'm also curious about that. I can't answer it right now. But I bet you there's a reason.
How are you, PK Phoenix? How are you?
What's up? I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, mate. I heard you say something just then. It was I'm sure there is maths for the horizon, but I don't know it. But I'm sure we can look it up. We can tell you if you want. Miguel just said it in his statement. It's supposed to be, if you're at 1 foot, it's supposed to be 1.22 miles to the start of the curvature, which is what you should call the horizon. So, have you got anything to say about
that? Something that is interesting, I guess here. I think my brain's bouncing in points here. It is interesting. Yeah. All of this is interesting. The conversation, even if I think that the funny thing about these, in general, is that even after we're done, even though we all obviously don't agree in our points, I'm still going to go look and see what their actual reasoning is about it too. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to get into a debate tonight. Happy to do it still.
Yeah, yeah, that's all right. What's your rebuttals for what the guys have come up with though? Like when you say debate, like
which one? There's few.
So you have someone has an argument.
Tell you what.
Someone has an argument, and then you argue against that argument, and you come back with a rebuttal, and then they rebut your rebuttal. Like, has there been something that you feel that you've done better than everyone else, or something that they couldn't rebut, or something that you can't rebut? Is there anything like that? You know what I mean?
PK, you there?
Hello?
He just rejoined.
Hello?
Sorry, did you hear me or did you cut out?
I heard you, but my mic wasn't picking up.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
My internet's and all kinds of fun.
No, that's all right. Yeah. Was there something that like you didn't understand, or you kind of won your debate or you lost your debate, and
Tonight?
you want to go back and look at more?
So
Yeah.
far, I have been there. We haven't really. Well, we've half stuck to points. There have been different images in here.
Yeah.
But we haven't really.
Did you
stuck to
have
a single point
something
here.
that you presented that you think is pretty good proof that you live on a ball?
On the same situation, yeah. Actually, you can still keep on to Lake Michigan here too, I suppose. Why can't you always see? I think it was Chicago on the other side. Why can't you always see them? Why can't you always see Chicago?
Because the horizon.
There are some days that you can't.
Well, the horizon changes, yeah. Horizon changes.
Right. The horizon.
So it's optical.
What do you mean by the horizon?
Yeah, it's an optical phenomenon. Well, if you lived on a ball, the horizon would be in a permanent position. So because we live on a flat plane, it does funny things with atmospheric differences. So some days you can see it in a position, other days you can see it in a different position, and then other days you can see it even further. So why would you, if you had a spherical ball?
I imagine.
Why would the horizon be in a different spot every time you look at it?
Hey, wait, Timbo, wait, hold on, Timbo. You just misspoke there a little bit. So if the Earth were a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, the horizon wouldn't necessarily be in the same place all the time, but it couldn't be any further than 1.22 miles at 1 foot observer height. So it might even be close.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry.
This is a fun time to mention that the horizon is a imaginary line as well, because the horizon is not a physical location. So it's a good time. It does change, but a very minuscule amount too. It all is based mainly off of the observer side. I know that.
Yeah. Do boats go over an illusion?
They can go over what appears to be a mirage every once in a while from a viewer way far back.
So they don't go over the. When people say they go over the horizon, they're not going over the curve, right?
The horizon is not a physical place that you can cross over.
Do we?
It is a figure of speech.
Great.
Okay.
Right.
Do we?
So where's the curve then?
The curve is still there.
Where is? So it's still there, but it's not there. Can you clarify that?
There's there is a few different videos as well that I've seen of picture of ships disappearing from the top up as well.
Okay.
Similar to what you've had, which
yeah, no, that proves our point. Exactly, that proves our point. We can show videos of boats disappearing bottom up when there is no actual mathematics of any curvature. Anyway, so it's too close to have curvature, but it still disappears bottom up due to atmospheric conditions. So what's it going over there? Because it's not going over the curve of a ball that's 3,959 mile radius, because there's not supposed to be any curve. So this is the thing, like, you know, you guys say it's like going over the curve, but when there isn't supposed to be any curvature there and it still disappears bottom up, it shows that
ironically to what you were saying
from
though,
the bottom up.
It can be a bit of nitpicking as well, because there are atmospheric conditions and the refraction off the water as well that can make things appear to be disappearing from the bottom up, but not all the time either.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree.
Not all of the time either. And there's still the conversation of on a lot of times with the same things. Why can't you pull a ship that's even farther back? Why can't I see all the way over to England? Atmospheric conditions. I understand that.
Well, you can.
But I mean, why can't you pull, for instance, the Black Swan?
Why are you confused?
Why can't you, for instance, with the Black Swan?
Yeah.
Which is always a fun picture, like we've talked about already.
Well, you've shown you have you're not quite sure about what you're seeing in that in the first place, so it's probably best not you talk about it.
All right, little guy.
Can you define horizon?
The apparent point at which the sky and land touches.
And where is that in the oil rigs images?
He said B.
Due to atmospheric conditions, it's a little
B.
Yeah.
What?
B. He answered in the multiple choice.
I just said B. Yeah, it was a throwaway answer.
Okay.
What do you mean throwaway?
Go ahead,
So you
carry on.
What?
What do you mean? What do you mean by throwaway? Are you lying to us?
It is obviously it was a BS answer. I mean, it was a
what's the
best
real
guess
answer?
scenario.
Okay, best guess.
I
Okay,
haven't
so
spent
your
time with
best
the
guess
study
was B. Okay.
Or A. Actually, if I'm looking at it, A. Sure.
Why don't
go with
yeah?
A.
Why don't you?
But that's
just
still
use
odds.
Both of those are beyond 1.22.
But that's
Are you aware of that? Are you aware that both of B and A are beyond 1.22?
Yeah.
That's neat. That's cool. There's different atmospheric conditions at play there that are probably causing that.
So you want to play it down and then you want to complain about it. Which is it problematic or what? Are you going to mock it? Which one is it?
I haven't mocked anything that anybody said, man.
No, not successfully. I'm talking about the.
I haven't mocked.
Okay, where's the horizon in the? Is it beyond the oil rigs? Yes or no?
Technically,
Technically,
it should always be.
I'm done,
Technically,
dude.
the horizon.
Up to you, sir.
My guy, are you all right? Are you all right? Is he okay? I haven't been disrespectful to any of y'all.
He's perfectly fine. He's just if he.
No, I've been honest with you. I'm sorry if you take that as a sign of disrespect.
Chill. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
A little bit.
Hey,
going back to it.
Are they behind?
Don't
Is
take
it
it.
horizon behind or in front? Is it behind or in front?
Technically, once again, nothing meets the horizon to begin with because it's an imaginary point to begin with.
Okay, so you
Exactly.
Oh, what?
The horizon is not a physical location. Nothing can be behind the horizon per se.
Exactly. That's our point.
Okay. And that's my point too. Nothing can be behind it. So where's the rest of the oil rig there?
It's the curve
On the left hand side there. Why does the oil rig on the left hand side appear to be smaller or farther?
Can I
appear to see less on the left?
Sorry, guys. Why does the left hand? Why does
It's
the
a
left
fair
hand?
question. You guys are bombarding me with questions.
Can I answer it then?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Why does the left hand oil rig appear to be distorted? Yeah. Why
Not
does
you,
the
my
left hand rig appear to be distorted? Yeah. Because it's a still shot taken from a video. If you watch the video, you will see the atmospheric distortion in play. The oil rig is kind of waving about at you. But the question's not about the oil rig. Yeah, we can provide it to you. It's not a problem. But if you could let me finish my point, that would help even more.
Yeah,
because the question's not about the oil rigs. The question's about the horizon. Where's the horizon with regards to those oil rigs? So can you answer that question? Where's the horizon in reference to those two oil rigs?
I can't answer that. I'm not sure. But once again, they should still always be in front of it regardless.
Again,
Hold on. The apparent horizon looks to be A, because that's where it looks like the water ends, or you can't see anymore.
That's the kind of sorry, Mr. Chattybox. That's a kind of misnomer because within the definition of horizon, it's an apparent location anyway. So it's apparent. We understand that. So apparently, where's the horizon?
Hey, doesn't mean that it can't look different due to different atmospheric conditions.
But how many horizons are there?
2. I don't really see why C would be the horizon. I'm guessing that's probably where it's supposed to be.
Dude, it's a trick question. How many horizons are there when you go out into the world and have a look across the sea? How many horizons are there? How many times does the water, the surface of the earth, appear to touch the sky? How many times? One? Or are there multiple horizons you think you see? You drinking? So how many horizons are there, mate?
There's only one horizon.
Awesome.
Regardless.
So where's the only one horizon in the?
It's a distorted image. It's an obviously distorted image. There's obviously atmospheric conditions at play.
Yeah. Again, atmospheric distortion. Again, we are always looking through the atmosphere. So with all of that taken into account, where's the horizon?
We are always looking through the atmosphere, but there are different atmospheric conditions.
Will that affect where the horizon is then?
It could make it look like the horizon is.
Will it affect where the horizon is? Yes or no? Will the atmosphere affect where the horizon is? Yes or no?
Technically, it shouldn't, and I imagine in most equations that you don't. Other than you can still find it regardless.
Hold on, Chatty. Don't start imagining what you think I know, mate.
Don't fucking call me Chatty, man. What is y'all's issue?
Because
I am trying to answer y'all's questions here. Relax.
Actually, no, you haven't. That's why
I am trying.
Yeah. So why do I have to keep bringing you back down to the horizon that you said 2 minutes ago was fucking imaginary? I've had to point out that there's not more than one horizon, even though you tried to say that there fucking was. So in reference to the two oil rigs, where's the horizon appear to be?
In that image, as I have already said, in that image, as I have already said, it appears that it's at A. It looks like there's more. However, the point that you are running through me, my guy, Mr. Chatty yourself too. The point that you keep running through is that there is a solid point on the horizon.
God. So I had two questions. Come on. I had two questions. The other one was, will the atmosphere affect where the horizon appears to be? You didn't answer that one.
Where the actual horizon is, no. Where we seem to see the horizon, yes. There is still a point on the horizon.
What's the actual horizon?
I don't know it off the top of my head. I imagine it's the 1.7 meters or miles, 1.77 miles.
Yeah,
I'll take over for that.
I get you. So your assertion is we don't see the actual horizon. That's the geometric horizon. What we see is an apparent horizon, right?
Always have. Yes. That is a horizon. Yeah, there is no real horizon.
Good. So you're kind of answering my question for me, but I'll ask it again. Will the atmospheric conditions affect where the horizon is?
Where the horizon appears to our eyes to be, yes.
Awesome.
However,
when
doing things like sailing, you're going to have a point in the horizon that you're always going to calculate off of, regardless.
No one cares about
or with the sextant, for instance.
So my question is to you: have you ever seen the geometric horizon, being as the atmosphere is always in the way?
Have I ever seen a horizon given the atmosphere is in the way? Was that what you said?
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. So has anyone ever seen the horizon, being as we're always looking through the fucking atmosphere?
Nope, because the horizon's not a physical place.
Oh, awesome. Unless you think the horizon is a geometric location, you fool. Physical
the horizon can still be calculated, yeah. The point at which the sky and sea, in this case sea, appears to be, it is. You can still math that. You can still math that one out. It doesn't mean that's a physical location.
Hold on. If it's physical, hold on. Sorry, Timbo. I do apologise.
No, you're all right, mate.
You do understand that when you suggest that things are blocked by the curvature of the Earth, that's a claim to physicality of the horizon, right?
Say it one more time.
You do understand that when you say, I can't see the bottom of that ship, that's a claim to physical horizon, right?
I suppose so, but at the same time...
Yeah, so you can't have both. You can't
yes,
have
I
both.
can. Yes, you can.
No,
you absolutely can. The position in which the horizon is calculated, and the position where the horizon is calculated... What?
Do you want me to tell you why you can't have both? You can't have your fucking cake and eat it. Because if you're going to claim physical geometric... You can, if you want to claim physical geometric obstruction as in the reason why you can't see that boat, it better be where the mathematics says it fucking should be, sunshine. Being as all me and you have spoken about is the horizon being optical, the atmospheric conditions are going to be the thing that moves the horizon around. So your claim of physical obstruction is kind of removed because you haven't got any physical obstruction. You don't see the physical obstruction you just said. You never see the curvature of the Earth, the physical horizon you just said.
You can see the curvature of the Earth if you get high up enough.
Yeah, so what blocked the bottom of a boat?
It depends. There are also cases and videos that I can't pull up evidence for right now because I have to search for them. Of the bombs not coming back up off of them. And in that case, they would be past the horizon. I see the points here.
What's the horizon?
An imaginary line, but in this case, or an apparent line.
Oh God, it's imaginary, or is it apparent? Is it
It's apparent. It's
because
not imaginary.
reflected from
It's apparent.
Yeah, so okay, so
Technically
this is
still
what
an
I'm jumping all over
imaginary
your
point.
word. Yeah, it's not imaginary, mate. This is what I'm jumping all over the words that you use, because imaginary definitely isn't the word that you want to be fucking using right about now. It's apparent, right? So we're trying to get you down to understanding that we don't see the physical horizon where it should be geometrically. The point is, being as the atmosphere is always in the way, you, me, and everybody fucking else has never seen the geometric horizon. So then the question then becomes, how the
The
fuck
thing
did
is
you
that
get
there's
a
never there's not a geometric horizon to begin with, or there is a geometric horizon or an apparent horizon that you can calculate off of, but there's not a point that you see it. That's the thing that you're also harping on.
How'd you measure it?
So how'd you measure it then?
You base it off of where the sky is supposed to meet the curvature of the Earth. I know that. I don't know the formula for it.
So 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles? Where?
I could not tell you off the top of my head. Once
That's
again,
1.2
I didn't come in here with material.
Yeah, we know. We know you didn't come in with any material because we're asking you and you're not listening.
You're still kind of being a bit of a cocksucker about it. And I have been very, very open to everything that you guys have presented.
Wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm glad that you're such a nice person, but I'm still not going to accept your sofa screen. You're dancing around the fucking point. What I'm trying to tell you is being as you've admitted that the horizon moves around because of the atmospheric conditions, me and Timbo just asked you in unison, well, how the fuck did you measure to it then?
Then let me make this crystal clear then. Absolutely crystal clear. There is a point, an apparent point. There's a geometric point that you can measure the horizon. I don't know what the exact number is. I don't know the formula for it.
That was clear.
It's not answering the question.
However, due to atmospheric conditions, what our eyes actually see could be a skewed version of that horizon. We can still mathematically point it while it appears different to our eyes because atmospheric conditions are a thing.
We're not asking you to mathematically backwards engineer it to your fucking preconceived ideas. We want you to prove your preconceived idea.
Okay.
You say that the Earth curves. Right? We're asking for a direct measurement of it, and you can't use the horizon because it's apparent. It's always going to move around, right?
Mm-hmm.
So being as the atmosphere is always in the way, how the fuck did you actually measure to the horizon to get 8 inches per mile squared or 1.2 times the root of the observer's height? How'd you do that?
It's not for my dog's whining, I'll tell you that much. Didn't figure it out that way. But she's still doing it like crazy.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So
It
you're
is
not
indeed.
going to answer the question.
Water?
Or be
I can joke.
because you don't like.
I can.
Yeah.
Listen, man. I can joke around too.
You can joke around just before I stab you with this sword that removes your religion. So you're now going to try and be funny about it.
I do.
Or you're going to be
I do not have a religion.
Or are you going to be intellectually honest and go, do you know what, guys? I realise that being as I've demonstrated my understanding that the horizon moves around with the atmosphere, then shit, how the fuck has anybody ever measured to it then? Being as no one ever sees it. Am
I missing a point here? I think that there's a disconnect here. Either well, actually, I know that I may not be understanding what you're saying here. The horizon is a fixed point based off the observer's height, and the point at which the Earth begins to curve. Hold on, let me finish. This is clarification. Hey, this is clarification. Let me finish getting out what I have let you speak.
It's not.
Let me get out what I need to say.
Why should I continue letting you lie?
Because I don't instantly believe what you're saying either, but I still let you finish out of respect too.
That's brilliant. But what is that calculation? Because you said, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? That's the actual physical location of the horizon?
That sounds pretty close to the equation I've seen in the past, yeah.
Awesome
that
stuff.
Is
So you know the picture of the two water rigs, the observer at 1 foot, the horizon should have been at 1.2 miles away, but it's beyond 10. You remember that, right?
That's great. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So where's the geometric horizon, being as we can't see it because the atmosphere is always in the way? You said that 2 minutes ago.
Things can be pulled past. My brain's apparently caught up now. Things can be pulled up over the horizon as well, thanks to the wonderful thing that we call refraction, that we've also talked about before too. And
can you define
the level of refraction?
Can you define refraction and give me a citation and an example? You just said refraction.
Well, hey, those are actually already in the chat. They're
with
if you scroll up a bit, they're there.
Sorry, which model of refraction have you used?
Snell's law. Let's go with that one.
Oh, so
That's what's
how
the
many
medium.
how many mediums have you got? If we're talking about
2.
Snell's law,
Refracting through the air and then your eyes. Let's go with that.
no.
Nope, we're going with that one. Nope, we're going with it.
Yeah, in Snell's
I'm
law,
also
it's not your
aware of how
fucking.
retarded I am.
It's not your eyes.
Yeah,
Just
I
have
know.
some humility, dude.
It's not your eyes. But we're going to be
You
talking
missed
about
the part where you said,
mediums.
"Yeah, I know
Let's
how
talk about-
retarded I am."
Yeah, very retarded. So we understand 2 different mediums, let's say water and air. So when we're looking just through the air, how the fuck are you going to apply Snell's law to this, mate?
I'm not sure. I tossed that out there.
But yeah, exactly. That's why I asked you what the fuck you were talking about. And then you turn around to me and say, I'm not sure. So therefore, you're not sure about what the fuck you're talking about, are you? So don't say refraction, being as you don't know
it's
what
refraction.
it is. So what model of refraction? You're going to say Snell's law. I'm going to say 2 mediums. You're going to go.
Well, if you want to give me like 5 minutes, and then I'll find out the correct answer to it. The thing is, right now, I'm working on no material and on very old context. Here.
That's fine. That's fine. I do apologise. I should obviously be so grateful that you gave me a bullshit answer that you've now got to go away for 5
It's the
minutes.
correct answer that I know that is correct. I cannot properly define it right now, and you're right. I don't know enough. So if you want to drop the subject too, that's fine, and I'll concede the point.
No,
I don't know enough.
Remember when Jedi say you're in a...
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
What?
Remember when Jedi said that talked about your religion? You know why he said that?
Because I know the answer is because of I go off of faith, but that's also incorrect too.
You have a belief with no evidence. Yeah.
So you believe this?
No, I trust people to be telling me the truth about this. I don't, and I assume that the entire world, and
you trust the TV. You trust the TV. Okay, you trust the TV.
They're not all
No,
lying.
I trust that one.
They're as duped as you are, and as I lived several decades of my life. I wouldn't take it personally.
Don't take it, mate. Just understand that you don't know what you're talking about, and we're trying to help you understand that you don't know what you're talking about. And with reference to you not understanding what you're talking about, the Earth's flat. Because the stuff that you think you know, you don't.
Mm-hmm.
Clearly. All right. What model of refraction?
No. I need you to understand the stuff that I know to be true. I cannot articulate well. This is old material.
Okay, you're all of a sudden. Let me ask you. I'm trying to be dulcet toned. when you told us about earlier you said everything refracts. Well, how long is it that you've been convinced that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion? How long have you been going with that?
Define what you mean by optical illusion.
Well, you're the one who said that things are lifted up over the curve of Earth. How about we go with that? Those instances.
It's always been the case. You see mirages while driving all the time.
Oh, you see heat on the highway. You see heat emanating off the highway. What I'm asking you is, if you these long distance observations, if they defy the 3959 spheroid, then what you're seeing is an optical illusion. That's what you're telling yourself. And I'm just wondering, how long have you been under this idea that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion?
Isn't it crazy how as well, though, that everything you see isn't where it is?
When did you realize
everything is an optical illusion? You're right. You are correct. Everything you see is an optical illusion, including the things that are right.
No, everything you see is an optical illusion.
Oh no, you too, because everything that you see is not in its true place. Thankfully, due to refraction.
Oh, everything is not in its true place. Okay, so I'm holding my phone and I'm looking right at it.
Mm-hmm.
Did I just get lucky?
I do know that. No, that's not.
Dude, you're coping, okay? What I'm saying is,
you're being.
When did you realize? When did you come to this realization that everything you see in the distance is an optical illusion? That's all I'm asking.
Probably about 5th grade. That sounds about right.
Did you ace the test? Was that on the test?
Oh
is
yeah,
everything
nailed that, man.
In the distance, an optical illusion? Yes, A+. Got it. Thank you.
So real quick, everything you look at refracts. You say, right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so everything refracts. Is Earth curve a thing?
The Earth curving. The Earth
yeah. Is Earth curvature a thing?
I feel like I'm setting myself up here, but yeah.
Okay, how do you know that?
A couple different things, interestingly enough. Once again, I haven't seen the curvature with my own eyes. However, I will go back to my original point, nor have I done any experiments myself. I will go with my original point of saying that I do not think literally billions of people are lying to me.
Oh, hearsay. That's how you know it's a thing. Okay, that was
it's not hearsay when there are, and I know that I have seen them before. There's tons of research put into this too.
They wouldn't have to be lying.
Okay, but like, why would you just cite the research? Hey, if there's research, why not just cite that instead of hearsay? That would be more compelling than the hearsay.
My guy, man, have you not heard me this entire time? Genuinely, in the past, when the couple times I came in here, I did come in here prepared. That wasn't okay. Tonight. I was.
So I should have listened to you one of the other times, not this time.
Yeah, you know, sure.
Now.
Honest to God, this whole
interject, guys. Hold on. Can I please interject? So wait, you just said two things. You just said you wouldn't believe that billions of people have been lying to you, but you also just said you've never seen the curvature of the Earth with your own eyes. So let me ask you: do you think billions of other people have seen the curvature with their own eyes? Because I mean, it would only be astronauts, right? So it'd only be a couple hundred people, a few hundred people, not billions of people, right? That have seen the
curvature of the Earth has been proven through experimentation before.
But hold on. But the point I'm trying to make is, why would you say the words? My question is to you: why would you say the words "billions of people are lying to you" when they've never seen the curvature?
You're right. Let me rephrase that to millions, and that includes people who are in the consumer.
You're stuck in concrete thinking, dude. You're missing the point.
No, there's
no, because I have logic to it.
But the logic seems to be that many people. That many people can't be wrong. Go ahead, Orion. Sorry.
Well, I mean, just keep in mind, it's only just barely above 600. That's the number of people, somewhere around 600
that have seen the curvature of the Earth. I get that.
That claim that they've gone to listen, dude. That claim that they have gone to a medium known as the vacuum of space, a medium that we don't believe in. So only in that place would you ever have a chance of ever seeing any curvature of the Earth. Right? So there's only 600 people, and most of those people are low Earth orbit. So technically, at low Earth orbit, you're not even high enough to technically see it according to the curvature of the Earth, mathematics, geometry. So technically, the only people that actually have gone up in their paradigm, in their story, the only people that have actually gone into space and gone far enough to see the actual curvature of the Earth are only the people that ever went to the moon, which will be a much smaller number than 600. So, again, question, like, I'm just saying, like, rethink your statement when you say, like, this number or that number of people are lying to you. Just rethink your statement.
One sec. Look something up there.
This is a good
The statement isn't that that many of them are lying. People are just fooled. Your teacher.
So you can see the curvature of the Earth at about 6.5 miles up. That's what I had to look up there.
No.
You start to see. You'll be able to start to see the curvature. Sorry,
I do apologise. You're talking about left to right curvature, left to right.
Sure.
Okay. Is that from one side of an aeroplane? Because I'm going to tell you to go. Because I'm going to tell you to go to the other side of the airplane, be the same phenomena. Then I'm going to ask you to go and speak to the captain. 1 sec. Okay. God, I hate it when people do this.
You're right. I misspoke. I gotta recorrect myself there.
Yeah, you should do.
I gave an Why do you got to be such a dickhead, man? If I notice I say something incorrect, I'm trying to correct myself. You don't have to be a cocksucker about it, dude.
I'm not being a cocksucker. I literally shut up so you could correct yourself.
You made a sarcastic remark as you were finishing off there. It doesn't matter. It's been a routine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Do you want me to explain to you why?
So,
Do you want me to explain to you why?
Stop swearing. It's against the rules, okay? You can see at the top. Welcome. Okay, just that. Phonics.
That rule is bullshit.
My bad. I didn't. I didn't realize that. My bad.
Okay,
I joined the server ages ago.
PK,
What's up?
PK, you understand how going 6 miles up and looking out the side of an aeroplane is kind of silly when you're talking about left to right curve, right?
Yeah, which is why I immediately backpedaled that statement, and I was looking up the correct things here. I understand.
Okay, so what are the correct things then? Being as we've told you that the math says you shouldn't see the curvature of the Earth, left to right curvature, from the height of the International Space Station, and you said 6 miles. So where are you going to go now?
So it looks like it's about 140 miles up that you can actually start to see the curvature decently well. I'm doing quick Google searches here.
Is that left to right curvature again?
I'm not sure. I'll have to look it up. I'm imagining at this height it is.
Yeah, so left to right curvature, right?
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference when you go to the other side of the aeroplane and you see left to right curvature, and you go to the cockpit and you see left to right curvature? If you add all those lines together, as in connect those lines, you don't get a circle, do you? You get a wibbly wobbly line, don't you?
I'm imagining so. I haven't heard that argument before, so honestly, I could not tell you.
Well,
that's the first time I've heard that.
Well, think about this, right? You're on one side of an aeroplane and you look out the window and you see left to right curvature. I look out the window and on the other side of the plane and I see left to right curvature. If we connect those lines, are we going to get a sphere?
I'm trying to actually think about that. And
the answer is no. The answer is no.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That feels incorrect. I'm not sure if I don't know anything about it. That doesn't feel right, just geometrically speaking, but I can't say for certain, so.
That's okay.
They don't add up.
Like a McDonald's sign, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
What?
Be like a McDonald's sign? Think about it.
Or you just continue the curve until you get to the other side in your mind around the plane. It doesn't work like that.
What?
Go to
if you have left to right curvature on, say, the left side of the plane, and you're looking at left to right curvature, and then you go to the right side of the plane and you see the exact same thing, they can't join up. Like if you extrapolate that further out,
exactly.
That's the simplest way. Yeah. They're saying like if you panoramic it, you'll get the wibbly wobbly line.
Let's do this. Let's do something a little bit different now.
So, but before you move on, do you understand it? Though?
Like I said, I wrote it down. I'm gonna have to.
So it's not the Earth that's curving. Is what the answer is? Because
if that's what you want to say, sure. I genuinely don't believe that's the correct answer. But I can't come up with a counterpoint because I know nothing about it as well. So honestly, I can't.
Just think about it. Like, how can you have it curved on one side, curved the same on the other side? How does that work?
Look, you're just a man.
I'll find out that.
You're just a guy with a 360-degree view around him. It looks a little bit curved. Go to the top of a mountain, look in front of you, you'll see curvature, mate. I guarantee you see curvature. But imagine you turn 90 degrees and you see curvature there. Turn another 90 degrees, you see curvature there. And you turn another 90 degrees, you see curvature there. In every single 360-degree point, whenever you stop, you're going to see curvature around the periphery of your eyes. That's just an optical phenomena. You understand what I'm saying now, right?
I do. I see, or I've seen what you're saying. Although you saying that that it connects and it's all wibbly wobbly, that's the part that's getting me there.
So if you just pan your head around, like if you took stills of, say, the cockpit, the right side of the plane, the back of the plane, the left side of the plane, right, and you saw curvature from each one of those points. If you just pan your head around, it won't be just continually curving. It'll have to go back up to meet the left-hand side curve, to meet the right-hand side curve. Do you understand? That's the wibbly-wobbly part.
Like I said, I understand where you're coming from. and then I can partially visualize it as well.
He's not saying it actually happens. He's saying if you saw curvature, this would have to be the case. I'm not saying it actually happens. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's something that's causing that optical illusion of the curvature.
So
it's not the Earth that's curving.
Awesome. That's something I want to look into more as well, because once again, curious. Sounds interesting. Something else I like to do now too is obviously I'm a little rusty on all my flat Earth knowledge, or shitting on flat Earth knowledge.
It's not flat Earth knowledge, man. It's just like if you just think about that concept.
That one, maybe so.
You're seeing curvature.
Something about that feels off. I'm not saying that it is. You could be 100% correct. It could be an optical illusion.
That's what's up.
No. I said before that it feels geometrically speaking off. But
of course it does, because it's not curved. That's the whole point.
Awesome.
It's really hard.
I have nothing to discredit
it diametrically opposes your idea.
Think of moving on, lads. Hold, calm, relax. I can see the point if that's what you want to hear. Hold on. I can see that point if that's what you want to hear. What I'm trying to do is move past in a different direction here too. I'm obviously very rusty.
I just making sure you understand. That's a big thing.
Next.
So this isn't quite next. I want to do something. I want to do something a little more. I may probably fun for y'all. It's obviously been a while since I've done any of these debates. Obviously, I've done dog.
Not really a debate, though, is it?
Tonight, no. It's me trying to frantically recall literally things I haven't heard in over a year now. But
if you're not going to move to your next segue, then I'll just move to mine. Is globe Earth knowledge a thing?
Let me get my point out here, Jake. And because it's a whole different subject. I didn't even hear what you said, and I apologize for that.
All right,
fine. It's not a separate point. What I would like, if you guys would be willing, is to tell me your favorite bits of flat Earth, or your favorite flat Earth proofs, and let me know them. And then I want to go back and research them again. A lot of them I've probably heard before.
Water. All right,
What about water? What about water?
Well,
the flatness mostly.
Yeah.
Level. Not flat.
Whoa.
Direct measurements. The fact that there are no direct measurements. There might be direct measurements.
Well, you said level, not flat. Would you be able to describe the distinction?
Flat, it would be... I can't remember the exact definition for flat. Flat... I actually can't define flat right now. Flat would be having completely parallel smooth. No, not parallel. Completely smooth. No
undulation.
What are they called?
I hope you know I'm a builder.
Higher or lower than the other.
Yeah. So be careful what you say about level.
Level is. Oh my fucking. Apologies, that one slipped out. My sincere.
So you wanna tell us the difference between level and flat?
Level is water. Level is water. Level is talking about water level. That is the definition of level.
What does level mean? What does level mean? If you're saying level is water, water is level, what does level mean?
What's the spirit level?
Level to what?
Horizontal. Would that be it?
What's horizontal?
Horizontal. Horizontal. You know what? You're right. Let me not try to start a separate debate here before I get to my original thing. It's getting late and I need to hop off soon. I'd rather hear everything that you have to say. I'm going to put that as well, talking about the difference between level and flat as part of my research too. So I can actually properly give a proper answer to that.
Okay, so it's the surface of... Yeah, go ahead, Jedi.
No, so I was just going to give him my flat Earth point, mate, but, I'm only going to talk about a fucking triangle, so you carry on.
Well, does the surface of resting water have any parts that are higher or lower than any others?
Surface of resting water?
Yes.
In large amounts.
Yeah, you're talking about in terms of the ocean?
Well, let's just take, I don't know, a glass of water and just go out from there to any scale you wish.
A swimming pool.
Yeah, I like the swimming pool better. Let's do that.
It's easy to conceptually grasp.
Well, I do know that water does like to stick to itself or to the sides of things on certain occasions. So, I mean, yeah, technically. With a glass of water, you can see the water trying to stick to itself. But either way,
Okay.
I wrote that down.
So technically, the glass of water has parts of its surface which are higher or lower than the other parts.
What happens?
In a glass of water, sure. Yeah.
And what happens? What happens when you spin the glass of water at 1,000 miles per hour and you put it in a vacuum? What do you think happens to the water?
Gravity keeps it touching. It's crazy.
Shit, yeah.
Keeps it connected.
Evidence for
Good
gravity
stuff.
working on.
There is a metric ton of it, and I'll come with it next time. Okay, I will next time I come in here.
You better
and that's why
demonstrate an open vacuum, by the way, because that's going to be my. You need an open vacuum to demonstrate gravity holding gas next to it, just so you know.
You might.
So you wouldn't describe the surface of water at rest as being horizontal, then?
It's not perfectly horizontal. No.
Well, even the horizon that's horizontal.
By the way, hold on. I don't move into the points. So I have that point as well. What's somebody else's point? I want to come back in here with content and good talking points.
Do you know what a triangle is?
You're going to ask me for the definition. I might not be able to hit you off the definition.
Okay, but three straight lines meeting at three corners where you can measure and add the interior angles to 180 degrees. That's a triangle, right?
Yep, that would be a triangle.
Awesome. Can you measure an angle or two angles with inside the triangle if one of those lines of the triangle is bent or curved?
Bent or curved?
Yeah, curved. If one of the lines in that triangle is curved, can you measure what two of those angles?
I'm actually not sure of the answer to that off the top of my head. I want to say yeah. It sounds like an obvious yeah, but
yeah, being as I've defined a triangle as three straight lines where you can measure the angles because you've got three straight lines and they reach 180 degrees. But now I've bent or curved one of those lines in a triangle and I've asked you if you can measure those angles. Can you measure the angle if I've curved a line within a triangle?
Hello?
Yeah, because I know that I think they also have a specific name as well. But
yeah, so no is the answer. You cannot measure an angle if one of the lines is curved. Right? If you've got a 90-degree angle triangle and I curved the baseline of that 90-degree triangle and you tried to measure with a protractor the 90 degrees on that triangle where one of the lines is curved, you wouldn't be able to measure 90 degrees, would you?
So out of curiosity, what is the point for the flat Earth there with that?
Oh, I'm going to be talking about celestial navigation and navigating with the stars and reading elevation angles up to stars. That's
so
what I'm going to be doing.
Celestial navigation. Got it.
Yeah, so celestial navigation is based on right angle triangles. You make a triangle between 3 points. You, with your angle measuring device known as a sextant, the star up in the sky, and the GP of the star on the surface of the Earth. 3 points, you, the star, GP of the star. So to measure an angle, you require all of those two lines at least to be straight, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if the surface of the Earth was curved, you wouldn't be able to measure angles now, would you?
I can't say for sure one way or the other right now.
Okay, but you
understand. If you want to give your point, I understand the premise. I do. If that's what you want to say right now, go for it. And I'm looking it up for my own research for later.
No, that's absolutely fine. Celestial navigation is based on the right angle triangle. The premise is a right angle triangle. You can't have a right angle triangle on a curved surface because if you have a curved surface, you're not going to be able to measure two of those angles. The two angles in question are your elevation angle up to the star in question, and the other angle is the GP of that star in question. The GP of the star is always 90 degrees. Now, it's impossible to get one 90-degree angle on a curved surface, but you must remember that every single star up in the sky has got a ground position of the Earth, and that ground position is 90 degrees to you, a flat horizontal baseline towards you with the sextant. To use celestial navigation with angle measuring devices requires the Earth to be flat. If the Earth was a curved surface, we wouldn't be able to use the sextant, which was designed to be working on flat horizontal baselines. So that's my point. The Earth is practically navigated across and required to be flat when using angle measuring devices to stars.
what is great about that is I know that there is a counterpoint to that, and I can't bring it up right now, but I know that I can come back and contest that.
That's fine. I'll do it for you. You'll say tangent. I'll say what is your dip correction or your altitude correction and why do you even have it in the first place. What I'll do is I'll put the section on the floor so you don't even have to correct for anything. Your altitude or the dip correction to the horizon. So we'll remove the tangent line that you think that you got. My next question will be how far away is the GP of the star? We'll talk about Polaris. It's over 3,000 miles away because that's how you got your latitude lines. That's 3,000 miles of a straight horizontal baseline. I can take your tangent away because I know why you're correct. Your dip correction or your altitude correction takes you down to the surface of the Earth. That's all it does. So you can draw your tangent if you want from altitude, of course. You've got to get a relative position down towards the horizon. But your dip correction or your altitude correction will take you down to the surface of the Earth, 0 feet above the surface of the Earth, so you've got a straight horizontal baseline. You can go away and find that, but we've already had the conversation.
But what was the last bit?
You're just going to come back with tangent line, mate. That's the only thing that anybody ever said.
You actually said you brought that up, and you're probably correct. So I already put that down and to research a counterpoint for that one as well. I'm not going to come back here looking like a dipshit for a second time.
No problem.
You would need a curve for that counterpoint.
Anybody have any more flat Earth proofs that I can jot down?
Direct measurement.
Direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth. I take it.
It's the
or vice
laser,
versa.
It's just the laser test. The laser test.
Okay.
Have you heard of like F.E. Core, John whatever, Dr. John D or whatever? Have you heard of those?
I'm not sure. No, I'm gonna say no. I may have, but I don't remember the name.
I'll post it here. Let me 1 sec. We have it. I'll just post it. You see this channel. I just posted it in the live stream voice text. This channel #laser test. It's basically the same concept as it's slightly more intense than that long distance It's basically, think of like the Michigan picture, or sorry, the Chicago skyline picture that we talked about, but instead of using the skyline as a target, you're using like a very specific you're using light like a laser, and instead of like a whole skyline, it's like a very specific series of targets, or like one target basically. So yeah, that's basically
good to know. I have also copied that over that video too. Thank you.
Yeah.
What about gas pressure without a container?
Oh yeah, you got that one. That's the big one. You ever?
I wrote that down separately before we even started talking about this. Yeah.
Oh yeah. So let's get into, or do you want to get into that, or do you have to go?
Yeah, I wanted to get a couple more points. For talking points later, and it's on or 2:30 here. I'm way up later past.
Real quick, last night we were talking to a girl who told us that she was aware of a paper where it's been documented that somebody has used gravity as a container for air, but she couldn't find it. Could you maybe in your searches Google that one up for us and try to bring it back? That'd be awesome. Thanks.
I have a feeling I'm not going to be able to find that specifically. I have a feeling that what's going to happen is I'm going to find something else separate.
Yeah, we couldn't find it. She promised. Yep. She swore up and down that she knew it was out there.
People say a lot of things.
She was going to lay it at her feet, but we didn't have it.
Yeah,
didn't get it. So.
The difference. I have tried my best not to peddle false information. It might not have been the whole truth or the entire thing sprawled out, but I haven't tried to peddle bullshit either. That sounds like
I won't hold you to it. Just putting it out there. Just really want that paper.
I'm not even sure what
experiment any information.
I have offered base level information. The difference here, though, is that I haven't looked at this in a while, and you guys are obviously very well versed. So I have to do more research in order to figure it out.
Oh.
Hey, into the break, my guy. Chill.
Just sometimes you got to
on me in the comments.
Sometimes you got to ignore the text chat, but
I did not say anything bad. He's just doing. He's just been going off. I'm not sure what. I've said here plenty that I came into this self prepared.
I'm sure he's got a point.
He's just parroting what you guys are saying, just in a more condescending way. I mean, it's cool. It's just it's what he's done the entire time. From what it looks like.
The thing with Discord is like, I wouldn't take anything personally. Yeah,
I don't.
Yeah.
On top of that, that's not fair. That's not fair to say. But yeah, no, I don't take very much personal to begin with. I'm not gonna get my feelings hurt being in here or having shit talk to me.
Once you hang up, like you don't know anyone in here, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah,
like,
no, genuinely, you guys. At the whole end of the day, I don't matter to y'all. Y'all don't matter to me. So it doesn't matter what you say.
The conversation matters.
The conversation does matter, and which is why it should also be given in a respectful manner.
A flat earther.
That's not gonna happen.
It's gonna be. It's gonna matter really.
What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers.
discord.gg/flatearth.
Open people's minds up. It just allows them to be more open.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna just invite a new person that's joined our group right now. Just real quick.
Go right ahead.
All right, we got Donald C that just joined our group. Donald C, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Are you there?
Oh my. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You're coming in.
Yes. I'm here.
So
hello.
Just real quick, Donald, and we like to introduce new people to our forum. What brings you by? Like, what link did you click on that you found here? How did you find us? And then tell us what your position is on the topic that we have with the server, the shape of the Earth.
Well, I think the Earth is an oblate spheroid. Also, I heard about you guys from FTFE and MC-Tune and the other debunkers and stuff.
Ah, excellent. And we also, in case you, just before you engage or whatever, if you want to know, we have a debate forum here called The Arena. And if you ever want to do that, you could schedule. We already have one scheduled, debate scheduled between Kosho and Jim Waterworld. So if you do want to have a debate that's scheduled, let us know with any one of us in here that are a part of this server, and we'll oblige. But that being the case, I just want to open up the floor to any questions that you might want to ask, and then maybe perhaps some conversation we want to engage with you on. So go ahead, Donald.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I don't really have any questions. I'm just curious about what's going on in the server. I mean, I see the debates online on YouTube between you guys and the debunkers and stuff, but I've never actually been in engaged. I'm curious.
Well, welcome to the fray, and so may God have mercy on your soul.
I'm an atheist too.
So okay, that's a wallop. Is anybody, because I don't know. I guess from the standpoint of it being an oblate spheroid, if you don't have any questions, we do have some for you. How about that?
Sure. I'll see what I can do about answering some of those questions.
Sounds great. Okay, so what evidence do you have to provide that the Earth is an oblate spheroid?
I've personally measured the circumference of the planet.
Sounds great. I'm going to give you some rolls here before you continue. I'm going to give you Globe Earth roll, if that's fine.
Yeah, fine.
And I'm also going to give you links permission. So in the live stream voice text, which you can probably now see, make sure that you post all relevant information there so that we can address you in that text channel.
Sure.
I give you links permission. So now you can go ahead and post any relevant information there. And also we're going to post relevant information there as well. So oblate spheroid, you're going to put some demonstrations up because you said you've actually measured it.
It was like 20 years ago, but I don't have any it was 20 years ago. I don't have anything left from that.
You don't have any information to post on live stream voice text?
Well, not about me personally measuring the circumference, no. Like I said,
you just finished saying you did, right? Didn't you just say
20 years? Yeah, 20 years ago.
Could you tell us what you did?
Did you forget the method? Like you don't know what you did?
No, I did the same thing as Eratosthenes.
Oh, and run us through real quick exactly what locations we're talking about, so we can just kind of get a gist of what you did.
Well, my first measurement I took from around DFW area in Texas, and then I had a buddy from Oklahoma who did a measurement from his latitude.
Where was your buddy at?
Oklahoma City.
So Oklahoma City to what was the other place in Texas?
DFW, Texas.
DFW. Mm-hmm. Okay. And what did you guys get from that shadow measurement there?
I got within 8% of the claimed radius, and he got within 10%.
Okay.
So you got the wrong answer then, and you saw you got the right answer.
I didn't get the exact answer because I was using large margin for error equipment. It was a stick and a shadow.
What type of equipment were you using, Donald?
A stick and a shadow, and taking an angle.
What was he using?
Same thing. We did it the same way as Eratosthenes did.
Okay.
But he didn't actually measure curve, though, did he? He assumed it.
Well, he only had the one measurement. We had two. Once you have two, it makes it much more clear.
Yeah, go ahead, Wolfgang, if you want to take point.
No, sorry. Well, maybe you go on. Unless you want me to.
Okay, so if anybody wants to take point of this convo, and if not, I'll go ahead and continue.
I took measurements about 20 years. I took measurements about a year ago, and I assumed presuppositions, reverse engineered, Texas sharpshooter, that we lived on a stationary plane, and I did sticks and shadows too, and I got the exact same thing as that Greek guy 2,300 years ago, if he even lived. So I got measurements very close to you, and I went in assuming that we lived on a stationary plane, but you went in thinking we were on a spinning space ball. Is that correct?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just took an angle to the sun and measured it, and my buddy took an angle from the sun and measured it, and then we compared, and it came up with a curve.
And if I have a close and local sun, I will get the exact same measurements as you did.
Not on a flat plane. Doesn't matter where the sun is.
I know. On a close and local sun, just as the Greek guy 2,300 years ago that somehow by camel made it to his buddy 500 miles away. If I have a close and local sun on a stationary plane, I get the exact same measurements. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, sure. Whenever you measure anything on
Demosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
just if you only have the one measurement, but we took two.
I took two. I doubled.
Hang on. I was just responding to the recording thing. I wanted to say the other thing too. Shit. Now, whoever played the thing made me forget what the question was that you asked. I apologize.
You don't want to hear that he has a.
Oh, you took the assumption. Oh, the flat. Okay, so with the local sun.
Only one break. You don't want to hear that he repeated also 2-3 times. That doesn't matter.
No, I remembered. I don't need anybody to repeat anything. I remembered.
But that doesn't matter.
Okay.
No, just let him get his thing out.
Okay, doesn't matter.
On a flat plane, if you take an angle to the sun and then you move a distance away, it will not have the same angle as if you were on a globe and took an angle measurement and then moved a distance away and took another angle measurement.
Have you ever tried to do that, assuming a stationary plane and not assuming a ball?
I didn't make any assumptions. I just made the measurements. But yes, I did it both ways. Whenever I plotted it out, I did it on a flat plane and on a curved surface.
20 years ago, when you and your buddy, one in DFW and the other one in Oklahoma City, did your little test.
You can call him Jason if you want. That's
Jason. When you went into the test, Donald, with Jason, did you have any assumptions that you lived on a spinning space ball?
Well, no. I just took an angle measurement to the sun. That's all I did.
Now be honest now. 20 years ago, you may have been, 15, 20, 25, 30 years old, something like that?
I was 20.
Okay, so you would have had 15 years of indoctrination since kindergarten. When you walked in, you saw a tilted spinning ball by your teacher's desk, and she or he would never lie to you. So
I don't accept that. I don't accept that education is indoctrination.
So okay, that's a subject for another day. That's a really now remember that, everybody. He doesn't consider schooling indoctrination. So
education. I don't consider education indoctrination.
Okay. What's the difference between schooling?
Well, obviously they're different words, right?
It depends on what school you go to, what kind of education you get. So schooling is like you can go to a Christian school and get a Christian education, or you can go to a secular school and get a secular education.
And
you can go to atheist school. Atheist education.
I can only understand one person at a time.
Let's keep it to the art.
Yeah, you literally just contradicted yourself, but that's okay. Let's move on, dude. Because if it has some qualifier, Christian school, atheist school, whatever school, obviously they're teaching. So they're teaching. We call it secular, whatever. They're teaching a certain perspective. That is indoctrination.
Well, I mean, at the Christian school, if they teach anything other than what science is, what accepted science says, then that would be indoctrination.
Oh, so if you just teach just science, that's not indoctrination.
Stuff they have
because that's some higher form of knowledge, right? That's just immune from everything else, right?
Stuff that you have evidence and demonstrations and experiments and
okay.
Facts
So let's go with your evidence. So I have some questions about your angle measurements. Where did you measure the angle from? Where's your zero?
Well, the zero.
What's the origin of the coordinates for your angle measurements?
Zero would be straight up. That's your 90 degrees.
So you're measuring down.
No, you measure up.
Well, from where?
From the ground.
From the horizon.
No, from the ground.
What do you mean from the ground? What are you talking about?
The thing that you're standing on top of.
Oh, so you're measuring from directly under your feet. So you had a plumb line or something?
From the ground.
Yeah.
Yes, I had a plumb line. Yes, I had a plumb line. I had a tripod with a plumb line.
You got a tripod with a plumb line. Don't you mean a bubble level?
I don't remember if I had both, but it doesn't matter.
You don't even know what you did you? Yeah, it does matter because how do you measure an angle off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, how do you measure an angle from a curved surface?
It's called a quadrant.
Yeah, fantastic. So, but you're down, right? You're down. You're measuring off a horizontal.
You know how to use a quadrant?
Dude, it's irrelevant. You're measuring off of a curved surface. You cannot take an angle off of a curved surface. What don't you understand?
It's called a tangent. You can. It's called a tangent.
Okay, so where's the tangent?
There are an infinite number of tangent points along every...
Which one are you using?
The one that was directly beneath me.
Okay, so how did you measure that? How did you get that value?
You said it, a plumb line.
So isn't a tangent a straight line?
Yes, tangent is...
Okay, so like I said, how do you measure off of a curved surface?
I used my quadrant.
Yeah, but you don't have it. You said a tangent, which is a straight line.
Sure.
So you measured from an imaginary straight line.
It's a straight line from a curved surface.
Yeah, so you measured off an imaginary straight line that's touching an imaginary curved surface. You didn't actually measure from the curved surface. You measured off of a straight line.
I measured from the angle of the shadow to the sun. I measured from the end of the shadow. I'm sorry, I apologize. I measured from the end of the shadow to the angle of the sun. Off with my quadrant.
So you did Eratosthenes. What are you talking about?
That's what I said from the beginning. That's what I said from the beginning.
This is what we're talking about, Eratosthenes? Jesus Christ. I thought you were talking about...
That's what I said from the beginning.
Okay, I missed that part. I thought you were talking about like something else, like degrees per latitude or something. This is even worse. We're on Eratosthenes. Like, this is even worse, bro.
Well, I was 20. I was a kid.
Well, what makes you think rays of light are parallel?
Because I understand how light rays work. Photons travel in straight lines.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
I do.
Okay,
No,
so
you don't.
So photons travel in straight lines. So when we see, 50 miles too far, what does that mean? So they're not
vacuum, dude. In a vacuum, they travel in straight lines.
Donald, your buddies who argue this, your anti-flat Earth friends, are gonna.
I gotta get my cookies over here.
They're gonna tell you you're wrong on this. They don't say that they're coming. They say that the light rays are coming in nearly parallel. They don't say they're coming in parallel like you just stated.
I never said they came in parallel.
They're gonna correct you. Yes, you did.
I said that light travels in straight lines through space-time.
That's not what they're saying. That's not what they're saying.
That's exactly what physics says.
No, it's not.
I've been studying physics for 30 years. This is what physics says about photons.
So when they hit you up in the DMs, they're gonna correct you on this because they're not saying that when they come in here. None of them are. They already know they've been debunked on that.
I never said that they traveled parallel. Y'all said that they traveled parallel. What I said was they traveled in straight lines. What I said
they have to be parallel, though. They have to be parallel.
They're nearly parallel. They're nearly parallel, just like this dude said.
How close to parallel are they?
Less than like 0.00001 degrees or some shit.
Yeah. So who measured that, dude?
I mean, we can measure single photons. Science does it all the time.
Yeah, cool. That has nothing to do with it. It's a red herring.
How is that a red herring? You asked me.
Because it has nothing to do with a measurement of the divergence of rays. It has nothing to do with it. But you can measure a single photon or not.
There's nothing to do with measuring light rays.
Yeah, we want to know what the direction they're coming from. We don't care about their existence.
What are light rays made of? What are light rays made of?
Okay, there's no such thing as light rays. That's a model. and a photon is a description based upon the dual properties of light, right? Particle and wave nature of light.
That's also a model. The dual.
Yes, yeah, you're right. They're also a light, and you're trying to deflect from the fact from the divergence of the rays. How is the divergence of the rays measured?
We can measure single photons, so we measure two single photons. Would you let me finish?
And we can measure the angle of arrival, because that's what we're listen, dude, you're not going to do it, dude. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. You're not going to do it. Like, listen, you know you fucked up, and you're trying to talk over me. You're not going to do it. It's not going to happen. I'm telling you right now. Just kick you the fuck out. I don't care. You're either going to be honest or you're going to leave.
To answer the question you asked me.
Dude,
I'd really love to
how do we measure the angle of arrival?
Did somebody mute me while I was talking?
Yes, I muted you because you're talking over me.
You interrupted me, buddy.
Dude, I'm asking you a question. You're not answering it. You're trying to give
I was
some
trying to answer it. I was trying to answer the question.
So
you asked
here's
me,
your
and then
chance.
you interrupted
Angle
me.
of arrival.
No.
How?
This is how we measure the angle of light. We take two separate photons because we can measure individual photons, and we measure where they are in space and time, and then we compare them, and we take the angle, and that's how we find out the angle.
Okay, what device did we do that with?
You can do it with anything that detects photons.
Yeah, I love it when you guys just make something up, dude. Who did this? When was it done with? What equipment was it done with? How was it done? Where was it done?
Film. You can do it with physical film.
Yeah, I want when someone actually did do it, not some theoretical notion in your head.
All the time. There is this thing called the SDSS, or yeah, I think that's what it is. Anyway, but it's a telescope that is continually mapping every star in the sky.
Okay, wait a second. So here we go. Now we're talking about stars and not the sun. We're talking about the sun. Try to focus. Try to focus, dude. Are they mapping the sun? Is this device mapping the sun? Is it taking the angle of arrival of photons from the sun? Yes or no?
We're not focusing on the sun.
Yes or no?
I said no. We're not focusing on the sun.
Okay, then yeah, we are because we want.
Oh
dude,
my God! Would it be possible for me to finish a
No, you're not going to spew a fucking goddamn narrative, dude. No, we're going to stay on the topic, bro. We're going to stay on your experiment. We're going to stay.
Any of the sentences I'm trying to say, or are you just going to continue to interrupt me every time I try to speak?
I'm going to keep interrupting you till you get back on topic. Your experiment, your claim that the angles to the sun are parallel. What's the evidence for that? It's really fucking simple. Give us the evidence for it. Device, how it was measured, what it was done, because I have evidence to the contrary. So I want to see yours first, and then I'll show you mine. Come on, Donald. Don't fucking cower. Told you it wasn't going to happen.
I'm curious, what are your measurement devices?
Range.
No, you can. I'll tell you. I'll even tell him. But he wants to spin a narrative. He don't want to actually put up. He wants to talk. We don't care about claims here. We want evidence for the claims. So he can talk about some future thing that's going to happen or could happen or would happen or should happen. We want what did happen, right? What did happen in reality. So he claimed that first he tried to deflect this, just say we can measure photons. We don't care about their existence. We want to know properties of it. The properties we want to know is, what's the divergence of the angle of arrival from the sun?
Exactly.
He knows what I'm saying. He doesn't want to answer because he doesn't have that information. He knows goddamn well it's an assumption. He knows goddamn well his sticks in the fucking ground don't mean jack shit. He knows this because he did it when he was 20 years old. That was years ago. Eratosthenes has been frickin' ran over, trampled, stomped on, thrown under the bus, and every other goddamn thing in the last 5 years. To even come in here with that is almost an insult.
The same phenomenon Eratosthenes measured could be explained by a flat Earth.
He's replying with an off-topic thing. You are he's making a claim from his idea, and then you're reading from his book saying, okay, where is your evidence? He's saying, no, let's talk about this else. Let's talk about something else. He's not on the same page as you, India, for some reason. Is it a language barrier?
You know exactly what I'm talking about, Don. You're playing stupid.
I've never actually gotten to finish a single sentence yet, so you guys don't even know what the hell I have to say. So
Listen,
you guys
Donald,
Donald,
you either be honest,
my
Donald,
2-year-old students.
Donald, shut the fuck up.
And just
You're either
let
honest
you
or you get
knock
booted.
yourselves out.
No, just
You're
Indio, just
fucking
Indio,
lying.
just
We
Indio.
can hear you lying. You're a lying motherfucker, and we can all hear it. Now, you either be honest
I
or you
didn't
get
want
the
to call him
fuck
that.
out.
But doesn't even know
Just
how he
Indio.
measured.
Let's see if we can get Donald and Indio to discuss.
Yeah, listen, I'm just asking questions, Donald. It's your experiment. You should be able to explain it. Why should we reach the conclusions that you reach? Right? You should be able to elucidate. You should be able to elucidate to us all the parts of it. Right?
I would be
all
very
all the
doing
sources
that if I could finish a single sentence, but I have yet to be able to finish many sentences.
Because we're still on the question I asked you.
No, you haven't let me answer it. That's why we're still on it. Because you just keep interrupting me because you don't want to hear what I have to say.
Okay, because you don't have anything. Yeah.
You don't know what I have because you haven't.
The only sentence you're saying is I can't say a sentence. That's the only sentence you're fucking saying.
Hold on.
You just
guys,
keep
let's do like
repeating.
this. Indio, you re-ask your question, and then Donald, you answer the question. Yeah, let's do that.
Okay. Two Sticks and Shadows, Eratosthenes, has a presupposition that is that the rays of the sun are parallel. Photons are parallel. They arrive in parallel to within whatever you said, 0.00001%, which is theoretical value. It's never been measured. I asked you how they measured that. So, how was that measured?
Okay.
Not how it can be measured, how it was measured. Thank you.
So what you do is you take any device that detects photons and you measure two different photons in space and time and you compare the angles at which they hit the device. And that's how you get the angle of impact for the photon.
Okay,
quick moderation here.
Oh, go ahead, Shibi.
No, I'm just not sure. Donald just wanted to make sure you got the question. We're looking for how it was done.
That's
I
how
appreciate
it's
you
done.
kind of telling us how you could do it. I appreciate that.
Okay.
We're looking for
how it
was
is done. That's how you do it. That's how you do it.
Okay,
That's how,
so
that's how
who did
everybody
that?
does it.
Oh, how everybody does it. Who did that?
Anytime photons have been detected from the sun, that's how it's done.
Okay, so who did that? Who measured the angle of arrival for the sun? Where's that data?
Are you serious?
Oh man, I got evidence for my claim. Jesus Christ!
That's valid, Donald. Donald, you're saying someone did it, so there must be a paper.
It's not common knowledge. If I
It's
Google
common
it,
knowledge that there are devices that detect photons. Yes.
yes, that is fine, Dora or Donald. Right? That's fine, Donald. Right? We don't care about a device that detects the existence of photons.
Not the existence of.
That's what a photon detector does. It detects the existence of a photon.
Spectroscopy is.
Yes, I understand what spectroscopy is. This is another red herring that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Spectroscopy has nothing to do with photons. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Dude,
no.
That's it. Every time you try to rephrase my question, a strong man inevitably follows. You've done it like 9 times now. That's why you're getting a bad attitude.
Do you think that the light from the sun is photons?
What the fuck?
Donald.
Light is, listen, we can call light photons. That's not a problem.
We can call light photons? Okay.
We can call light photons, yeah.
So whenever we
That's not a
detect light,
problem.
we're detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes you can detect light using other devices. So, yeah, you can use it as detecting photons.
No. I said whenever we are detecting light, we are detecting photons, correct?
Sometimes they're not detecting photons directly. Sometimes that's not the mechanism. There's lots of devices out there, Donald. I know you have like a 10th grade education, but there are lots of devices.
Asking about light. I'm specifically asking about
Yeah, there's lots of ways to detect light, Donald.
And I wasn't asking about any specific way. I was asking about every time we detect light, are we detecting photons?
No.
Then you're wrong. I'm sorry.
No, because there's something called near-field radiation. You're just ignorant. So stop.
That's photons too. Radiation is photons too.
Near-field radiation is not photons because they're not transverse.
It's not light either. Light
you don't even know what near-field radiation is. You don't even know what it is.
I do.
Okay, tell me what near-field radiation is. Near-field radiation. I said very specifically, near-field radiation. What is that?
Is it a field of radiation that's quite near you?
Oh, Jesus. I just said you don't know what it is. You said, yes, you do. And now you're asking me a question. Okay, that's fine. You don't know everything. You're just saying what you know, but you're at your limit.
I knew everything.
Okay, I'm telling you. Real simple. We know photons can be detected. We know there's photon detectors. We know we can detect it. Technically, they're called singlets, right? When you detect a single photon, it's called a singlet. So that's what they call it in physics. I know you don't know none of this. Stop trying to pretend that you know shit and we don't. You don't. Okay? You're underwater here.
You don't know. You don't know what I do and don't know.
You're telling me by you talking. That's what you're. That's what you're doing. I'm discerning what you know by you talking.
5 minutes. We've been speaking for 5 minutes.
Look, okay, this is just off topic. This is just a fucking dumpster fire. I only want to know one thing: how did they detect? Right? What's the evidence that they measured an angle of the sun? Where's the data? What was the device that's used? I don't want to know how they could do it.
NASA as a source.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Give me the data. I don't want to claim. I don't want you parroting somebody else's claim. I want the actual data because I want to know what the devices were used. I want to know how they were calibrated. What was done? Because I know something you don't. It's never been done. And you know it's never been done. That's why you're gish galloping all over the place.
I'm not gish galloping, dude. I'm trying
to. It's okay, Donald. If you don't have that,
and you you are a very hard person to talk to. You are a very hard person to talk to.
Of course, because I'm not going to be steamrolled by you.
Where's the live chat? That's voice.
Right above the voice channel that you're in.
Cars talking.
Paste. All right, there you go.
Oh, don't fucking post shit like that, Bearded Dora, man.
Sorry.
It's just because the algorithm and shit.
So
there's no data in here.
There's no data.
There's no data in here.
There's
no data in here.
There's no data in here. Chapter 4. This seems like a textbook.
You're just randomly Googling shit.
Yeah, I did. That's how you find shit. It's by Google.
Really?
You don't do that after your claim, though. You do that before you make the claim.
I don't know what claims were going to be. I didn't know what claims I needed to defend.
He's
yet.
randomly Googling on the fly, Indio. He doesn't know.
But it's the source that's important. It's the source that's important. Google doesn't matter. Google is just how you find the source. NASA is the source.
Oh my goodness!
I asked you if NASA was.
What you're missing, sir. Oh, go ahead,
It doesn't
guys.
have the citation.
So what you're missing is that you're just copy pasting a link. You don't know what it says. You don't know how it works. You don't know the methodology, the cause and effect relationships of what you don't even know if it's there. You just
you didn't even read this. It doesn't even do what you. It doesn't even do what you thought it.
No, I didn't read it. I just Googled angle of this.
There you go.
So you're going to tell us. So Donald, do you realize that you're trying to tell us something you believe, but you don't know
all
what?
About how the angle of this. This is all about it, man. Are you kidding me? This is a textbook page about how we figure out how the angle of the photons comes in the way it does. That's what this is.
No, they're measuring the sun's in an actual different position. The sun's in an actual different position, so this is different in time. So to measure the angle of the sun, you need to get sufficiently far apart on Earth and measure the angle of the incoming rays. And they have to be oriented. That's how it has to be done. Because they have to be oriented. No, you didn't.
Yeah, me and my buddy. He did it from Oklahoma City. I did it from DFW. That's at least 15 degrees latitude difference.
Okay, what does that mean?
It's not 15 degrees.
It means there's 15 degrees of latitude.
How do you know it isn't 15 degrees sun? How do you know it is? Well, Jim, let me ask you a question. How do you know it isn't 15 degrees divergence of the sun rays?
Well, they're both the same. That's how we got.
You're just saying that. I asked you for the evidence. You're just saying it.
I told you guys it was 20 years ago. I don't have any of it left. My house got robbed. Everything got stolen.
You never measured the angles of the sun. And you know what? So we have the evidence that they're not. But we have. Well, I'm going to just skip over this because we have the evidence that the angles of the sun are not parallel. And you know who did that? Yeah, we do. You can claim we don't, but we do.
Put it in the chat. I want to look at it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Hold on a sec. So ever see that YouTube video? I proved the Earth is round with my bike and 2 sticks. Ever seen that video?
I'm just waiting for the evidence in the chat.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah, have you ever seen that video?
This is your evidence? Is
Wait a second. Wait, no. Yeah, that's my evidence. You know why?
I don't accept YouTube videos as evidence.
So what?
You need a credible, peer-reviewed source for me, just like I gave you.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, NASA is a peer-reviewed, credible source.
Dude, now you're just fucking lying.
That you don't accept it does not.
You obviously don't know what peer review is.
I do.
Oh, you do. So what journal and who were the reviewers of NASA's information? Who peer reviewed that?
Well,
Tell me.
NASA has 30,000 employees that peer review.
Okay, they peer reviewed themselves. That's not peer review. Peer review is when a peer reviews your shit, not when you review your own shit.
The people who did the peer review are not the same people who did the experiments.
Okay, so who was that?
It was
Donald. You're just digging a hole. You hit rock bottom. Now you're just digging and digging, dude. You're just making shit. I'll let you answer, but you're just lying at this point.
You're interrupting me again.
Yeah, because you're not spewing a narrative, dude. That's right. Now you're going to complain. Now you're the victim again. Okay. So here's the evidence the sun rays are not parallel. You see this? You see these two sticks? They did the same test you did. These sticks are 3 feet apart and the shadow lengths are different. How'd that happen? They're 3 feet apart in the video. But you have different shadow lengths. How'd that happen?
Donald's fucked right now.
Hey, Donald, you said a few minutes ago that there was 15 degrees latitude difference between Oklahoma City and Dallas-Fort Worth. Is that correct? Donald, you said there was 15-degree difference latitude between DFW and Oklahoma City a few minutes ago. Is that correct? Okay. I just want everybody to know that the difference in latitude between Oklahoma City and Dallas is 2.75 degrees. So he said 15, it's 2.75. He was off by 12.25 degrees. No big deal though, right?
It doesn't matter when you just make stuff up.
Yeah.
Donald, you're on mute if you didn't realize.
You can tell Donald is a disciple of Loon McToon and Weird FTFE. You can just tell.
No, well, I mean, yeah, probably, but I can just tell that he's here to spin a narrative. He just isn't good at it. Because we've been through this before. We go through this all the time. The gish gallop, the red herring, the straw man, that nonsense, dude. Dude, if your so-called heroes on YouTube can't come in here and prevail, what chance does someone like you that is just a lackey to these people? What chance do you have?
You got
zero chance, bro.
I knew Indio. I knew we had him in light rays being parallel. I knew we had him right there. We didn't even have to go any farther.
All right. So would it be possible for me to actually finish a
destroyed on that one point? You have been, dumbass.
I've been interrupted every time I've been asked a question to answer. Every time I've tried to answer the question,
you have been having the time to say whatever you wanted to say. You have not been interrupted. It's just been you and Indio.
Hey, let me ask you a question. How many times have you said, "Can I not be interrupted"? At least 40 times. Somehow you got that out.
I'm the victim.
He jetted.
He left.
I know.
But this was a good example. I typed it out in the chat. He didn't answer the question. We asked him, please provide the method, who did this, not just who can or how you could do it. Please. Then he complained, I need the room to speak. We gave him the room to speak. He still didn't answer the question. So
Spartans! What is your profession?
Old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Glober friends?
Oh, dude, they all got Glober friends. They don't come here on their own.
Here's just a pro tip for you, bro.
I guarantee you I'm here on my own.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. But just a pro tip is like, almost act as if you're presenting a case to a judge and a jury. We would be across the table, like we're, plaintiff and defendant. So you don't have to worry about convincing us, but you need to make a case. So like you were like, well, I posted a video. Okay, that's fine. But what is your case, or what is the argument?
Well,
you know what I'm saying? So you gotta make a case.
I'd like to actually preface that, given why I joined the server, was actually to get answers on why people believe there's a flat Earth, not necessarily to prove that I believe in what I believe. It was entirely different in terms of the perspective. I thought it was I could get answers as to why you guys believe what you believe.
Well, let me address that a little bit, because we don't have, we're not here to offer new ideas. We're just talking about the Earth outside. I use this guru in the jungle analogy all the time. Maybe you've heard me reference this, but it's almost like, so you don't walk up to the guru and say, hey, well, tell me what you believe. He's also, even if you were to ask him that, it's not like he would whip out a brochure and say, well, here's what I believe, point A, point B, point C. And what we do here is I think so, like, if you want to get to where a flat earther is, step one is to know what the globe claims are, and step two is testing those claims. So
you start based with a globe claim. So you start based on.
Can I pause you for a second? Who's speaking up now? Is this Bra finally, or who is this?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
but it's not like we were born. It's not like we were born this way, brother. I was raised the same way as you, bro.
You start with the preposition that it's the globe, and then you try to debunk the globe.
Well, that's not like I didn't want to debunk it. I wanted to prove it to be correct. That's what I believed in. So you go and check to see if your worldview holds up.
I guess that's where you and I might differ, is, given all of the experiments with the globe belief, if you want to call it that. I find
you're gonna have an issue there.
Hang on. I find that they, like, personally, I've looked at the evidence that a lot of people have provided, and I find that it confirms that we live on a sphere going through, whatever you want to call it, going through space at so many miles per hour. That's something a lot of people like to talk about. But the point is, all of the evidence that I've seen.
I'm sorry, but what we would have to do, because that's kind of vague. Yeah. So what I would say is, instead of saying, well, all the evidence and all the experiments, you'd have to be very specific and say, well, okay, this is the experiment I saw, and this is the evidence I saw. Right now, you're just kind of painting a broad brush and saying, there's lots of this stuff. Are you so sure?
Yeah, no. I want to point out. I'm going to get to it. You said all of the experiments. Can you cite an experiment, please?
The experiment for what?
You said there was a lot of them, so just could you name one of them?
Well, my point is that the entirety is.
Yeah, we can't do that.
All of the experiments.
Don't dogpile.
No, please. We can already all recognize that you just made a broad statement with no backup. So, like, if you say there are tons of experiments or a number of experiments that back up this science that you stand for, please present one.
What he actually said was all the evidence we showed him indicate a globe. That's what he said.
Well, and that's exactly
so which ones did we show you that indicate a globe?
Well, my point is that I could interpret everything that's been shown to exist on. It's the same as, as a lot of people like to claim that, I can't pronounce the name, but Eratosthenes or whatever, the one that
Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes, thank you.
You think Eratosthenes proves the globe?
No. My point is that his conclusions could be valid for both a globe and a flat plane. I understand.
Okay, so does that disclude flat Earth?
Does it disclude it?
He just said no.
No, my point is that it could be valid for both. I understand that.
Right.
But
so
no, but I mean, drawing from his conclusions, would you not have to prove that the sun is close or far?
No. This has to do with look. This has to do with the burden of proof, the axiom that you're starting from, and the evidence that you have available. So
okay, I understand that, but my point being is that his conclusion would be that it would be a close sun and a flat Earth, or a distant sun and a globe Earth.
right, what you are giving is a benefit of the doubt. You are casting doubt on our evidence.
I'm just drawing.
That's not even our evidence, though. But why are you bringing this up?
I'm extending beyond his conclusions. That's my point.
What he's saying is you can interpret our evidence both ways. So I don't think that's correct. That's not correct. So how
it would have to be? It'd have to be one or the other. That's my point. It can't be both, obviously.
So how do you interpret a laser that goes 25 miles and is picked up 4 feet off the water? That's 2 orders of magnitude different than the globe prediction. How does that fit in the globe?
In a way, that's an entirely different experiment. But the point, I mean, if you want to talk about,
I know you said all the evidence we showed you.
Well,
So
I'm
that's
just
what you
talking about. Okay. I mean, I don't want to get into individual experiment because then I have.
Hey, but that's the whole point, though. Brother. That's the
Because you're
entire
lacking
point.
in understanding.
Oh, I know.
there. You don't understand. When you say that, you're saying, I don't want to get into specifics. I just want to.
We're deviating from the
I just want to repeat to you my very strong stance that I live on a globe.
But,
I think,
dude, I don't.
We're deviating from the original point. That was what I'm saying. You know,
We're
I'm
not
saying
deviating from the original point.
No,
You
the whole
you
point- I was
said
talking
all
about-
the evidence that we showed you, all of it, indicated that the Earth was a ball flying through space. That's nonsense. Then I asked you specifically about a specific one, and you're like, I don't want to talk about individual ones. Well, you said all of them.
You brought it up. Yeah. We're only
Yeah,
holding
you literally did. That's why I pointed you out. You said you made a very specific point that I called you out on, and you keep doing this. You did it in chat as well. You did it in text, and now I'm bringing you into voice, and you're doing it here in voice. But as soon as we press you, you want to move on to something else. It's an idealism that you want us to agree with you on, not based off of evidence.
I was trying to focus on a main point, like kind of a general point that we can all focus on. That's what I was trying to focus on.
What is the
I
general?
know, but you're doing that. What I played a 20-second clip of that girl saying, "Well,
To generalize, you need a trend, right? You need a statistically significant sample size so you can make general statements about
It's not necessarily a generalization. It's the fact that we can all agree that the original deduction that everyone likes to draw on is the fact that sticks and shadows can be interpreted 2 different ways. I think that's
no,
what
we throw that out.
agree with
That's
that.
not
Yes,
rigorous
we
at
do
all.
agree.
We don't use Eratosthenes.
No, that's garbage.
Yeah, hold on a second.
I guarantee you I've heard that.
No. Okay, well, hold on. You could see it like if you come from a worldview where you think you live on a globe, you could interpret it one way. But if you were to test it here on Earth, you would interpret it the way that all of us see.
All of us being who?
Well, why would we use that whole thing's garbage? It's based on assumptions. It's not.
Yeah, that's what I was going to
It's
say.
not necessarily based on
It's not rigorous at all. It's not even.
Step 1 is assume the Earth is a globe. From there, it's just all a bunch of begging the question.
Yeah, but
brother, you brought up.
Let's not assume that it's a globe. Let's assume that those measurements are. You can make independent observations. My point is that it can be interpreted 2 different ways. That was what I was saying.
Yeah,
Well, that's the issue.
Is interpretation reality?
Yeah, I got
Doesn't
a bunch of different. Sorry, who was responding there?
Doesn't Moonlight give
that
us
was me, lunatic. No. If you are relying on interpretation, and then you're gonna make that as a base stance for the rest of your argument, then you are already flawed. We already use the same data and can apply it to a flat Earth. Now you have to refute that with interpretation. You are in already 2 steps behind our argument. How do you compensate?
Well, I'd have to understand the argument. I was starting from the point of the dual interpretation of effectively the sticks and shadows argument.
Why would you bring that up though? Because your original point was that you've seen lots of evidence and experiments that conclude a globe. So why would you bring up the first experiment being something that's non-conclusive?
I mean, personally, I've seen video of, people actually physically moving objects that are beyond the observable horizon.
Okay, so you're talking about ISS videos where they're like
no.
throwing objects around each other?
The horizon is always, by definition, the horizon is observable, right? It's something that's apparent. So it's either something that's physical or it's an optical phenomenon. So if you want to invoke the horizon, then you'd have to go and prove that it's geometric.
Not necessarily. I mean,
yeah, but that's the whole argument. Yes, necessary. That's the entire argument. It's either optical or
if you live on a ball, there needs to be curvature. If we can't find curvature, you have to have a good fucking reason why we can't find it.
He was talking about horizon. I mean, the horizon, the argument is that the horizon is always optical. I completely agree because,
and it's not geometric, and things don't go over.
Meaning that it's a trick of the eyes, meaning that it's not a physical place.
Yeah, because obviously the light you're observing would be.
No, but you just invoked a physical horizon. You said things go over the horizon. So you're talking about a physical bump of Earth.
Even though you see a visual horizon doesn't mean that there's not something that could go beyond that visual. The fact is, you're seeing the light that left that position. Now, that position's not infinite. It goes to a certain distance, but it doesn't necessarily...
Well, you got some crazy background noise, dude.
Hey, hold on.
Yeah, sorry, I'll mute again.
Is that me, or...?
But the whole point...
No, I'll just turn the fan way down. The
whole point is, though, it's the argument is either it's physical, a geometric location, the curve of the Earth, or it's not. So, I mean... To say, well, it's just optical, then you're agreeing with us at that point.
I would say technically it's both. All right. I don't want to say technically it's both because there is a physical horizon. But
that's what we'd be asking you to prove. So since you invoked it, then let's prove that. Let's drill into that claim.
The claim would necessarily rest on the fact that photons don't travel in straight lines. Right.
Let me ask you this. No, hold on. Let me ask you this. Are you willing to stand on this stance? If you live on a globe that is spherical in nature, that you would have a limit to your horizon based off of the radius of that ball. Are you willing to stand on that?
Limit to the horizon, of course. That's kind of necessitates the fact. But
so physicality limits your view. Are you willing to say that?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Why? Hold on, let's stop right there. Let's stop right there.
No, hang on.
Hold on, friend. No.
I can't clarify.
No. Your previous statement was that light travels. Hold on, dude.
What comes with that?
Dude, I didn't mop the floor so you could come and pee on it. But anyway.
No, dude, I'm the one.
I just want to point out.
So go ahead.
All right, great. I just want to point out that you just said that light travels in curved lines, and then you said there's a limit to what you can see because of the horizon. If light travels in curved lines, it would always be going around the horizon. There'd never be a limit.
Well, no, there would.
Your worldview, friend, your worldview is incoherent. You just defeated it with your own words. I yield the floor.
Well, I'm just going to say that, that's the thing you want to make a case for. So, that the horizon is something physical. The first thing you jump to was, there's bending light and stuff. So it's like, that's not proving that the horizon is something that's physical, that boats go over, or even light bends over. So you have to make a case for why the horizon is physical.
Let's say
What
it's
we-
the atmosphere itself. That's it. I mean, it would be physical if there was no horizon, if there was nothing to bend the light, which is what does bend the light. Then it would be
No.
physical. Yeah, like I mean, if you go,
You're just saying it has to be there, brother. You have to prove that it's actually there.
Dude, you need to take a sip of cold water, bro. You're
Well, on top of that, you have to prove that light can bend in such a function. You have two major hurdles to jump over right now.
Light definitely bends.
Dude, he did. He might have said this as a slip of the tongue, friends, but he just said the horizon bends the light.
No. I said the medium. I didn't say horizon bends the light. I said,
Okay, well, correct yourself.
If there was
No, that isn't what you said. That might not be what you meant. So go ahead and correct yourself.
My point was, if there was no atmosphere, if there was nothing to bend the light, then the horizon would be it'd be purely physical.
All right, no,
But you're just saying it has to be there.
No, hold on.
Not making a case.
This if statement, so you're talking about in a perfect vacuum without atmosphere, like a situation where, we can just base our reality on graphs and mathematics and theories. Is that it?
It's just the simple fact that if there was nothing to bend the light between the emission source and the receiver, there would be no deflection whatsoever.
Right, but to your own agreeance, there is matter there to bend the light.
Yeah, that's the atmosphere. That's what I was talking about.
Right. So why are we talking about if it wasn't there?
Because we were talking about the actual perspective of why the light bends, why it actually you can see further than you normally would, because from the
But you're not actually proving that the horizon is something that's physical. You're just telling us about air and light. Notice how this has nothing to do with the ground.
That was kind of what I was drawing on. Is that
He's saying that the atmosphere is the reason why it looks flat. All you gotta do is agree that it looks flat, measures flat.
No, but it's just you're running away.
The fact that we have an atmosphere, auto level everything to our perspective,
Yes.
to our point of view.
That's what he's saying.
No, what I'm saying is that the atmosphere allows light from a further source to bend.
Yeah, but you can't prove that. That's
You're
just
not
the claim.
talking. You're not even talking about the claim anymore. You've moved away from the claim that the horizon or the ground is physically curving. You're not even making a case about that.
The fact that the ground physically curves mean there's things
That fact has not been established. That's the thing you're supposed to be proving, which you haven't done.
It's also contradicting yourself.
What you're doing again is casting doubt. You're casting doubt. You're saying saying light can bend, therefore, because we already assume we live on a ball, bending light is causing you to see a flat Earth.
I'm not talking about a flat Earth. I'm saying bending light is causing you to see further than you would have.
But where's the curving ground? You're just telling us about light and air, brother. That's fine. We'll give you that. But what about the ground? That's the thing you're supposed to be proving anyway. So why would you discard that and go, well, let's talk about air and light?
It's a contradiction to say, you're contradicting yourself when you're saying that it looks flat, it measures flat, right? And all that.
What does measure flat mean?
You're saying it's a ball, even though it's
all tests. We always see farther than expected. By the way, all visual tests using lasers, using actual data from sea level. Hold on, that wasn't very good. But
let's hold them accountable.
The way that we use ballistics and the way that we use airplanes and so on and so forth. It's all based off of a non-moving plane. Okay, so now you could argue that it's due to simplification. We simplify it that way, but we actually live on this. But all objective reality in all of our observations from objective reality point towards a flat, non-rotating plane.
Anybody, so I'm gonna.
So you have the burden of proof. You have to show us otherwise how the Earth is curving. And if we can't see it, and if we can't detect it, and we can't measure it, like that's redundant. But if we can't do this, then it's literally just a figment of your imagination.
Little jobs and just keep doing that because nobody seems to be hiring you.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Very clear.
A lot of money to a lot of people.
You
We
can't
can use
accept
reality
it.
as flat, and it works every time.
He's AFK, I'm pretty sure.
It's hard to accept it because the whole world.
Now that you're back at
thinks
Glover,
otherwise.
Yeah, he's talking to someone else right now. He's checked out on us.
Getting some coaching from this. The CIA is helping him out.
Well, they were talking about like getting jobs somewhere, as if that had anything to do with. I think we can all agree the horizon's not physical, but it's like we're just trying to hold you accountable to the things you said, bro. If you're even there, you brought up. Well, there's lots of experiments. Go ahead. Sir.
He's saying that we would have seen the physicality of the horizon that he claims had light not traveled the path that it did. How does he know either of those? How does he know what the physicality is, and how does he know that the light actually traveled the path it would need to for that physicality to be true?
This is your refracted goblins argument all over again.
Yeah, here we go.
But you know these things.
Light bends. Therefore, reality is flat. But that if you were to take a God point of view, you would see it as curved.
So he says.
AI, did you want to get in?
He's saying that a ball, because of the atmosphere, because of the air, that's what makes it look flat.
Shotgun.
That's what he's saying.
Well, we got lots of time to decide.
Right. He's saying it should look like a ball, but it actually looks flat because of the atmosphere, refraction.
And our argument here, by the way, you don't want to walk away from this on your side going, oh, flat earthers think that the earth is flat because it looks flat. That's the most simplistic view of it. We can give you tons of fucking reason, like tons of experiments, like way more than you presented to us with your ISS footage.
So things will be looking a lot better money-wise.
Well, that's
ISS footage is self-debunking. It's not compatible with the radius.
Right. That's the thing. You just you better be careful or tread lightly. Like choose your words wisely, because you remember, bro. You said, well, there's lots of things, experiments, and evidence. So then all we have to do is go. Okay, so you said there's lots of evidence. Let's start with one. And you're like, well, Eratosthenes, even though that's not conclusive. So we moved on. Then you brought up the horizon, and you don't seem to be able to get to how it's physical. You can't really make a case of how it's physical. So what are these? What are these tests and experiments and all this evidence?
What's funny is when he said Eratosthenes, he didn't even know how to pronounce it. This was not his argument. That was another. What do we call it? Like machine gun, basically. That was another way for him to derail from his actual point. He had zero substance for his original point, and then went and derailed to Eratosthenes, which he had less understanding about.
Right.
I mean, it's not an easy name to remember, man. I mean, like Eratosthenes.
They don't need to know it anyway.
Even if I heard this guy, I couldn't remember for the longest time. I had to look at it and be like, Eratosthenes.
But even if you don't know the name, you should at least know the argument. But it's funny because go ahead, AI.
Well, he presented Eratosthenes as an example of evidence that we offered him that would be positive of a flat Earth that he said would go either way. But nobody presents Eratosthenes as a positive claim that the Earth is flat. It's just to show you that globe claims aren't conclusive.
Yep.
So he didn't even argue that point correctly.
He presented it all on his own, and also knowingly said that it doesn't prove it one way or the other. Without being coached, without being taunted, he did that on his own. That was his derailment.
I just thought it was funny. I played a clip prior to us chatting with him, and shout out to Bra for coming off mute and chatting with us. Respect. I don't know if you're busy or whatever. Maybe you just have a friend, but I'm gonna play the clip one more time just to show the room because we definitely called it. All right, he basically said this to a T without being sleepy.
There's a plethora of reasons actually, and the research really exists, and I'm not going to go into all of it. It is almost 1 a.m. and I do have work in the morning, but the research is out there and Google is free.
I mean, bro almost basically said that to a T. Well, I don't want to get into the specifics, but there's lots of experiments. There's lots of.
He wants to make claims and not back them up.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's
Why
crazy.
is Google free? Why is Google free though?
It's not fair that we force him to back up his claims. It's not fair. We're a bunch of fucking fascists for asking for proof.
Well, here's a pro tip for you, bro. If you're listening, just stick to things that you do know. Bring up things that you can back up. Don't say things like, "Oh, there's tons of experiments," because then we have to ask you about that. Oh, what are they? Give us one. Then what's another one? But if it's like, don't make that statement if you can't support it. Just a pro tip for anyone out there.
Yeah, you're going to look like the fool every time you do this. So just a heads up. Every time you come in here and make a claim that you can't back up, you will be the fool. You're not going to make a fool out of it.
Look, if you're going to make an argument on the show,
Don't just
you
say
can't
Google
sit there and say Google it and then not stand
Yeah,
for what.
like fuck that. Yeah, Google it, and she was all condescending. No, fuck you. You want to make an argument? Fucking make the argument.
Tags! What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers than you did.
Timbo, are you there?
I don't know about Kimbo, but Kimbo's here. I mean, Flatsy Klein.
Oh, hey, Flatsy. I was gonna ask Timbo. He mentioned something the other day about maybe uh a, a paleontologist I think was on Joe Rogan, and I wanted to maybe give it a listen and see if it was worth a listen. You know anything about that?
I don't, but I know that paleontology is a pseudoscience, so
Yeah. I
it would be
know.
the ultimate,
Yeah, I'm aware. I
you
just
know,
figured maybe it'd
provide
be good
more.
for a laugh.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
But it sounds
I quit watching Joe Rogan a while back.
yeah, I know. Me too. And I don't feel like scrolling through his list of shows just to search it. But maybe if somebody knows the name of the paleontologist, I can find it that way. Um, I don't know. Do you have control of the bot? Are you gonna play something?
I don't have control of the bot.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, that's all I was looking for. Thanks.
Got it, buddy.
discord.gg/flatearth.
Listen.
It is.
Oh, we don't astrophysicist
listen.
in here.
We don't listen. There's the mainstream cosmology, but there's a giant vacuum where there's a bunch of shit floating in it. Stars, space balls, meteorites, comets, all that, yada, yada, yada. That's not flat Earth. We don't think Earth is a disk in space floating around, that it's the third disk from the sun, all that crap. Completely different cosmological concept. There's just the Earth, and that's it. There's no outer space, there's no edge, there's none of that crap. Earth is not a freaking thing floating somewhere inside of something else. It is the something else, and everything you ever known is inside the realm of the Earth, and that's it. That's pretty much to sum it up. People come in here, and because they've seen media or stuff on the internet or on TV or whatever, they think, because they always portray, oh, there's this disc floating in space, and there's the sun, and there's the moon. No flat earther thinks that stuff. It is a misrepresentation, and it's intentional. Right?
All right.
So, yeah, go ahead, Mick.
No, I was just going to say, I just wanted to say that we have an astrophysicist, ITR. If any Glober in here wants to ask him some questions, he'd be happy to talk about exoplanets.
An astrophysicist.
Hi guys, how's it going?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I have a meeting in slightly less than half an hour, but I thought I'd come out and say hello.
30 minutes, bro. Like, you know.
Dude,
yeah, no, I got a little bit of time, but I can't stay for a couple hours. That's all I'm saying. I have 26 minutes.
Are you 100% sure of that?
I am 100% sure of that. Yes. In fact, I'm like 102% sure. I've gotten so many emails about this fucking meeting.
Are you sure the meeting's going to start exactly 26 minutes from now?
I am not sure the meeting is going to start exactly 26 minutes from now, but I'm pretty sure, I'm 100% sure that I'm supposed to be there 26 minutes from now.
25 minutes.
Okay.
20, yeah, whatever.
Welcome
25
back.
and counting.
All right, cool story. How did you figure out the mass of the sun?
Wow, it's just question time, huh? I just came here to hang out, say hello.
Oh, hi.
All right, no answer. Big deal.
A fucking coffee shop you could just pop into. Do you know what I mean? Hi, how are you guys?
What is the right? I guess here I am.
Nah, he can pop in, I guess. There's nothing wrong with it. We'll just talk about him behind his back, right in front of his face.
Exactly. So
I don't mind.
where we left off was.
I mean, like, you can disagree with me on many things, but I hope everyone agrees at the very least I am civil and friendly to everyone. So
yeah.
I've heard a lot about you, White here. Sorry,
But
I've
what do you
heard a
really
lot about
think
you,
about
White.
it?
So welcome back to the server, my friend. Good to see you again. Although I don't believe I've met. Have we spoken before? I can't
are you talking
remember.
to me?
Yeah.
I don't remember. I've only been in voice like 2 or 3 times, so it's quite possible that we have not talked.
Okay, I was just touching base because I've heard a lot about you. Astrophysicist, is that right?
Yeah, people keep saying that I have a PhD, which is not true, and I never claim that. I'm a PhD student. I do not have a PhD. Yeah.
Right.
How many years into it?
I prefer not to specify, but I'm not that close to being done.
Dude, what did he ask your age?
Well, I mean, it's a little bit speculative anyway. So
wait
Did
a
we
minute.
not want
time
a
you're in
new
college
person to ask him questions since he's the Glover, like Miggy suggested? Can we have one conversation at a time?
I thought that was tongue in cheek.
Yeah, we did ask him a question. How do you get the mass of the sun?
That wasn't her question, though. It was, I mean, feel me?
It's really what was on her heart and mind, though.
Okay.
That's all right. I prefer
You know how I know that? You know how I know that? 'Cause I told her so.
We were just about to talk about exoplanets in the lobby, but
So when you look through your telescope, you wear a wizard hat?
It depends. I mean, sometimes I wear a beanie, which if it's floppy enough, I suppose you could make it looks like wizard hat.
Oh, I'm not.
Yeah, where we left off, brother, is that he doesn't understand the cosmic ladder, the foundation. He says that's not his field. So the foundation that everything he does is based on, he doesn't know.
You know, actually, that's not entirely true. I don't think that a lot of the observations I do are necessarily based on the cosmic distance ladder. Certainly, it's important for the larger context, but when you observe the transit of an exoplanet, you're just looking at the light, the change in light of some little light. It doesn't really matter how far away it is, right?
Right, so having the transit of the exoplanet, you're inferring it from other things, right?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, I'm not there watching the actual planet. Yeah.
Yeah, no one's. Well, why do you characterize it as observing it when you're actually not observing the thing that you're describing?
Okay, I mean that's sort of a semantic thing, right? But okay,
No,
let
it's
me
not semantic.
hold on. Let me rephrase for you then. When I'm observing the phenomena that I am classifying as an exoplanet transit, how about that?
Yeah, when you're watching,
I'm happy to phrase it like that. I don't think that's inaccurate.
And you're like, wow, look, that's a bunch of elves having a party on frickin' Mars. Like you can literally make up anything.
Well, you could make up anything, but it'd be pretty trivial to prove most of the things wrong. So
No, not really, because like whatever data, if you get more data that shows the same thing happening, you can just say, look, more evidence of elves dancing on Mars. We have lots of it. So you can make up any little story as an interpretation of the data you're looking at, right?
No, that's not true.
No, okay. So me and you are looking at the same data. I say this is little elves dancing around the planet, and you say it's planets transiting the face of the planet. We're both looking at the same data. You have your interpretation, I have mine. How do we determine who has the correct interpretation?
Well, we might make some testable predictions.
Such as?
Well, what would be a testable prediction that I could go look for if it were actually elves dancing around the planet? Would the light be extra sparkly? Would there be little legs that I could see in the light curve? You know, what can you tell me that I can go look for that's better evidence?
Well, when the light dims, it's the the gnome jumping, and when the light gets brighter, it's the gnome landing. How about
but that's just a description. That's not a testable prediction.
That's what you're doing.
That's not a testable
It's not an actual description. It's a made-up fucking story because the description is the variation in the intensity of light. That's a actual description.
So just so we're clear, you can't really think of a testable prediction you could make based on the theory that it's elves going around the exoplanet or exostar. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. So I can give you a testable prediction.
Such as?
Okay, so I could say, well, I observed this star and it dims every once in a while, and I think that might be an exoplanet. A testable prediction that I might make is I could say, well, if this is an exoplanet and it is orbiting another star, then just based on the geometry of the situation, the light curve, which is the description of how that star brightens and dims over time, will have a characteristic shape. It'll look a certain way based on if it's an exoplanet or not.
It's not a testable prediction, you clown.
Certainly it is.
What's a
look at that state and see if
Hold on. I got this. Testable prediction. Is that a scientific prediction?
Sorry?
Is that a scientific prediction by chance?
What do you mean by scientific prediction?
What I mean by scientific prediction. Another fraud.
Isn't that kind of a tautology?
Scientific prediction is, sir.
I'm not familiar with that phrase as you're using it now.
You're not. That's the definition of a hypothesis. You would fail 5th grade general science.
Well, they managed to pass me anyway, so.
Yeah, they did, because you're a fraud, and so are they. You don't know what a fucking hypothesis is.
I think I have the basics.
So let's just go. Just because you got credentials from pseudoscientists doesn't make you a scientist, fucktard. At 29 minutes after the hour, Colorado State, a special scientific hypothesis, a special kind of prediction that forecasts how the independent variable will affect the dependent variable. Penn State University. The scientist applies his or her present knowledge to predict the effect of the independent variable on the dependent variable. The prediction is a statement of the expected results of the experiment based on the hypothesis. You'd fail 5th grade general science. What's your major?
You have some sort of point here, or?
Yeah, you don't know what a fucking hypothesis is.
Well, I do know what a hypothesis is.
No, you didn't.
Holding QE's big.
No, you didn't. I just exposed you.
Well, you certainly do seem to feel that way.
I don't feel that way. I just demonstrated it.
Well, you sound like you're actually having quite
Fuck off. What do I sound like? I'll tell you what. I don't sound like a fraud. A demonstrated one like you. Right now. That's how easy it was. That's it. You're finished. Anything else? You want to know my favorite color?
I would, actually. I'd love to know your favorite color.
It's turquoise.
My favorite's purple.
Clown.
If QE is citing what a scientific prediction is, what were you trying to say?
He was pretender clowning. He got busted.
No doubt.
Oh, sorry. Am I unmuted now? Hi.
I don't know why.
I mean, if anyone would like to have an action.
It's just going to get worse from here. So you think you can weasel your way out of this? Clown fuck. I don't think so.
Wow,
You'd
you are
fail.
remarkably unpleasant to talk to.
You'd
I
fail.
must say.
You bet your ass I'm unpleasant with fucking demonstrated frauds trying to tell us what's what.
So, just to be clear,
Fuck
you have this idea.
Go piss off. Go to your other fairy tale forums, cake decorating forums with your fucking testable predictions that you don't even know what the fuck they are.
Wait, he was about to make a gingerbread house for us. Well, let him talk.
Yeah, no shit. What? Are you talking about Gene Dixon predictions?
Who's Gene Dixon?
He was talking about affirming the consequent non-predictions.
Anyway, I thought he was going to tell us about
you got muted.
pixelation of pixies.
Of course,
dude, sometimes we need these guys to fucking do that, though. You know, it just it's funny. It's
Well,
fucking
it's already
entertaining.
over. It's already over. He doesn't know what a
Yeah, you-
hypothesis is, and he's claiming to have a science background. What the fuck? That's like me walking in claiming to be damn neurosurgeon and then stumbling over what the cerebellum is.
Yeah, but Quantum, you can just let these guys fucking stumble over themselves. It's funny. Oh, they
I
get
did.
it eventually. Yeah,
I did.
You can let them.
I just did.
He did. He didn't watch him stumble over. He kind of kindly assisted by putting his foot out.
Like, who are we
and
gonna fucking
watched
talk
him
to now?
smash his face into the floor. Yeah,
Yes.
it doesn't matter. I want to know if he understands that. Go on.
Well, I mean, how clear can it get? He said, is that a scientific prediction? And he didn't know what a scientific prediction is. He's a scientist that doesn't know what a hypothesis is.
Wait,
Does
is
it
that-
need to go beyond that? Like, how far do we have to go? Like,
Was that the astrophysicist?
Doesn't that technically
definition
make him
of
a pseudoscientist? Doesn't that make him a pseudoscientist then?
it's because they don't make
He's in an
his
entire field.
of wizardry. That's why I asked him if he had a wizard.
Yeah, he's in an entire field of pseudoscience. Yeah, it is wizardry, and miracles happen every day there from little pixels. They can tell what material the fairies' boots are made of.
Well, you guys didn't get your degree at Hogwarts?
So anyway, India. So what he was trying. Well, yeah, India and the guy were having a conversation, and he is like, "Well, we can predict this about exoplanets. How would you prove your prediction?" So QE came at the right time, asking him what kind of prediction is it. So now we know, based on what QE said and what he elucidated with his citations, is that the guy is not talking about scientific predictions. So then that only leaves the other alternative, which is what India was saying. Well, you can look at something and make up a story, and I can look up something and make up a story. See, he is trying to give the room this feel that he was educated and that he knew what he was talking about in terms of a prediction, but there's no epistemology behind it because it damn sure ain't the one that comes from the scientific method.
Well, can I point something out too? What he said was that he can make a prediction. He can take the geometry and use that geometry to make characteristic measure the characteristic curve of the light, according to him. He doesn't have any geometry, though. That's why he's measuring the light, because he doesn't see the exoplanet. He doesn't know the size of the world orbit. He doesn't know the size of the star. He doesn't know any of that shit. So whatever he comes up with, he's going to look at the characteristic curve and says, if there's a characteristic curve like this, there has to be a frickin' star who has a planet whose mass is this, whose radius is this, whose radius is that. Then he's going to go, we see this characteristic curve, therefore we have a planet whose radius is this, and the planet is this, and radius is that. right? It's called affirming the consequent.
Yep.
Dear me. That's a big
so that's
problem.
all. Yeah, so that's all based off of what I asked him, which is how do you get the mass of the sun? Because it's all based on assuming the Earth's mass, assuming the sun's distance, assuming the sun's size and the sun's mass and the color spectrum, and applying that to other suns, allegedly. All of that, which is all based on the transit of Venus and a bunch of conjecture.
Well, what's mass?
Good question. Ask him. Ask the scientist.
Well, he's not a scientist. I'm just catching up. He's not a scientist. He's most definitely a pseudoscientist. I hope he realizes this when he tries to answer this question.
Well, he's actually a student. Sorry. He's
yeah.
No, he said he had a master's, I guess.
Okay,
But
so he's a student of pseudoscience. Cool. Student of pseudoscience. What's mass?
Oh my, am I unmuted now? Hi guys.
Yes, please define that.
I'd like to apologize to QE for not immediately realizing that he was trying to, bring up the one of the definitions of the hype.
Shut the fuck up. That's not one of the definitions. It's the definition. There's not more than one. You got different sources of what a scientific hypothesis is. There's not more definitions of it, you fucking clown.
I think that if you look back on the live stream, you'll realize that I phrased my statement.
Shut the fuck up.
How you phrased it?
You phrased your statement. You didn't know what a testable prediction was. I fucking clearly identified what is a scientific prediction, and you didn't fucking know. When a scientific prediction is a hypothesis, you're not rewriting history, clown fuck pseudoscientist. Not on my watch. Everyone heard what you said. You're fucked. You can't get out of it.
So why are we asking him to define mass? He wouldn't know, would he? I don't know, would he?
No.
I'm kind of interested, but I know where it's going to go. But it's interesting.
QE's not muting him. Fuck it. Let somebody else ask him what mass is and tie your fingers together so that you don't put the mute button.
QE overdosed on testosterone today.
No, he's just
He's joking.
He's just tired of liars.
He's overdosing on bullshit. And like
Terminators just don't eat. They don't feel pain.
We also need
They
content.
don't need it.
We need
They
content.
just will not
We
stop.
don't need. Look, we have plenty of content, and no one Glober is different than any other. Quite honestly, they all smell the same.
Like
Should we get into this with? Should we get into this with him then? Are we going to unmute him? Is that
I
gonna be-
mean, that's up to you. I don't care what y'all do.
Can we play the?
Give him a chance to be humble. Give him a chance. Humility is the only way out of this for him.
But this is what we're all looking for. That humility bit where they understand that they don't know what they're talking about.
I still don't think he does any fucking astronomy, quite honestly. And I want to get that Rob Parks dude in here to fucking expose him. Even though I don't like him either, and he's a goer. Astronomy, astrophysics, whatever the fuck he does.
It doesn't.
Yeah, he said it was the same.
Astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology are all demonstrated pseudosciences. So I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, well, I think he's even a fake pseudoscientist.
Yeah, they're not actual natural sciences. What the fuck? Does he think he's a scientist or something?
I just think that was going to be one of my questions. I've got a few piling up now. So does he now think he's a scientist, being as we've just exposed him for not being able to make or understand what a hypothesis is? You know, being if you're a scientist, you should know what a hypothesis is. And how, when you're doing what he's claimed to learn, you know, being he's at university, how he understands that that's not science then. He is, in fact, learning to become a pseudoscientist. Has he figured that bit out? I mean, he should have done, right? Oh, we're talking about him like he's like not here.
Can we let him answer or not?
Well, I've taken the time and effort to unmute him. So, yeah what we've been
If there is an exoplanet orbiting the sun, then we expect to see certain.
Shut the fuck up.
That's it. I didn't last night. I was definitely answering my question. I do wonder whether he was talking the whole time. It was weird.
He's just talking the whole time, I think.
If there's an exoplanet in your fairy tale vacuum of space that's a second law of thermodynamics violation, are you retarded?
See, this is my problem as well, because he said the word if, and I get why you muted him. But in the physical and natural world, it's not if. It's here it is that I've got to physically manipulate it, not if we have an idea or something, or if something moves that I can't fucking reach and test. I can't do science with this. Does this pseudoscientist realise that he's not doing science? No way can he stand on the earth, point up at the sky, and then do a scientific experiment based on a prediction into a cause and effect relationship. This man can't do that. Does he realise that yet?
He doesn't know what a hypothesis is. Not that he can't do it. He doesn't know what the fuck it is.
He doesn't know. I'm trying to. He doesn't know.
Tell him what affirming the consequent is. Lay into affirming the consequent. If he understands that, then he might understand it.
You think he understands formal logical fallacies after he didn't know what a hypothesis was?
Well, I mean, now is the time we tore him down. Now build him back up from the base.
We're building him up, showing that he doesn't know what an affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy is. Is that building up?
Well, I mean, give him a chance to be humble and understand that he might not know what he's talking about. He certainly isn't. No, I know. I'm just saying.
Stop cutting the fucking conversation, man. Let's have a conversation with people, dude. Like, shit.
I was actually hoping to talk about this because I think it's a really interesting idea. The schism, I think, that you guys believe exists between observational and experimental science.
Shut the fuck up. You don't get to Shut the fuck up. You don't get to pontificate on what science is and what it isn't when you don't know what a hypothesis is. Observational science, that's fucking a composition fallacy. Citation for observational science before we unmute you. Right here. Do you even know what a citation is? Make sure you put it in live stream. Observational science, you dumb fuck. Go ahead, post it. We're waiting to see observational science.
Oh, I'm unmuted again. This is getting a little bit...
Don't fucking unmute him.
Like, why not, QE? Holy fuck.
Because he has to cite it. I don't want to listen. We're not listening to any of his fucking bullshit before he cites observational science for everyone to see.
That's fucking bullshit, man. That's just fucking bullshit.
There's a little gaslighting in there at the same time. Obviously, it's going to erupt the rest of us.
Who said that?
I said that.
You're a fucking... Who is it? What's your name?
That's Elbow, motherfucker.
That's motherfucker.
Yeah, bro. Like, hold up, stuff. Chill the fuck out, bro. Like, goddamn, let's have a conversation. Yeah, you don't have to mute it every fucking time.
That's what your sister said, but she didn't seem to mind. So now, he will post a citation for observational science.
Because on the opposite end, I mean, would you accept that he can be unmuted after he posts a citation for what he's going to try to get us to agree to?
What did I just fucking say? That you won't be able to speak until you post a citation for observational science. How many times I fucking say that?
Four.
Want me to say it again?
Make it 5. Nice even number.
Jesus.
You don't want us to blow past that, do you, Elbow? I mean, I get it, but I do want him to post that. I mean, if it's the case, everyone listening, he could be unmuted right now if he can post a citation for observational science, because this is the premise for all the rest of the bullshit that's going to come out of his mouth.
Yeah, so we can make it even simpler, so nobody has to die on their swords. He posts it, or I ban him permanently. There you go, problem solved. You have exactly until I decide, at random. Get to work.
Good idea, man. You better be posting that.
That's not a citation. That's a source. He doesn't even know what a fucking citation is, people.
Oh my goodness, I wasn't prepared for that. Logic error. Explosion.
Holy fucking shit. This is a whole new level. You have, what did he say he was?
Astrophysicist.
You fucking clown. That is a source. A citation is what? What are you circling, dipshit? We want the citation with quote marks wrapped around that sumbitch. A citation is a reference to a source. Yeah, a citation is the quotation inside the reference. You dumb fuck. Where do you go to school? Tuco Community College in Tobago.
Yeah, this is puzzling to me why people don't understand what a citation is. It's really puzzling. Going to a dictionary and trying to give us the dictionary definition proves you don't know what it is. Painful, dude.
Purely, listen to this. It is. He's not posting it, Peggy. Look, it is customary to distinguish experimental from purely observational. All right, there's another question. So that leads us to this. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? That's the question. Go ahead. We're gonna finish this right now. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? Yes or no?
Are you going to let me speak?
Can natural science be conducted? This is the last time I'm going to fucking ask you. Without experiment. Yes or no?
I believe that there is a...
We don't give a fuck about what you believe. I'm going to ask you. I'm going to give it to Meggie. I'm going to give him one more fucking chance. I'm going to ask it again real slow. It's a closed-ended question. Can natural science be conducted without experiment? Yes or no?
I assume you're referring to science which requires you to manipulate.
He just won't do it, Meggie.
Yeah, it was a yes or no.
Did you have that on soundboard?
It was a yes or no, ITR.
What do you want me to do?
It was a yes or no. He knew what was the implications of not answering that with a yes or no.
You know these jokers never fucking answer the way you want them to.
It's always got to come with a caveat. He wants to lay his caveat down first. Without the caveat.
He said yes. He said yes in the chat.
Oh, did he say yes in the chat? You're finished. It's fucking all over for you. You understand that, Mr. Yes?
He said yes.
Science... Huh?
He said yes to, can you have science without an experiment?
Yes.
Yikes, man.
Here we go. Hold on a second. I got too much in there. 1 second, please. Because Discord won't allow only so many characters. So, Mr. fucking scientist here answered the question, can natural science be conducted without experiment? He answered yes. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, the scientific method distinguishes science from other forms of explanation because of its requirement of systematic experimentation. You're finished right there. I could stop right there, but I won't. Where's the fun in that? From Luhr's Introduction to Theory and Application of Molecular and Quantum Mechanics, the final arbiter of truth in science is experiment. Uh-oh. From the Chair of Physics at Yale, the only way things change in physics is experiments. Everything is based on experiment. That's the only way we change our mind. Richard Feynman, if it doesn't agree with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science. If you don't have experiment, you don't have the key. He also said mathematics is not a science from our point of view in the sense that it is not a natural science. Why is mathematics not a natural science? Well, because he says the test of its validity is not experiment. So, according to Dick, for something to be natural science, it must be validated by experiment. Debunking your dumbass. From Max Planck. Experiment is the only means of knowledge at our disposal. Everything else is poetry and imagination. And lastly, back to the University of Rochester Physics Department. Listen to this closely. The scientific method requires that a hypothesis, which this clown fuck doesn't even know what it is, be ruled out or modified if its predictions, the hypothesis, are clearly and repeatedly incompatible with experimental tests. Further, no matter how elegant a theory is, its predictions must agree with experiment. Experimental results. If we are to believe that is valid description of nature in physics, here comes the fucking rub. As in every experimental science, experiment is supreme, and experimental verification of hypothetical predictions is absolutely necessary. The prosecution rests.
So the question now becomes, I believe, does this student of pseudoscience realize he's a student of pseudoscience? Because he doesn't understand what science is. So does he understand what pseudoscience is?
Who knows?
What we disagree on is what an experiment.
No, it's not a case of agree or disagree. This is objective, not subjective, you dumb fuck cracker.
It's right or wrong, man. That's it. Right or wrong, I hear.
That was going to be my other Jedi prediction, that he was going to quibble about what an experiment was.
I've read his website, QE's website.
But here's the thing, guys. It was almost an excellent clip that I would have liked to use with you, QE, but I can't use it with you muting the guy. He has to say stupid shit openly.
So I should just let him have diarrhea of the mouth, Elijah, so you can post a fucking video or something, right?
Just the sound of a toilet flush.
Public relations is very hard. You know what I mean?
He doesn't know what a fucking hypothesis is, Elijah.
I know, but I can't help others know that if I don't have the second half.
I guess
part of the reason why a lot of us are ex-Globers is because of Globers and their ridiculous explanations. When you see enough of them, it makes you realize that the things that we should have assumed and were right are wrong. And when time after time these Globers are saying exactly these ridiculous things, it shows the audience listening how ridiculous it is and turns people into ex-Globers.
Okay, so can I say something really quickly? Listen, Mr. Astrophysics guy, whatever your name is, if he's still around. Okay, you're not disagreeing with him what an experiment is. You're disagreeing with Richard Feynman, Max Planck, Rochester University Physics Department, Professor of Physics, whatever that name is. Ramaturi Shakar, like you're not disagreeing with QE.
That's the chair of physics, by the way.
Yeah, you're not disagreeing with QE. You're disagreeing with those people.
Yeah, and it's not a case of agree or disagree anyway. He's in a category error.
Fuck.
Yeah, it's either incorrect or correct. That's your choices. And if you think it's incorrect, like to show your citations, it's incorrect. And debunk these guys.
He doesn't know what a citation is.
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, I don't know. The poor fucking guy, does he realise that what he's putting his time and money and effort into is just fucking pseudoscience bollocks? I want to hear that ding in his head, because let's be fair, he's been punched around the face quite a fucking lot. He's got nowhere to go. He is that boxer on the fucking floor. Is he going to get up? Is he going to come back and fight? Or is he going to throw the towel in and realise there's nowhere for you to go, or you concede that you don't know shit?
If this is what you really want to do, but bro, you blew it. You blew it. You're out.
It looks like the Django's back in the chat.
Did we give him a phone a friend?
Yeah,
I'm unmuted. I'm happy to talk about this. In fact, I'm more than happy to talk about it. But it's
You've already been exposed. Mae West is blushing in the corner, fucktard. What the fuck you want to talk about? My favorite color? You're done.
I believe that observation can be an experiment.
Right, I said that's fucking interesting, because we've already listed off a load of people that we can cite that say you need to physically manipulate something, not just stand and make a declaration about shit.
He's a cold dumb fuck, man.
Well, ask him. What do you think about the citation including that you need an experiment to go along with the observation?
That's not what he's talking about. That's not what he's talking about. What are the three constituent parts of an experiment, pretender clown?
Thank you, Chewie.
This is the last one. What are the three constituent parts?
Well, you've got the dependent variable, the independent variable, and then you have your hypothesis about how they relate to each other.
Wrong. Incorrect. That's not
2 out of 3.
You got
2 out of 3.
Okay, which part of you said an observation could be an experiment? What's the independent variable? Your fucking eyelids? You dumb fuck?
This is where we disagree.
It's not a case of agree or disagree. You're a retard, man. There's no hope for you.
So it's hard. You disagree with the chair of the physics department in Rochester University, or Max Planck, or Nobel Prize winners? Are you disagreeing with them? That's what you're saying?
Well, he is. The question is why. Justify it.
Yeah, no, I'm just wondering why he thinks that he knows more about this than a Nobel Prize winner or the chair.
Yeah, me both.
Why should I take a second to try to explain my position when I get muted halfway through every time?
I don't want you to explain your position. I want you to justify your difference in epistemology.
Yeah.
Difference in epistemology.
Well, whatever you'd like to call it. Why should I try to do it if I keep getting?
Shut the fuck up.
Because
go back to the playground, Holmes. Because this is a joke.
Yeah, he lost me at when he said, "I believe," and like I shut it off right at that, because I don't know where the word belief appears in the scientific method. Like I've looked and looked, I don't see the word believe anywhere in there.
No, it's antithetical to it.
It's hard. The reason you're getting muted immediately is because you're not addressing the direct questions being asked to you to address.
You fucked up every single question asked you so far. It was the exact opposite of what you said it was.
Do you appreciate?
And even though it's like, even though he got the first two constituent parts of the experiment right, we want him to get to the second one, the independent variable, the thing where you physically manipulate your presumed cause. That's the bit that we want to get him to, right?
Yeah, I understand, and that's the bit I'd love to talk about. But I really haven't had the chance.
But why? Because now you're going to be arguing the toss about what a fucking experiment is, and just standing on the floor and making predictions based on begging the question models, looking up at the sky and thinking what you see is what they tell you.
Yeah,
it's not a scientific. Is it, Adam? In a scientific experiment, you have to vary and manipulate what you presume the cause of the phenomena to be.
Not according to him. He just flaps his eyelids open.
I mean, you don't
This
ever
is the thing.
finish explaining though. That's just bullshit. Like, it's it hard to have a conversation here if you're just gonna shut everybody off, dude? That's just ridiculous.
Right, so let's get back to what is the contention. So what do you think you can do that's an experiment where you don't physically manipulate something? Are we just
I don't
going to
think anyone's going to dispute that I'm.
Wait a fucking second. If we're going to cut everyone, he already showed he didn't know what a hypothesis was, that he doesn't know what natural fucking science is, and he doesn't know what experiment is. What the fuck? Should I give him another platform so he can pontificate his horse shit? The book FN fucking retard?
Yeah, would you like to be?
Fuck you, you're a dumb fuck.
Just want to make sure that when the knife is actually into him, he feels the knife in him. That's all I'm trying to do. And just
So you
doing
need
it
me as well, Quantum.
You're a dumb fuck.
So are you. What the fuck?
Yeah, how am I a dumb fuck, sir?
You keep cutting everybody off. How do you have a conversation that way? What
That
the
means
fuck?
I'm a dumb fuck. I don't think that's a non sequitur fallacy. I can show how you're a dumb fuck.
Well, and you know what's look.
This is ridiculous.
I get
How
it.
do you have a conversation?
I'm talking. I chose this moment when you guys weren't talking to speak. Now, Kiwi's been in here all week or however long. Okay, we've had tons of conversation. We got tons of content. He's not muted anybody, not once. Okay, so he's muting this guy who can't answer a direct question. This is the only time why are you in here today, right now, at this moment, making it this much of an issue? All week it hasn't been an issue, just right now, because this guy can't answer a direct question.
Oh, they pointed out after he finished saying his shit. All right, he speaks his shit. He say, you didn't answer the question, dude. Okay.
Yeah, because he didn't answer the fucking question.
Yeah, so you don't have to mute him for it. Just
What the fuck? We should just entertain him.
Elbow, you're setting a pick and roll on your own team players. Like, come on, dude.
He's a fucking terrorist sympathizer. That's what he is. Yeah.
That worse than
Hanoi Jane?
Is that he doesn't want people
He's
to
the same
give
thing. Hanoi
excuses.
Jane right here. Let's let him speak, even though he doesn't know what a fucking hypothesis is. Let's let him have platform for his science platform so he can pontificate some more. You fucking clown, Book FN.
I think part of the problem is if he can speak, if he's going to answer the direct questions, that's part of the point. The fact that he doesn't do that, the fact that he doesn't do that is why he's getting muted immediately, because he's not answering the questions.
Look, this guy's been here for 2 weeks, or nearly 2 weeks. We've been listening to the same crap the whole time. He knows the drill. He knows he should be just answering the question. If we were going to have an honest dialogue, he's answering questions we don't ask, or he's like spinning it in some way. Like, it's a waste of time. The guy didn't know what a hypothesis is. It's like listening to one of these 99%ers that aren't sure they're even talking on Discord, that are trying to convince us the Earth's a fucking globe. Why even talk to them? They're not even sure they exist.
So, I mean, if you were talking, I spoke over you. Would you like that?
No. Wow.
Right. You mute people for that reason, right? Because if they start talking over you, but that's what happens, right?
You're not carrying the ball down the field now.
Right.
Elbow. You're just holding up the game.
If you don't have a conversation with people, there's no way to actually teach them what they're saying wrong.
Indio just told you that he's been in here for 2 weeks. You haven't, so you don't really know what's going on.
I wonder why I haven't, bro. I wonder why. Because this is exactly what happens all the time.
That's a red herring, isn't it? That's a red herring, isn't it? Everything you think happened, again, we've had conversations for the last week, 2 weeks. QE hasn't muted anybody. You just happened to come in today and see a continuation of what you already don't like. I get that, but as your brother, I'm trying to also fill you in on the main scope of everything. He's been in here for not just today. QE hasn't muted him not once. QE's been here. So what you think is happening is not what's happening.
So let me fill you in. This dude's been here for 2 weeks. First day he was here, he was asked very specific questions. And we got answers like, well, I'm not here to give an astronomy class. I'm not here to do this. So next time he comes in, very specific questions. Deflect. Can't answer. Makes claims, but when you try to drill down into like the substance of his claim, there's no substance there. So now, when he the third time, he did not actually come into the chat. He chat skanked in the lobby, saying the same shit that he won't provide any justification for in this VC. Now he's here, day four in a 2-week period that I know of, unless he was also here before I was in here, so actually it's like 5 or 6, and he's doing the same thing. Like, how many
let's get
times
real.
should we do it? I'm asking you, how many
let's
times
get
should
real.
we do it?
Let's get real. When are they ever going to produce anything they substantial?
Well, he's the one claiming credentials. It's not like he's just some random Glober. He's claiming he's got a master's degree in astrophysics or astronomy or something.
And that's what. Isn't that, we understand. We already know that.
Listen, I'll tell you where it started off, right? It started off, he says, I've personally taken pictures of exoplanets. And we said, okay, produce them. He gave us something from fucking Wikipedia. I said, okay, I want the source of that.
I remember that
He
conversation.
gave me, yeah, so then he gave me a PDF that was about that, but was not the image that he showed me. I had to go find that myself. And then when I did, and then he also said, oh, we make predictions, and why does it perfectly conform with Newtonian gravity? Then I read the fucking actual document his images are from, and they say, we can't make this work. We did 100,000 fucking simulations, and it don't work.
Wow. It's getting us to fight with each other.
Newtonian.
This is we're not fighting. I'm just explaining. Like,
no, I know.
Look, you're getting like a small snapshot of the interaction with this person. Person's just a fucking either a bullshitter, liar, dancer, tap dancer. I don't know. And he came in with that other dude, Django. We sat here and entertained for fucking 3.5 hours. Then goes in the lobby and says, "You didn't answer my question." I answered his question in depth over a period of 30 minutes, and he pretends I didn't say it. How long should we put up with this shit? Forever? I'd rather talk to that chick that keeps apologizing.
But I mean, I guess this conversation. I mean, I guess y'all being self-centered about the conversation. The conversation isn't about them. We already know they have shit. Well, the conversation is about the people that are listening.
Yeah,
no
but,
shit.
but we have
I sympathy for the audience.
Yeah, but we have to be closers, okay? So that's where I come in. When I finish speaking to someone, I don't have to mute them. They just shut the fuck up. That's a fact. Everybody in here knows that. Maybe QE just decides to mute them because their feelings a little more hurt. I don't know. But what we're saying is, yeah, the audience, there's an audience here that has to listen. But what India was just talking about is the audience has been listening and the penny has to drop eventually. Okay? So this is that eventual moment. It's not a big deal.
Is he not one of these guys who's ever going to get to a concession? He's just going to dance around. He's not going to get there. Is he one of these people?
It is fun to watch mental gymnastics. Especially when they fall. Mental gymnastics.
No, they're mental gymnastics.
Yeah.
He fucked up what a hypothesis was.
I know.
Right
It's
there,
hysterical.
right there, he should have been kicked out of the server with credentials from. He's claiming credentials, scientific credentials, and he doesn't know what a hypothesis was. I tried to give you an analogy of me claiming to be a neurosurgeon and fumbling over what a cerebellum is. I don't think that got through to you. Should I break it down a little further for you? How about a quilter that doesn't know what fucking yarn is?
The dude's a pseudoscientist. Of course, he's not going to know what science.
I don't even think he has the credentials he says he has. Quite honestly, that's my opinion.
Well,
he says he's a nerd. He's like into exoplanets and knows a little bit about it, but he doesn't. He's not actually in the field or has anything to do with the field. That's why I said I want to bring that Parks dude to just expose him, because I listen to him talk to Witsit, listen to him talk on other platforms. You can tell he's in the field. It's his profession. He does it. This guy's a pretender. Didn't know what a hypothesis.
Can we compare his credentials to Max Planck?
To be fair, Indio,
He's not a student.
To be fair, Indio, Parks doesn't know what a hypothesis is either.
Yeah, well, yeah, I understand that, but you can tell that is actually his profession. He actually does that for a living. This guy is just no.
Actually, the other day, this guy said that he has looked through the telescopes and he's seen the exoplanets. So I don't know, guys.
And that he took pictures himself.
Yeah, he took the pictures, and he wouldn't be able to share them because I don't know what reason. But
Yeah, that he didn't want to get doxxed or some bullshit. That's what he said.
Yes, yeah, you remember.
What the fuck is a planet? And then what the fuck is an exoplanet?
It's a sexy version of the planet.
It's an executive officer planet.
It's Planet Imagination squared.
It's a light in the sky in the past that dims and wiggles a bit.
Yeah, they probably use 1/4 of a pixel for their whole planet. Not even 1 pixel.
It's a light
about it. They know everything about it by spectroscopy, right? So they can look at a pixel. They can tell all the minerals and everything. I mean, which way the wind's blowing and that kind of shit.
Spectrochocoloscopy. I'll bet you that fucker doesn't even know what spectroscopy is.
Can someone tell me what month we're in?
That would have definitely triggered.
We don't want to go that far. He doesn't know what a hypothesis is. I'm not. Why are we even talking about this?
Exactly.
Claimed scientist that doesn't know what a hypothesis is. Science. God, astronomy. Doofus.
Whatever happened to predictability? The milkman, the paperboy, evening TV. Everywhere you look, there's a heart, a hand to hold on to. Everywhere you look, there's a face of somebody who needs you.
Join discord.gg/flatearth and enter a check-in room. Someone will come along and verify you to get involved in the conversation about our Earth.
Hey guys, mic check.
Yeah, Mike's fine. I'm fine too. So it's Quantum Eraser. We're all fine.
Hey, Kiwi.
What's up? Oh, that's
Yeah, this
bad. I should never say that. Every time I fucking say that, people say the sky.
This is Rebel.
Yeah. Oh, you got in a little pissing contest with Nathan. You fucked up.
Yeah. I stirred up a pot a couple of weeks ago.
No, you
With
fucked
cheese.
up. You didn't stir up the pot. You just fucked up.
Was
Yeah,
that
I
with
did.
Matthew Byrne?
It happens.
Yeah, with Matthew. Yeah.
It happens.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Fuck up.
Share your humanity.
Yeah, no.
You fuck up.
So, I talked to in the after show to the guys. The confusion I guess I had was with trigonometry that I have applied to celestial navigation.
Oh, then Jedi is your man.
Yeah. Well, Adam actually jumped in right after because I listened back to it. And by the way, when I listened back to it, it didn't seem like I was clear as to what I was trying to say.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So, and then I talked to Matthew Learns on the after show.
Oh, God.
And, I basically, there's so many revelations from Matthew concerning his stance on it. Basically, it boils down to his beliefs.
Russ B.
Well, no, seriously.
Oh, God, yeah.
He acknowledges that it's a belief. It's not provable.
It's worse than that. He doesn't know what a triangle is. It's well worse than that.
Yeah. But my question to you, well, I guess not a question. I'm trying to clarify that because I missed a lot of shows, as you know. But I'm trying to figure out celestial navigation from the standpoint of trigonometry. How? Because when I hear triangles, I think instinctively of trigonometry, right?
Yeah, don't do it.
Yeah, so that's the pit I fell into.
Yeah. Because celestial navigation has nothing. I reviewed every aspect of it, and if somebody could show me a trigonometric function in celestial navigation that they use, please, the floor is yours.
Well, you can't really use trigonometry because hold on. So because I realized one thing when I look at trigonometric functions, right? This is all two-dimensional graphs, right? If you look at the graphs in two-dimensional, like when looking at physical objects, right? You have to take into account perspective, right? And that's what trigonometry falls apart.
Yeah, well, see, you can use for terrestrial measurement. I went over this not directly, but indirectly on silly spinning space monkey arguments. And I brought up a point that I made many, many years ago. And Adam took it and ran with it. Because I was just thinking to myself those many, many years ago. And it was more in line with the angular diameter of the sun. Still with angles, but not with elevation angles. I digress. And I said to myself, is there a difference? Because what they say is, well, why does the angular size of the sun change, QE? Well, okay, well, fair enough, but you got a fucking problem, even with that blanket statement. Now, they're train wrecked anyway because it's been shown that the angular diameter of the sun actually does change in size. Back in 2016, Chris Van Maytrade did it. So besides that, I thought about it, the subject for a second, and I said, well, wait a second. Are we assuming anything here? You see, when angular size is brought up, those are terrestrial to terrestrial observations. Like if you see a fucking cow, right, 10 feet away, or a bull, he's pretty damn big. But if I back away 300 meters, he gets small. Obviously, that's perspective, and that's angular size change with distance, obviously. However, when you try to superimpose that concept from terrestrial to terrestrial observations onto terrestrial to celestial observations, then you're in a fucking category error. It might sound for a second like it's a special pleading fallacy, but it's actually not. Because in order for you to superimpose the terrestrial to terrestrial observation onto terrestrial to celestial observations, you would have to fucking know what's between, not only what's between you and that celestial object and the makeup of that celestial object at a minimum. Follow?
Yeah, see, that's where I think probably the whole disconnect came from. That's not what I was talking about at all. So let me elaborate as briefly as I can. So when you look at, let's say, a piece of paper and you draw a 90-degree triangle, right? In a 90-degree trigonometric function, for the 45-degree angle alpha, for example, the tangent is the angle of the tangent and hypotenuse.
You're gonna lose half the people in here, so you just gotta sock a toe on a triangle.
No. I'm simplifying it. So at 45 degrees, your length of tangent should equal to the length of opposite. That's basically the function of 90-degree triangles, right? Trigonometric function. At 45 degrees.
Sock a toe.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, but that, however, does not apply to the phenomena of perspective.
Celestial
right?
objects. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
So you can't discern that angle looking at the elevation of the celestial objects.
You can discern the angle, but the elevation is, they even tell you, don't even try that shit. Don't try to get the opposite side because, number one, celestial navigators don't do it. Number two, it's nonsensical because what they...
Oh, it is nonsensical. That's right. That's what I was trying to get to.
Yeah, it's nonsensical to apply trigonometry in celestial navigation to angles. Yeah, it's a category error.
Well, not just celestial navigation, to really any situation that involves perspective.
Not terrestrial.
That's where
terrestrial. Well, then you start getting into. I can see what you're saying because whenever, I can remember in trigonometry, even though it was fucking decades ago, you're always given information on the sides and the angles. That information is given to you. Like, for the height of a lighthouse, right? They always either give you the distance to the lighthouse or the height of the lighthouse.
That's
follow?
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. They have to because you're stuck. You can't solve the right triangle without certain information.
Well, not only that, you can't solve the right triangle in terms of physical dimensions by looking at the objects. Because perspective, so, you know what I mean? Like, so trigonometry works well.
I just said that. You need more than that.
Yeah, and so from that perspective of knowing about trigonometric functions of right-angle triangles, intuitively you would say, okay, well, if we know at 45 degrees we're looking at the polar star, and we say, okay, that's the distance to it, to the GP.
To the GP.
Well, if we know the distance, right, then therefore we know the opposite, which is what 90-degree triangle function will tell you.
Right.
Except for the fact.
Except for the fact that if you move, and let's say it's a 35-degree angle, then what does that tell you? Go ahead and finish the equation. Right?
No, that's not what I'm saying. So,
oh, for fuck's sake. I know what the fuck you're saying. Get to the point. What's the point?
Well, I'm trying to get to the point.
What's the point?
Well, the point is 45 degrees in observation, right? The elevation angle. does not equal 45 degrees on the 2D paper, is what I'm saying.
What? So, what? If you're talking about 45-degree, elevation angle to Polaris?
Well, it's the same.
Yeah, you're saying you can't do this on a flat piece of. I'm starting to get the kind of twinge for latitude lines. Sorry.
No, don't.
Well, not only that. Not only that, the distances we're talking about 16 nautical miles per degree. That's a linear function, right?
Yes.
And which isn't true for trigonometry from ascertaining the length of tangent and opposite.
Well, the ballpards are screwed. As soon as you say linear function, it's over. But that's another tangent.
That's right. Yeah. So linear function. Yeah, that's where it's over, really. And I was just going at it from a different avenue.
Am I wrong? Am I? Sorry.
Well, no, hold on. I just want to clarify something. So when you say it's not the same as on a piece of paper, well, just so I understand what you're saying, is that measuring an angle by looking, right, by using like a sextant and looking through it and measuring that angle is not the same as changing that to an orthographic view of that angle.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right. So the very simple way to look at it is if I draw a 90-degree triangle and I'll put the Polaris at the top of opposite, and I'll put you as an observer at the end of tangent, right?
Yeah.
And let's just imagine it's at the 45 degrees. Now, if I transport you like a computer graphic program from a 2D to a 3D without changing any of the positions at all, and I'll tell you what's the degree of elevation to the star you're looking at. Now, remember, you haven't changed the position. The Polaris hasn't changed the position. 45 degrees is not going to be what you're going to tell me.
I don't know about that, and maybe I'm missing this in translation. If you put a protractor on a piece of paper and you measure a 45-degree angle, and then you measure a 45-degree angle, it's the same fucking 45.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to be the 45 once you looking at it with perspective in mind.
Yeah, it is. Perspective deals with the angular diameter, not the position.
Yeah.
I don't think you understand what I was saying.
No, this is all fucked up, fucking confused.
What I think he's saying is that you can't transform it into an orthographic view.
No, I don't think orthographic view has anything to do with it.
Because, listen, if you transformed it into orthographic view, then Polaris would have a height, right? Because if you knew the angle and you knew how far away you are from the GP, then Polaris would have a height. Because you'd have a right triangle, right?
You still have a right triangle. You're just looking at it at different perspectives.
Yeah.
What does orthographic mean?
It's
Side
Muppet
view.
vision. You're looking at side view.
Muppet vision.
2D, like a drawing on a piece of paper. That's orthographic.
It doesn't matter with trigonometry.
Like an engineering diagram or something.
India. It doesn't matter with trigonometric functions, though. It doesn't matter whether I get a 45-degree angle on a flat piece of paper versus if I measure a 45-degree angle. That makes no fucking difference. It's still a 45.
Well, yeah. I'm just trying to translate. I'm trying to get what he's saying, man. I'm trying to
I'm
figure
not
out.
getting it. Maybe he can explain it to you, and then you translate it to me because I'm not fucking getting it. And by the way, Indio,
I'm not getting it. Yeah, I saw it then. I haven't listened to it yet, but I saw it.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
All right.
I've listened to it. It's funny as fuck.
Well, I listened to the first 7 seconds, and that was funny.
I didn't mean it to be funny. I meant it to make a point or to elucidate more than 4 hours of debate. I shrunk it down to 7 minutes. Good. So go ahead, Rebel. If you can explain it, Indio, I would like some feedback on that. But whenever
I'm trying to understand it. We're in the same boat here.
Holy fucking shit! I want some feedback. Audio. I want some feedback on the audio I sent you. on this topic with Rebel, please, the floor is your two guys. And then when you get done, please translate that shit back to me, okay?
Okay.
Me and Quantum Eraser can talk about it later.
I'm not certain what it is you're asking. You're asking me to listen to the audio?
No, he's talking to me about that. These are two separate topics. One is personal between me and him, and the other one is public.
Yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with you, Rebel. Don't get fucking paranoid. So just explain your position with this topic, trigonometric functions, and perspective within India.
All right, now?
You can, and let's see if he gets it, because I'm not getting it.
Okay. So,
I feel like I'm under pressure.
For the sake of argument, right? Let's say we know the height of the Polaris. And from orthographic perspective, we would know
the angle or height, right? The elevation angle.
The elevation angle. That's right. The length of opposite and the length of the tangent.
You don't know the length of the opposite. Wait a second. You don't know the length of the opposite yet. You just know the angle.
No, we don't. But we would from orthographic perspective. Mind you, this is a key point.
Not yet.
No. So at 45 degrees,
I'm gonna step out. I'm gonna step out. Just I need to go feed the cat. You and Indio, and then Indio square me up. Thanks.
Okay. Your fingers crossed.
So imagine you're looking at a piece of paper, and I'll draw a triangle, 90-degree triangle, and the angle of tangent to hypotenuse is 45 degrees. You with me?
Yes, I'm with you.
Okay. So that implies from trigonometric function is that the length of tangent should equal to the length of opposite. The opposite is the line from GP to Polaris.
The base, right?
Yeah, from the the opposite is the opposite is the side of a triangle from GP to Polaris. You with me?
Oh, so the hypotenuse of the triangle, right?
No, hypotenuse is the line that connects the Polaris to your position.
Okay. And so let's just hold on, slow down. Okay, so there's three sides of a triangle. There's my elevation angle. That's me looking at Polaris, that line of sight. And then there's the baseline, which is the line from me to the GP.
That's right.
And
that's called the
line
tangent.
that connects the GP to Polaris. Yeah.
Right. So that one, the last one, is called the opposite.
Yeah.
The line between you and GP is the tangent line.
Yes.
It's a parallel to the ground. That's right. So the line between you and Polaris is hypotenuse.
Yes.
Okay. So now imagine the angle, we'll call it alpha, of between the tangent and hypotenuse is 45 degrees.
Okay.
Now imagine, now remember, we're looking at it from orthographic standpoint on a piece of paper.
All right.
You with me?
Yeah.
Okay. So trigonometric function will tell you, in such a case, the length of tangent, meaning the distance between GP and you, should equal to the length of opposite, which means from GP to Polaris. That's just a fact.
Yeah.
Right.
Orthographically, yes.
That's right. On the piece of paper. Now imagine. So that's the intro to the scenario. So now we're on the same page. So imagine that's the scenario, and I'm looking at you from orthographic standpoint. I'm looking at Polaris, at you, and the GP, right? So now, without you changing position, you're not moving anywhere. Polaris not moving anywhere. GP moves nowhere either. Now I'm just zooming in, so to speak. Transforming this scenario into 3D. Okay, so I'm just taking this piece of paper and I'm going into this world and I'm standing in your position and looking at Polaris. Now, you haven't changed the position. Polaris hasn't changed the position. And if I ask you to measure the angle between the horizon to basically elevation angle to Polaris, intuitively is where I made the mistake. You would think that's going to be 45 degrees, except the perspective will play a role in you not having to measure 45 degrees. You understand?
Yeah, I understand, but I don't understand how that would actually. I mean, it's probably like a cognitive bias, quite honestly. Because the way I think of it, right, is like, you can transform 2D into 3D projections and back and forth using like homogeneous coordinates and shit, like 3D graphics.
No, it's a lot simpler. You're overthinking it. So, okay, imagine Polaris is just a light bulb, okay, in a room. Okay? Light bulb in a room.
So you're saying it won't be 45, right? From the, like, if I zoom in to where the observer is.
That's right. It would not be 45. It
would not be 45.
That's right.
What would it be?
It would be less than 45 because of perspective. A lot less than 45. So thinking of the trigonometric functions in orthographic view, when you're looking at a piece of paper, is not the same as when you're looking at the celestial objects, let's put it that way, right? Whether it's a light bulb on the ceiling or Polaris. Those functions have nothing to do with, let's say, reality in terms of
45. Yeah, you're right, because it could be anywhere on that line, and a trigonometric function cuts it off on an arc.
It's not even an arc. It's just because of a perspective, the Polaris will look lower because you at the distance away from it, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I get it, dude. I get it.
So you will never measure 45, even though I placed you at the 45 degrees in orthographic view, right? But when I zoom in to your position in the 3D world, imagine like a 2D piece of paper now morphs into the 3D.
Yeah.
The angle between the horizon and basically elevation angle between the horizon and the object you're looking at, which was 45 in orthographic, will never be 45 because of perspective.
Yes,
forget
exactly.
the refractions.
Because of perspective. Because so below the eye line, like say it was surface of water, right? That water ramps
not
up.
only that.
Right. Well, just hear me out, right? So the water actually ramps up in your vision, so it can't ever be 45 because that water, right, that goes up to the horizon, that appears to rise to the horizon. Because when we look at the ocean, right, we see water going up to the horizon. That takes up some of the 45. It has to.
So think of it this way. Think of the length of the opposite as a fixed length. Let's say 1 meter. Well, let's make it 1,000 meters, a kilometer. Right? Let's forget about trigonometry altogether. So that length, let's say, imagine that length to be a pole, like a light, street light, which is a kilometer high. Yeah. When it's next to you, right, there's going to be gigantic, right? You're going to look up, you're not going to see the end of it. If I move it away from you, now the length of it shrinks from perspective-wise, right?
Yeah, I get it.
Right, so you can never ascertain the height of that pole unless you know the distance. Understand?
Yes, I understand.
So hence, same goes for the elevation angle, because elevation angle will depend on the length of that pole. You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
Right. So 45 degrees in orthographic, morphing into, without changing any of the positions of the objects on the 2D paper, right? We have a Polaris, we have a GP, we have you at 45 degrees. If I'm morphing into a 3D world, trigonometric functions cease to exist because now you're looking at it with perspective laws.
Yeah,
which
that's
means
right.
the
And it's all linear. There is no trigonometric function. It doesn't exist.
That's right. So if you measure, now nobody changed position. Now we're in 3D world. Now I ask you to measure the elevation angle to Polaris. The intuitive thing to say it's 45 degrees, of course, because we just did it on orthographic. But when perspective plays a role, you're going to have a degree which is less than 45.
Yeah, dude, I completely get what you're saying.
There you go. Okay.
I'm just trying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Super. I don't want to say it's complex. I would say it's tricky to conceptualize.
This is what Matthew.
Because I know how to do perspective projections, right? So like if you go and we have an optics channel, there's all sorts of videos on how to do perspective projections, right? So if you draw a circle on the ground, it looks like an oval, right? Because you have a projection plane and a principal point and a horizon line, and you project all that shit onto a plane, and those angles don't exactly match the orthographic view. So if you took the orthographic side view of all that, the angles that you measure in that wouldn't be the same as the angles you would measure in the perspective projection. They're not the same. But I would say it's hard to actually communicate exactly how they're different.
Exactly. That's the pitfall. And me being a seasoned flat earther, right? I'm a flat earther since 2015. Right? I was at the Nathan shows since the show, before he had a 100 show. But even as a seasoned flat earther, even I fell into the pitfall of mixing the two, the orthographic trigonometric functions.
Well, here's the funny thing I've been saying for a long time, that it's never been actually demonstrated that perspective is mathematically equivalent to Euclidean 2D space.
Precisely.
Right? There's no mathematical proof of that. It's just assumed that it's true.
Well, they can't.
One of those things in math. Well, obviously it's not, but it's it's just one of those things that in modern mathematics that they just when they teach
they can't be a formula.
I know they can't be. I know they can't be. But they teach it in university and in mathematics classes that they're basically equivalent, and they're not.
Yeah, right. But my point is, it's such an easy pitfall to fall into, even for
you're falling into a pit that there's no information there. That's the point. There's nothing.
There's a separation between the.
It's not about information. It's about once somebody mentions 90 degree, somebody with the background in mathematics, right? Will intuitively will think of trigonometric functions. Yeah. But that's how we were taught. That's how everything is.
And that's how Goldbergers think about the Earth, right? When they ask
exactly, and that's what Matthew was pointing out.
Professor Dave's drawing this disc with people looking away from each other.
So we have another avenue.
That's why Matthew was saying,
now that this is being elucidated to, not that we didn't know, we just have a more concise, better way of pointing it out, whereas we didn't point it out. Well, I guess we do point it out, but
we don't have a good way to point that out.
No, we do. We do, because I just had a debate in Earth Awakenings, and a set of words that I'd never used was easily conveyed about this.
Okay, well, you're saying you've conveyed it better than I did. Okay, good.
Well, it's simple. You see a pair of train tracks. It's obviously not Euclidean what we see.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
we don't just say that. That's the statement. Nobody has to argue for 5 hours about that. That's patently obvious.
Elijah, you heard me argue that before, obviously.
I know, but and we argue about it. But now, instead of giving these arguments that could go for an hour, 2 hours, I'm only willing to say, well, that's obviously not the case. And if they don't accept what I've said, then it's not a level. I'm not prepared to go down a few levels to make that known.
Often I use the railroad track analogy on people that are like, let's put it this way, simpler, right? They're not familiar with the topic. They're not like anti-flat earthers that try to baffle you with bullshit.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I fall for this trap too, right? We get stuck in the weeds, right? Arguing the minutia of angles and trigonometric functions and a bunch of bullshit when all you have to do is talk about railroad tracks, right?
Yeah.
Instead of make the mistake like, oh, I'm going to talk to my audience instead of just going, let's just talk to everybody like they're five.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm happy to hear it's a very simple concept for you guys. It's not a simple concept for me. It took a while.
No, it is simple for you. I'm not saying how it was or wasn't in the past. Telling it to you now. I mean, do you disagree that it's obvious based on a pair of railroad tracks?
From a formal mathematical standpoint, it's complex, but from just
once you pipe out,
experiential standpoint, it's pretty simplistic.
Yeah, the only it's a nuance. It's really nuanced thing. But once it's like a psychology plays part as well. Once you pipe out a term has to do with angles and triangles, the people with mathematical background will instinctively think of orthographic view, right? Because that's exactly how they measure things. That's all the computer science,
of
all
course,
the trigonometry.
Of course,
right. Right.
That's
why
the path is to use a real world example to point out that, hey,
you cannot reconcile.
We need to separate these two.
Exactly. They cannot reconcile the perspective.
No, not unless you elucidate it to them. Are you telling me that once you elucidate this point, it would be still complex for someone to understand? It's a very simple point.
Okay, so I'm glad you've said that. So that's exactly the point.
But you have to say it in order for someone to get it. If you don't say it and you go this long-winded argument where a person is, just thinking, you have to separate it for them.
Can you let me finish? Let me finish.
Why? You're annoying me now at this point. Because it's a waste of conversation. I actually came in here for another reason.
Okay, then you are the Lord. It is hard, and if you think it isn't, you're delusional.
It was hard. It isn't hard anymore. It was hard to think of the Earth as not a globe before. Now it's not. Like, what the fuck's the problem?
We are not talking about that. We're talking about.
Yeah, we are. You just brought up psychology. That's exactly what we're talking about.
No, we're talking about. If you'll have let me finish, you will probably understand what I was talking about.
I heard that. So if I repeat your point, your position now,
but you're annoyed.
Are you going to still say that I need to understand what you have to say?
I cannot finish the sentence, okay? Because you're annoyed.
No.
So where we go from here?
Because I already heard you, and I don't like conversations that are circular. Because you're about to tell me that I didn't understand what you said. You already said it. I gave you a rebuttal. You're going to just repeat what you initially said. I don't want that.
I don't give a fuck what you want. I'm speaking to what is.
Well, why don't you just challenge me to tell the audience what you meant, and then tell me if it's right or wrong? Because instead of us going back and forth, you can kill me right here.
You and I are not in opposition.
I'm sorry. I'm not doing it.
Tags! What is your profession?
The old friend. I brought more soldiers. I have to announce to you that I will never retire. I will only retire when I'm dead in this ring.
Wow. How about that announcement?
Over my dead body. I've got too much juice left. Woo! I'm still an itch boy. I love this business. I'm going nowhere. Thank you. Woo!
You tell us, what is the curvature, that sea level, 8 inch per mile square, that stuff, because now 10 miles is flat, but you shoot to curve, something like 66 foot of drop, with accent, I can tell you in Italian, I can tell you in Croatian, it doesn't matter, it's the same,
See, Sasha, here's the thing. Usually, it's not your accent is fine. It's that sometimes you rush some words. That's the problem.
Oh, I rush.
Let's talk about the Earth rather than
rushing to sea level.
Mm-hmm. Russian. I've dated many foreign girls. I understand accents.
You are living on UK, like me.
Mm-hmm.
That's Ireland. All around, it's sea level.
Yeah, I've also lived near the Thames River. I know how fog affects how things look.
Yeah, can you live with that?
Mm-hmm.
You can live with that. Because, people saying that water is curving. The only problem is because water doesn't care what people say.
No, you're completely right. Water doesn't curve, but tides and waves do exist.
Yeah.
Yep. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about elevation change. We're talking about curvature.
Awesome. Being as water doesn't curve.
No, water doesn't curve without an applied force. You guys are absolutely correct. The thing about that is, forces are applying to water all the time.
Awesome. Are you going to talk about gravity again?
I said forces, not just gravity.
Yeah, not just gravity.
No, not just gravity. Kinetic forces as well.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So being as water is level upon the surface, observed, measured, practically used to be as such. Where's the curve of the water of the Earth? Where is it?
I can give you many explanations. You just won't accept any of them.
Here we go, many. We want one.
Absolutely.
We want one proof that you can
okay,
prove the horizon in the picture. In the picture. We're using an example. Of the picture. Show us the curve in the picture. Where is the horizon at 1.225 miles? Show it to us.
Calm down, Uncle fucking... Okay. Calm down, Uncle. Go back home. Honestly, you've outstayed the family gathering event. Back to what I was saying.
No, just you try to address the actual argument here instead of waffling away like a weasel.
A weasel? What do you guys have against weasels? They're beautiful.
Talk about weasels instead of the lack of curvature. Good idea. Let's just avoid that at all.
1.225.
Weasels are great. Anyway, to point out the forces that are applied to water, there's more than just gravity. You guys know this, right?
Gravity is one of them.
Yeah.
The gravity is not a force, is it?
Guys, stop fucking spurging out, okay? Do you guys need to go to care homes? You guys need somebody to fucking look after you and give you your meds?
Excuse me. Gravity is not a force. We had this conversation earlier. Would you?
I know gravity is an apparent force. Gravity is not an actual force. It's a phenomena that produces effects very similar to a force. Yes, we can agree on that.
That's the bending and warping of space-time, non-Euclidean geometry. You're going to apply to your curved surface.
The bending and warping of space-time produces an apparent phenomenon that is an apparent force. Yeah.
So where is the curvature of the Earth then?
Pardon?
Where is the curvature of the Earth then? Where is it observed? Where is it measured?
Where is the curvature of the Earth? Everywhere on Earth.
Awesome. Can you point to it, please?
I can just point to the Earth.
Awesome. So underneath me that's flat. That's curving, is it?
It's not flat.
No, is it not? Have you got a direct measurement of that?
I don't have the direct measurement, but it sure as fuck isn't flat. What can I say?
Well, yeah. Well, being as it's observed, measured, and practically used to be flat, that's not a problem. And I'm also talking to somebody who couldn't point to the horizon in a picture earlier, so most definitely wouldn't be able to point to the curvature of the Earth now, would you?
No, I can't point to the curvature of the Earth because it's apparent. It's not a real thing that actually exists in the universe. You're absolutely right.
Like the horizon? Like the horizon?
You don't say.
Guys, you understand? Curvature is an aspect of something.
It doesn't
it's not an
exist,
actual
like
physical
you
thing
said.
that exists on its own. Yeah.
So wait. What does apparent mean again?
Apparent is.
Something seen.
You know
Something
what? No, I'm
seen.
gonna go for the Google definition because I know you guys are fucking like.
Yeah.
Hold on, sorry.
What we taking?
Okay, guys. So apparent, clearly visible, or understood to be obvious.
5 seconds. The next time somebody comes in and asks a question, like Heretic, please don't jump in and start making comments. Right, so Heretic has asked a question. He's going to get a direct response from this man. Nobody else is going to jump in with that 10 pence worth. Do you get me now? Question, response, please.
Smell juice.
So apparent means clearly visible or understood to be obvious. Shut up. Seeming real or true. Can this guy shut up?
Prove the globe, silly goober.
Well, guess what? I'm gonna piss on your fucking nan. Anyway, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Similar to the word ostensible.
Okay, so quick question: could you restate that statement you just said about the curvature of the Earth, where you said it was apparent, not actual?
It's not actual. So it's apparent, clearly visible or understood to be obvious, seeming real or true, but not necessarily so. Absolutely. It seems to be
Wait,
so.
quick question: Is the curvature of the Earth apparent or not?
It's apparent, obviously.
So it's actual.
No,
It's not
like
real, right?
okay, visibly it's apparent. Yeah.
Okay, but that would mean that it appears that way, but is not actually that way.
Yeah, if you look at the horizon, it appears the curvature is so. But if you use measurements that observe not the curvature itself, but the effects of curvature, then it necessarily must be true.
Well, wait, hold on. I just realized I got a little ahead of myself because I just realized that even in that sentence, you're misusing the word apparent, or at least from my perspective, you are. It's more subjective at that level. So I would say
subjective. We will cling on to that word. But continue.
So it appears the base word. All right. So I would say the Earth does not appear to be curved, but you would say it appears to be curved, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. But you do understand that apparent does not mean actual, meaning that something can appear to be one, but it does not mean it is that way.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. But then the question arises, do you have a direct measurement of the surface of the Earth detecting curvature?
No, because what you guys mean by direct measurement is not something that could be produced for something that can't be directly seen, but has to be seen through its consequences.
So you can directly observe the effects of curvature, but not.
So guys, let me give you the example. You can't directly see God, but you can see the consequences of God, right?
Oh boy, here we go again.
I'm just
That's
saying.
the non sequitur. Listen, April, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It's a non sequitur to what we're talking about. Nothing to do with
All right. Human society, you don't see it, you see its consequences.
Okay, but how do you know that those are consequences of curve if you've never observed curve? Wouldn't you have to have proof of the curve, confirmation of the curve, to know that any of these things are effects of curve?
No.
No. You don't have to prove the curve to know that something you're looking at is an effect of curve.
Say that again, please, and say it slower this time.
You
Really
don't have
listen to what you're saying.
You don't have to have proof of the curve to know whether something you're looking at is an effect of that curve you don't have proof of.
Do you realize what you just said?
Yes. Can you
say it again, this time slower. This time I want you to stress the A's and R's.
Twice is enough.
No, you're just going to answer now. You're not going to ask him to repeat it slower. You're not going to troll him like that, my motherfucker. You're just going to answer the question.
Yeah.
How
do you know that any of these are effects of curve if you can't directly confirm the curve?
Yeah.
You don't know the curve is there, so how do you know you're looking at an effect of it?
Do you guys know proof by contradiction? By any chance? Proof by contradiction.
Can't answer?
You can't answer.
You can't answer?
No, I'm asking you guys.
He asked you the kind of question where you're not supposed to answer with another question.
I can't answer. I'm just asking you a question.
You can't answer. Okay. Yeah, so you don't know that you're actually looking at the effect of any curve. You just imagine that to be the case. Because you don't know there's any curve there to know that there's any curve having any effect on anything. You just
a follow-up question: is it possible that you're only assuming that to be the case because you were raised to believe that? Is that possible?
No, I'm an extremely open-minded person. Most of the beliefs I was raised with, I don't currently have. I often have beliefs in opposition to the things I was raised to believe, actually. So I'm very much a person who can change their mind.
Well, that's good, but that doesn't answer my question, technically.
Well, no, it's not good because most of the things that I believe in are not things you would agree with. So you would say, oh, it's disgusting, you change your mind. But, anyway.
I get that. But the question, you still didn't answer the question, technically. The question is it possible that you're only assuming this or that effect or whatever to be an effect of curvature because you were raised to believe that? Is it possible that you only believe that because you were raised to believe that?
No.
It's not possible?
No.
You're going to say that? Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that doesn't sound very intellectually honest to me, but whatever.
Oh, it sounds quite intellectually honest.
How do you validate curve as the cause of any of these effects?
By having a basic understanding of non-Euclidean geometry.
Okay, someone else is gonna have to take this. I got a call. 1 sec.
So you mean you affirm the consequent then?
No, here's the thing. I understand that the universe has geometries that aren't Euclidean, and the universe also has geometries where results are based on things being literally light years away. And I also understand the universe has some effects based on geometries that are based on vector spaces.
These are just begging the question fallacies. This has nothing to do with trying to prove the curve.
Say that again?
These are just begging the question fallacies. You're just begging the question because your whole religion is nestled in your cosmos that you believe in. Therefore, your religion is true and your Earth is curved.
Okay, can you explain begging the question fallacy? I know what it is, but I need you to explain it because I don't believe you fully understand it. And I want to explain
when your conclusion is in your premises. It is called the begging the question fallacy.
He does know it. That's good. And
so why is your conclusion within your cosmological paradigm?
Explain that one for me, please. Why
you were just saying how you know about the non-Euclidean geometry and the cosmos and all this bullshit. Like this has nothing to do with proving the curve on the Earth.
It absolutely is.
No, this is you talking about.
Oh no, you're begging the question by assuming that the Earth doesn't require proof
because your beliefs contain the Earth as a globe. That's not logical.
It is. You just misunderstand what logic is.
It's called being irrational. It's called the begging the question fallacy. It's not logical.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You just fundamentally
try to make a coherent argument for your side, or you're just going to waffle here with sophistry all day?
I'm not waffling. I'm not a sophist. I'm quite.
You are a sophist. That's pretty obvious for all to see. You have used nothing but sophistry since you got here. Try to make a coherent, logical argument, and we will go from there.
We're waiting.
Waiting for what?
Your logical argument instead of the sophistry you say you don't.
Arguments about what? I'm so, like, you guys have me so disorientated all the time.
Yeah, we gave you a modus tollens argument, and you said you couldn't see the horizon. You don't know where the ground and the sky are. You're retarded. Yeah, we know.
You call me retarded? That's not very nice. I assume you're trying to offend me.
I know it's not very nice, but that's just my opinion of you after having listened to you using nothing but sophistry and not a single ounce of fucking logic.
I'm actually mentally disabled. You're being very mean to me. You're a bully.
Well, maybe you should go then.
No, I shouldn't go.
I'm speaking about your disabilities.
I'm still very intelligent. I am mentally disabled.
I'm not saying anything about that. I clearly specified.
No, you're a bully.
I clearly specified.
You bully disabled people.
Why anyway, I call you a sophist.
The subject is done. You're a bully.
Why I called you a retard, because you're a sophist, and only because of that. That has nothing to do with anything else.
Well, no,
that's just what I call sophists.
Sophists have been some of the smartest people I know. If they've been so smart, they've managed to fool the masses. Sophistry is something that we actually see amongst the smart people, not the stupid people.
Victim.
No, you see it mostly from Machiavellian types and narcissists.
Exactly, the smart people who have the intelligence to manipulate people, not stupid people. Don't misunderstand what sophistry is. Sophistry isn't.
I've seen plenty of dumb sophists, my friend. It has nothing. It's not equal to intelligence.
No,
just
but
like
it is
you have
correlated
proven here
with
tonight.
It is correlated with intelligence.
Victim.
I'm not a victim, no. I'm mentally disabled and I have been bullied. But yeah, I don't really care. It's whatever.
Hold on. Yeah, every single time that someone's raised their voice or used a word you don't like, victim. You've also made up the fact that you probably are not even disabled. You're a victim and you want to be a victim.
No, I am disabled. No, do you want to see my benefit claims forms? I can prove to you I'm actually disabled.
Even be up for discussion, mate. You shouldn't even bring it up.
I should do though. He called me a retard, bro. It's fucking bullying, dude. He tried to make me feel bad about being mentally disabled.
Do you want to be a victim all your life? Do you want to be a victim all of your life?
Oh no, I don't pretend to be a victim. I'm doing quite well.
Shut up. Stop
I'm attractive and I'm smart. There are parts of my life I really love.
Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
So stop being a victim and let's get back on subject.
I'm not trying to be a victim. That's what I'm talking about. No, don't do that. I'm pointing out how he's being a bully. Don't say, I'm being a victim.
Yeah, I'm not being a bully. I clearly defined for you what I was talking about when I used that word. I'm not talking about what you are talking about. So you're just building a straw man and trying to burn it because you're irrational.
Okay.
Okay. Sound like a fucking 5-year-old, man. Fuck arguing with a woman.
He just been destroyed.
Do you not like women? Because the women I've spoken to have been amazing.
Here you go again. You want to talk about anything but the topic here, huh?
No, but he brought up women. I'm pointing out women can be great if you meet good women and you speak to them nicely.
It's just a sidebar, dude. Don't jump all over it. Let's just stay focused here.
Women are just great if you be friends with them and you pull up with them and you have conversations with them. You know what I'm saying? Women can be great.
So what do you want to talk about?
Not everybody has to have a wife and be fucking miserable with the wife.
Drunk.
Get back to the topic, April.
For the last 2 hours, what do you expect from the guy?
Guys, seriously, you can have a wonderful time with your wife. Just saying.
Hey, April.
Just
you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
The fact that the moon doesn't really change its appearance at all, no matter where you go, it should signify based on basic optical knowledge of parallax and stuff. And not even parallax, just the fact that we understand how straight lines work at distances. Clearly, the moon must be very far away. We're thousands of miles. Because when you see things even miles away, they don't.
April, did you see ever in your life lake or body of water? Ever?
Wait, yeah, but let's analyze this. I just asked you a question about the surface of the Earth, and you pointed to the moon and said the moon is doing this, thus the Earth must be curved.
Yes, okay. In the exact same way that if you look at an ecosystem, you don't just look at the fucking plants on the ground. You look at everything going on, yeah?
No, that's a non sequitur.
No. It's not a non sequitur. The Earth is more complicated. The universe is more complicated than just the surface of the Earth.
No, you're looking for the curve.
There is the things above the surface of the Earth.
It's a non sequitur.
Yeah, you're looking for curvature of the surface, so that's where you want to look.
Okay, this is how you guys tried to divert the conversation.
Divert by talking about the exact thing we're talking about.
Where you can just bring it into a constant circle about, can you find curvature of the Earth? No, I cannot find direct curvature of the Earth. I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you can't do that. You have to look at the curvature of the Earth. I can't use the direct curvature of the Earth. Oh, no, I need to use stuff outside of the curvature of the Earth. No, you cannot use things outside of the curvature of the Earth.
Thank you for admitting at least that you cannot find the curvature of the Earth in your beginning of your
directly, yes. I cannot use a ruler and show you the curvature of the Earth directly on the ground. I need to go above sea level.
You could use lasers of different wavelengths if you wanted to try it.
No, because you guys say, oh, actually, the atmosphere and blah, 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 blah.
No, don't you know that lasers of different wavelengths refract at different rates? So you would see by the separation of the beams how much refraction is in the air? You don't know that?
That's already been done, and y'all fucking said it wasn't true. Okay?
It's already been done, and it shows that the Earth is flat.
How high do you need to go to see the curvature, April?
Many, many miles.
How many miles?
Huh?
How many miles?
I don't know. It depends.
You are saying now...
Sasha, it depends. How good are your eyes? What lenses are you using? What is the atmosphere like? I don't know.
Yeah, and how high we need to go?
I don't know. It depends.
It depends of what?
It depends on the conditions. It depends.
Approximately.
Approximately, I don't know. I don't know the average stats for this.
What is the first height when you can start to see the curvature?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I don't know. Yeah.
Okay.
I can Google it. Maybe it will give me an answer. Maybe it won't. I don't know.
Oh, you think that everything is on Google?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Does Google saying also how it's curving in reality?
Yeah, there were plenty of wiki pages on it. Yeah.
Okay,
there are plenty of non-wiki pages on it.
Okay, April. That means that you will Google and believe that what some people think about that lake, or you will believe that lake. Go to that lake and see yourself. Maybe it's not curving.
Do I believe what lake?
Yeah, because I can Google it and somebody can say, look, this lake, it's going up cylindrical, or whatever. It's spiraling, It's spiraling every 1 mile, and have waves like 30 meters waves. And I say, oh, fuck, let's see that. And I go to that lake, and that lake doesn't have like a wave, not even like 20 centimeters.
Well, you understand that, they wouldn't say the lake has 30-meter waves. Every wave is different. They would say the biggest wave the lake ever had was 30 meters.
That means lake, what is some big lake, it's curving for sure, because it must curve, because we are on spherical land. And if it's written on Google, with that size, it must curve in reality, of course. And you don't need to check that because they are saying that. The problem is you need to live with reality now. You have this information, and you can live with that. You can believe that what Google's saying, or you can believe that nature, how it's presenting itself. and that's on you now. It's not. Nobody wants that you.
Well, you guys don't even believe in nature. You guys don't even believe in evolution.
No, I believe in nature. I believe that lake doesn't curve and the ocean doesn't curve. We
You
call
believe
that
in
sea
evolution?
level.
No, you don't.
Sea
You
level.
don't believe
You know
what
how
nature shows
how people
That's a
people in
false
Switzerland.
equivalence.
You know
A
how people in
man-made theory
Switzerland.
is not nature.
April, you know how people in Switzerland calling sea level. People in Switzerland, people in Switzerland, how they are calling sea level.
Something sea level, something Switzerland. What?
Yeah, how people in Switzerland saying for the sea level, how they call that.
I don't know. They call sea level sea level. What?
Okay, and which sea level they are using for measuring mountains?
I don't fucking know, dude. I don't know about Switzerland.
Yeah, but Switzerland, it's not on the sea. It's inside of the Europe.
I don't know. They just use, I don't know, fucking global average. I don't know.
Global average.
Maybe. I don't know. I told you I don't
And
know.
what is telling you sea level? Is that maybe average called 0 point?
I don't know.
How you? What is that in UK? That hills? You know what you have hills in Scotland. Is that elevation above the sea level?
What?
What? All around UK, it's a sea level, not sea curve.
Sea level is different at different elevations. Not different elevations, sorry, different, not elevation, what the fuck's it called? Different.
Yeah, I go to one hill.
Wait a second. It's latitudes.
Listen, I'm in London, and I go to one hill, and then that hill is 100 meter, and now I go to Birmingham, you know, and I go to another hill that is 200 meter hill, you know, and I'm 200 meter above the sea level, also in Birmingham, and there was 100 meter in London above the sea level, but sea level is the same, you know, it doesn't curve. And that land doesn't curve also.
That's like asking Yo-Yo Smasher. That's like asking, why do you call yourself a mathematician? You don't know all the math in the world. Okay.
I know what is sea level.
Sea level is an average.
But it's a level, you know.
We have tides all over the planet based on
of course, tides more or less, you know, but on some distance, you know, for example.
Exactly. So this idea that there's an exact sea level, it just isn't true.
Yeah, but for example, you have the guy who made the photo distance, long distance photo. It's like 275 miles, you know. And then he got some mountains there with elevations, you know, above the sea level.
Okay. Hey, what's going on, you guys?
This is going to blow your guys' minds. Did you know
what's on my mind?
That they actually don't reach the same heights every single day.
Wait, are you guys talking about flat Earth or anything right now?
Yep, I'm talking about tides.
The tides?
Yep, tides never reach the same height twice. Never.
I don't believe in flat Earth.
I don't know that.
So there are actually so many bodies affecting the gravitation that produces tides in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you guys know about like how chaotic bodies work. This idea you have a system and small changes in the beginning affect big changes in the end.
Stories. If you want to present
I'm just gonna
something to support your belief system, then you're welcome to try to do so.
It's just true.
We are not here to listen to your nonsensical stories and your belief system and your rants.
But nothing curves. That's the point.
I like ranting.
Well, that's not true because booties curve. What are you on about?
So, if gravity is affecting the oceans, right, then it must be curving, right? The ocean must be curving if it's being affected.
Yes. No. Okay. Here's the thing. It depends on what you mean by curving. If you mean curving in reference to the surface, then no. If you mean curving, and gravity doesn't cause curving in reference to the surface.
So it's not causing the ocean to conform to a ball.
You're not listening to what I'm saying.
Did you know it's not?
I'm getting some clarification on what you're saying. Hold on, whoever you are. So I'm just getting some clarification on what you're saying.
So, for example, if the Earth was a perfect sphere, then gravity.
Irrelevant. I didn't ask about the shape of the sphere or whether it's perfect.
Given the explanation
I asked about whether oceans are conforming to it, meaning that they would curve around its surface.
See, this is why I educate people who are 18.
Okay, educate me then. I'm asking for you to do that. Do the oceans conform to the surface of a sphere, imperfect or otherwise? Doesn't matter. That's the question. Okay, go.
The Earth isn't a sphere.
Okay. So what?
There's your answer. The Earth isn't the sphere. So your question.
Okay. So what is it?
Invalid.
So what is it?
The Earth is approximately an oblate spheroid.
It's an oblate spheroid. So
approximately.
Okay, great. Approximately an oblate spheroid. So are oceans conforming to an approximate oblate spheroid?
Yes.
Yes, they are. Okay. So there should be observable, measurable curvature over the surface of an ocean then, since it's conforming to an oblate spheroid, which is a curved object, right?
There isn't observable curvature over the surface.
Why not? How do you know it's there then?
Because the surface adheres to the approximate oblate spheroid.
How do you know that if you don't observe it?
Well, we can though. Because of the effects. We don't directly observe it.
That's what I'm talking about. One of the effects of that oblate spheroid with gravity would be the curved oceans that we're talking about. But you say you don't observe those, so how do you know that they're there?
We indirectly observe them for things like...
Why would we have to do that? Why can't we just directly observe them?
Can you directly observe every murder?
No.
Exactly.
It's a false equivalence.
It's not.
Okay, so how big is your oblate spheroid?
No, because a murder has consequences.
Not an approximate radius
has consequences.
Okay, yeah, curvature has consequences, but you don't know that there is any because you still haven't demonstrated.
And you don't know if there's a murder.
That's a begging the question fallacy.
You don't know if there's a murder. Maybe it was
use it as a premise in your argument.
Maybe it was a suicide.
Okay, that's great, but enough about that. I know you're really desperate to get off this topic, whatever you can do, but does your oblate spheroid have an approximate radius value?
Like roughly 4,000 miles.
Roughly 4,000 miles. Okay, that's good enough to have. Okay, no problem. We should have a geometric horizon at roughly 1.2 miles times.
Bearing in mind, guys, the radius actually changes all the time.
Okay, I'll give you 4,600 miles. Do you think that'll cover any change?
No, it's like 3,900 and something miles.
Sure, I'm gonna go ahead and just give you 4,600. How about that?
What? No, that's not even roughly.
You don't want it?
1,000. That's like a whole half of 1,000 extra. That's not even remotely.
Yeah, no problem. It won't make any difference. It won't make any difference.
Yes, it
at a 1 foot
will.
observer
Are you
height.
kidding me?
At a 1 foot
Shut
observer
up.
height.
What do you want about? Shut up.
Hold on.
You're being cringe. Be quiet.
At a 1 foot observer height with the 4,600 mile radius value, you might get an extra tenth or two of a mile of geometric horizon distance. So, big deal, doesn't really matter. Your variable radius and your oblate spheroid doesn't really do anything to affect the rate of curvature we should be seeing over the surface, so it's a red herring, it's a non sequitur, and it doesn't matter. So where is this curvature, and how do you know it's there if we don't observe it? Because it should be observable given the dimensions that you just claimed.
Who keeps muting me?
I do, because you won't shut up when I'm talking.
Show me your balls.
I'm done, though. I stopped talking, so you can go now.
Do you have balls?
That's also off topic.
Okay. I won't mention it again then. I'm
yeah, I know you have ball envy because you're in desperate search of a ball. You don't have any, so you can only imagine them, obviously. That's why you're here doing this. But anyway, just try to stay focused on the topic.
I have wonderful balls.
Yeah, see, I shouldn't have even said that because now you're completely distracted. So let's go back to the topic, right? Given the radius that you've claimed, right, there should be a pretty observable amount of curvature. We've just talked about the formulas, right? We're not observing it. Why not? Where is it? How do you know it's there if we don't observe it?
Will you let me speak the whole time? You won't mute me, okay?
Yeah.
Can you promise this?
Okay, are you gonna
No
get
promises.
to it?
No, I'm being serious now because you keep muting me.
Yeah, don't waste your airtime to ask if you can talk. Just talk.
My
That's what you
airtime?
have the airtime for. Okay, now you're gonna waste it on not talking. So you're either gonna not talk about the topic or you're not gonna talk. Not a lot of glow proof to be found there.
What's the question? Sorry, I forgot. I was too busy.
Well, yeah, you
When
gave
I was
me
about
the
to-
approximate radius value. From that, we get the approximate rate of curvature, the geometric horizon distance we should be seeing, right? So we have all of that now because you've given us the radius, right? We're not observing it. You've said yourself that we can't observe it, even though it should be observable, given the geometry that you've claimed. So the question becomes, how do we observe it? How do we know it's there if you don't observe it?
Can you observe the entire border of Spain?
Okay, it's another non sequitur.
No, seriously, can you observe the whole border of Spain?
No, yes, seriously, that it was a non sequitur. Try to answer the question.
It's not you guys don't understand what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it doesn't follow. It has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's not what non sequitur means.
Yeah, it is.
No, non sequitur means that the logical.
It doesn't logically follow. Okay, so start again. We're trying to find this curve. You say it's there, but you also say it can't be observed. That doesn't logically follow either. How do you know it's there if it can't be observed, if you haven't observed it? What are you talking about?
You guys already decided I was wrong before I even started speaking.
You won't speak. You waste all your airtime saying stuff like this instead of telling us why you're right.
Yeah, that was a mind reading fallacy as well. Try to answer the question.
Mind reading fallacy. Okay.
Yeah, when you try to divine other people's intent and what they think or what they're gonna do, that's a fallacy.
And the biggest amount of projection ever.
Yeah. So how can you know? How can you know?
Oh my god! I can't even point out how there are things that are simply too large, too round, that I can't show you them
They're
in
not
like a
too large.
laboratory.
Not too
Or whatever.
large. Once again, you've given us the radius value. From that, we can derive the rate of curvature. We can derive the geometric horizon distance. It's not too large to observe, geometrically speaking, based on that radius you gave us. So why don't we observe it? And if we don't observe it like you agree we don't, how do you know it's there?
But we do observe it.
Oh, okay, now we do. Okay, where?
Yeah, we know that the Earth is a globe based on the fucking pounds of stars.
Oh, so now we're looking away from the surface again. We're looking away from the globe itself.
Yeah, and
again.
this is exactly. This is your obfuscation.
No.
Yes.
No, looking
so something
anywhere
away from the
but
surface can never affect the surface.
No, looking away from the surface, the very thing in question here, and talking about everything else, that's the obfuscation. So can you get back to the point, which is the surface?
Why do you keep muting me?
Because you don't shut up and because you keep going off topic.
You hate my voice, don't you?
No, because we're going to go directly to the surface, right? The thing that you're saying is curved, and we're going to find the curvature there directly. We're not going off of it. We're not going somewhere else. We're not looking in the opposite direction. So when you do that, yeah, I'm just going to mute you and bring it back. Yeah, we're not going to look in the wrong direction. We are going to look at the thing you are claiming by looking in the wrong direction. So how can we directly observe it? Given the dimensions you've claimed we should. It's not that big. It's not too big.
Directly. Tell me, what does directly observing curvature mean? What?
Looking
like,
at it.
What?
Looking at it.
Seeing curvature.
Yeah.
What if the curvature? What if the curvature can be shown to exist, but is too small for you to see with the naked eye at the surface of the beach?
Well, like you say, we should see the effects of it. The main one being a geometric horizon. That should be the main effect.
I never said you had to see it with the naked eye.
Well, we should see a geometric horizon. If not with the naked eye, then
for example, bacteria exist. You believe this? Yes.
Okay, it's another irrelevant thing. Because
it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant at all. It's not irrelevant at all. You can say it's a non sequitur. You can say it's not irrelevant. It's not irrelevant. That doesn't mean that you're right.
Right, but now you're just talking about why
if you want to go into some kind of asking us a question, first establish your point, and then ask us a question.
So the point I'm making is
don't try to answer a question with a question. Answer the question first, and then you can ask us the question based on your answer.
Okay. There are many facts about the real world you cannot see.
Okay, so once again, you're just going to tell us why we can't see the thing that you're claiming. So how do you know it's there if you can't see it? It's kind of self-defeating, don't you think?
Magnetism.
Magnetism?
You cannot see magnetic fields.
Okay, yeah, but that's irrelevant because we should be able to see the thing.
It's not irrelevant because you
it
cannot
is irrelevant.
See.
It's a false
equivalency. You cannot see directly.
Okay, gotta meet you again. It is irrelevant
this is a
because
false
it's a false equivalency. Yeah, it's false equivalence, right? Because we should be able to see it given the dimensions and given the radius value that you just claimed. 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height is not too far to see because as you can see, we have a picture of a horizon that's 10 times further than that, right? The camera can resolve that far, so we can see things that are further than that. It's a false equivalence. Try again.
Just because the camera can see it doesn't mean you can notice the curvature.
Simple geometry.
I'm very good at geometry, and I know that you don't know fully what geometry is. So.
Okay.
You know what?
I literally get paid to teach people geometry. I know geometry. I know that you guys think you know geometry.
You clearly don't, bro.
I clearly do.
Yeah, you're going off topic again. We should be able to resolve this horizon. Given the telescope, the telephoto lens, good camera, we should be able to resolve this 1.2 mile horizon and confirm its existence. No problem.
You can resolve it. Does that mean the human eye can distinguish it? No.
That's irrelevant. The human eye looks through a camera. The human eye looks at a picture. The human eye looks at a picture that was taken with a zoom lens. That's irrelevant. We don't need to see it with our naked eye. We can use tools to resolve it.
You have to be able to resolve it for the human eye to see it.
We did, using a camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's call Enrico into the VC. He's starting to bother me. Let's call Enrico in.
Where's he hanging out? Is he in lobby right now?
No, he's not. He's been typing in here and but not listening. So since he's here, let's force his hand, make him start listening. I want to ask him some questions.
I see Enrico. Yep. Enrico, what's up, man?
Like I said, he's not in the VC. I'm trying to get him to join it.
Some of these guys listen in on YouTube and then comment here.
No, but he's not doing that either. I started out listening on YouTube and then I asked a question. I was trying to figure out who it was that was in that numpty clip, like figure out who was the guy that was the victim of that one. and then he responded like out of ignorance, not knowing what the heck I was talking about, and then decided I was mean. You know what I mean? So now that he's here, and I've also explained in the side chat that if he's here typing in the side chat, that he's meant to be listening to the stream in some way, shape, or form, either on the YouTube or in the VC, and he's still not doing that. So since he continues to text here, I want to call him in and just get a feel for who this guy actually is.
Yeah, that's only fair. I mean, if you're going to start skanking in the chat, put up or shut up, you know?
You want to be a chat skank, do it on YouTube. You're not coming in here and using our side text as a skanking ground. Yeah, he's suddenly quiet. Did he move on to the lobby? If he's a flat earther, I want to find that out for myself. Like he's acting like a glober in the text, like if you ask me. But it's not like he said anything directly about the globe. But he's acting like I don't know, just kind of that Weasley side chat skanking type of a thing, like being a victim, kind of like the guy that I was talking about in the clip.
Somebody's being a skank. What's up, Lou?
What's up? Yeah, somebody's being a skank. You know about that, right?
Wait, what? I mean, I guess I do.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I'm not the skank. I just know about it from experience. Yeah. We can go with that.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. Just hanging out with my son, listening to you guys on these clips.
The last one was a pretty good one. I obviously missed that. I don't know how recent that was.
Yeah, it was good.
But I want to look out for that guy's name. So obvious it be. He said he gave me a name. It was I gotta look up just to make sure I remember that. If I see that around, I'm calling him out. What was it? Where the heck did he type that? How far up did we already? April Tool. What a name. The guy's name was April Tool. I mean, if he's a fan of the band Tool, I'll accept it. I'll accept it if that's the reason for it. But if he chose April Tool and he's not a fan of Tool, that's one hell of a name.
It was pretty. It's a pretty accurate name for how he acted.
What was that? Somebody who was just speaking?
I just said that must mean he's a real tool.
Yeah, I mean, self-proclaimed. And especially with like April Fools, it's a troll name, man. It's meant to be a troll name.
You guys don't know trigonometry. I know trigonometry.
like trig isn't really all that difficult. Like, but it's triangles, straight lines and shit like that.
Precisely. Yeah, I took trigonometry in high school.
I used to go out with a girl named Trish, who was a real anomaly back in high school.
Trish Anomaly.
Trish was an anomaly.
No, that I could see that being somebody's username. Trish Anomaly. All one word. So, how long ago was Trish? She seemed to have left an impact if you're bringing her up.
Well, actually, I was just trying to be funny at the time. I know a few Trishes, but none of them necessarily to be an anomaly. I just couldn't resist throwing something in.
I'm not meaning to do any psychology work anyway. That's fine.
That's good.
There's something there though. There's something there though. You're bringing her up. She did something to you.
I was thinking of that Incubus song, Animali.
Yeah, Animali. Yep. Was that? That's by Incubus. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right. Mama,
Yeah.
Platsy, are you homeschooling?
I will be, yes. I mean, I've already kind of got a jump start on it, but he's just 4. So.
Oh, right on. More power to you. Oh, I gotta go.
Check. Just switch to the earbuds. Just checking.
Loud and clear.
Oh damn it! No, I'm still going through the handset. I'm gonna disconnect, reconnect. How about now?
Sounds good to me.
Damn it! It's still through the handset though. No, it's no good for me. I gotta do something else. Some kind of weird bullshit going on with these Bose. I got Bose earbuds they sound nice and everything, but they're a little bit funny when it comes to like if you're already in an app, and then like I gotta close the app and I gotta mess around with it. They're not as seamless as you would like them to be for connecting to things, especially for $300 earbuds. All right, now I got the tones. We're good now. Check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, there we go. Now you're in my head.
Yeah, I have that effect mainly on Globers though.
How old is your son now, Flatsy? You're talking about you're going to be homeschooling. He's almost school age or what?
He's 4. Yeah, I've already taught him like another language. I mean, we're still actively learning it, but
Yeah, I doubt you
taught him pattern.
completely taught him like. What other
I
language do
taught him
you
pattern
speak?
recognition. Sorry, what?
What other language do you speak?
Spanish.
Spanish. So do you speak it fluently?
Pretty well. I took Spanish 1 and 2 in high school, so I know the basis of how to teach it. Through they have their root words and the the subject of the sentence will
So
affect the verb.
not necessarily fluently, but you can get those first couple of get some of that base knowledge
Yeah,
transferred.
exactly. Yeah. It's good to teach him anything at this point because he's soaking it up like a sponge. But just kind of teaching him what I know, pattern recognition, uh, pretty simple math right now, but he's taken what I've taught him math wise and applied it on his own and taught himself how to like double numbers. So
Yeah, I heard you talking about that. I'm not sure if I was on the stream or if I was in here, but I heard you
it was.
trying to coax him into doing it, and he kind of wouldn't do it like when coaxed. But I believe you.
Oh,
I believe he's done it.
he well, it was because it was out of nowhere. I got told to prove it, which I don't mind proving it, but I'm not supposed to let him speak on the live stream.
It's okay. I mean, with parental guidance, it's just he's not supposed to. The whole 13 and under thing. That's without parental guidance. Like you can't just let them come in on their own. But if you're there as a parent, like it's on you. That's all good.
I think there was a bit of contention with that rule, the terms of service, though, when I did attempt to let him do it, and I was just like, well, dang.
Yeah, some people don't.
Well,
I
you
don't
know
know.
how
People are big.
4-year-olds can
Some
be.
people
Like
are
as
big.
soon as you ask them to do something, that's when they won't want to do it.
Yeah. When it comes to following the rules, there's some people who are big sticklers about that stuff. But no, it's not like that's as far as terms of service. Like it's your account. Having a child speaking through your mic isn't breaking the terms. It's has to do with having a child under the age of 13 to have their own account that breaks the terms.
Believe it or not, it was QE. He was the one who was like, "Nuh-uh, prove it."
Like my daughter, I've had her speak on here a couple times. Usually it'll be in like a chill chat or something if I let her get on the mic. I think I have had her speak in the live stream briefly once or twice. But I just give her a minute to kind of say if she like just wants to say hello or uh, you know give her a minute or two, and then it's like okay, now I'm taking the mic away. Well, sounds kind of quiet actually. We were just listening to the bot. It was interesting, that last guy. But if we're not talking, I'll bring up some stupid, just small talk stuff. Like I got to use my drone again today for work, which is a fun way to work. I don't mind doing that. Going and taking pictures of 3 different, like 4-story tall buildings that we're doing a bid for. It's an insurance claim for hail damage. And so got to spend a couple hours flying the drone, taking pictures.
The hail, you say?
Hail damage, yeah. Yeah, big old dimples. It's gonna be a huge project. Like, so this is these apartment buildings are right across the street from the courthouse in this town, and it mostly rented. Like, these things go for like $1 million a year, basically. Like, they're extremely expensive to live in. I don't know if it's that much, but they're extremely expensive. Probably, I think it's like $100,000 a year. Like, or they might be condos that go for over $1 million. I forget exactly what it was, but yeah, they're pretty new buildings, and then they got hit by golf ball size hail, and all of the aluminum around all of their decks and all of their water tables and stuff like that, all of the flat surfaces, all the gutters, like, they're just dimpled, and so it's an insurance claim, and the insurance adjusters need tons of pictures. They've tried sending guys out there to get the pictures. They can't get them. They had like a crew of like 6 guys that spent a couple of weeks trying to knock on doors, to get out on porches, to try to reach out and get pictures, and they weren't able to get anything good. They spent a bunch of money doing that, and I was able to bring in my drone and do. This is the second time going there with the drone, and cover the whole building everywhere from any angle that they need in a couple of hours with one guy, instead of 6 guys for a couple of weeks to get really crummy pictures, and not able to still get to a lot of areas.
You have to have a commercial license to fly that for a business?
So yeah, like, I have a amateur license right now, but we're looking into getting me the commercial license. Technically, if you're doing it for business, yeah, you're supposed to get the commercial. But yeah, I've just done these 2 so far, just on my amateur license.
Well, would anybody like to do a song about finding the curve?
Anybody finding the curve? Sorry, I was talking over you.
Oh, I was just wondering if anybody wants to hear a song about finding the curve.
A song about it? Let's go. it's the flat Earth worms. That's Chief Crow. Flat Earth worms. Yeah, I like them. It's real chill stuff.
Good stuff. Reminds me of the 60s.
Yeah, so I posted a couple of pictures from what I took today, but just yeah, like you got to get those down to these really low angles so that you can get like the reflection off of the aluminum to really see those dimples. You know, yeah, we're talking about a 4-story place, and there's this aluminum type, you know, these flashings and water tables and whatever else that are at, you know, all 4 levels along every deck and everything like that. It's going to be a big job, like, to replace this stuff. Like all of the, like in that second picture, you can see like the railings there. The railings are all going to have to be removed, along with the siding that's on the posts, like all that trim. That's all got to be removed, and in order to change the metal and have it flash properly, like to me it seems ridiculous, but you know, like this stuff is still functional. It's just got dimples in it. You know, like they're about to spend like hundreds of thousands of dollars to, you know, I won't be surprised if this is damn near $1 million to replace all this stuff. Because it's got dimples in it. It's not non-functional. It just has dimples.
Is that going to be an insurance job, or is that coming out of the company's pocket?
It's an insurance job.
Well, I could see why they'd want to do it. If I had my car insured and I got a bunch of little pits all over it, I'd want to go ahead and have that fixed.
Yeah. I mean, I can see why, especially when you're paying what you pay to live in these places. Like, these are like judges and lawyers and stuff that buy these places. I believe, if I remember correctly, yeah, they're condos. They're like $1 million condos right there on the lake. They're expensive places.
What lake is that?
Oh, I'm gonna refrain from answering. Maybe personally, if like in DM, I would tell you, but
what I was wondering is, I was looking across the top picture. I was wondering how far across you could see across that lake at a very, very low camera height.
it's not a very big lake, and this is just kind of a corner of it too. It weaves in and out. It's in Wisconsin, southeastern Wisconsin. I'll give you that. But Wisconsin has like over 10,000 lakes. We got so many lakes that some of them aren't named. They're like called like NW242 and shit like that. Some of them, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
That's pretty weak, man. Like, if they want to be more convincing, they need to take a hammer up there and just start whacking the crap out of it.
I mean, you gotta zoom in on it.
Yeah, you need a microscope.
Yeah. Well, look, these pictures are JPEGs also, by the way. I believe, I don't know, maybe because I can't upload the high resolution ones, but I was taking these in 48 megapixel. So when they get this on the SD card plugged into a computer with a high resolution screen, like, it's going to be a lot more obvious.
I can click on the image, and then down on the bottom left corner it says open in browser, and then when I click on that, it brings the picture up bigger. There's a magnifying glass with a plus sign. I click on that, and then I can see those dimples. I can almost feel them.
Yeah, and this is the low resolution version of what I took. So, like, this is just the one that got stored on my phone as like in the cache. It also took one JPEG and one JRAW, a DNG file, which that one is the 48 megapixel ultra high resolution. So that's the one. The high resolution one's the one that the adjusters want. I mean, that's the one I would want. I want the highest resolution possible to be able to like take a good look at this. But if it's showing on the low resolution cache file this well, then you know the high resolution one is gonna really accentuate that. Yeah, this lake isn't big enough to do any kind of flat Earth observation with, really. I mean, unless I got real low and did the RC boat or something like that. It's not about distance, really. Sure, for a flat earther, you might be able to go, yep, you beat the curve again. But for a globe earther, you'd be like, I mean, you've written off stuff that magnitude's larger than this. Writing this off is nothing. Unfortunately, too, when it comes to taking these pictures, it depends on the angle that I'm taking them at. So, like, you can see the dimpling good on this top photo, but this is with the sun at my back, and it is a bit of a hazy day, so that helped. But this is like midday. If you were to get this with a low sun, like late in the day or early in the day, it would be a lot more exaggerated. You'd see the shadows and stuff a lot better. Also, but it gets, on some angles, some of my pictures, I took a few hundred pictures today. It's just kind of washed out, and I tried my best to get down low to get that low angle, like I was saying. That's where you see it. When you're looking down on it, you don't really see that stuff. They're not very deep dimples, so you have to get this low angle, but you also need the lighting to be right to actually see it very well. Yeah, so some of the pictures.
What caused those dimples, Blue? Was it just expansion and contraction?
No, it's hail damage.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah, I think it'd be really cool to get the commercial license, which my boss is going to probably make me get and pay for. I'll have to take some classes. I'm pretty sure about that. But once I do, I'm pretty sure I can call in to the FAA and get clearance in areas where I otherwise would be geo-fenced out and stuff like that. So that's really cool. I'll be able to go to places and do things with my drone that I otherwise wouldn't be allowed to do. And that also means that the company will probably be buying me a much better drone than this one that I've got, which is already pretty badass. I mean, with the commercial license, dude, drone operators, commercially and stuff, you can make a lot of money doing that stuff. It's like playing a video game. It's like a video game where it's sort of real life. You could crash into somebody or or something, but literally you're just holding a freaking controller and looking at a screen.
One of my coworkers has some drones. He showed me some footage that he has, and yeah, he does some interesting stuff with it.
I want to work out though. If I do have to do this professionally, for the job, I want to get paid a better rate while I'm doing it, especially while I'm using my own drone. I get paid pretty well already, but if I'm doing this, if I get a commercial license and I'm doing this, I suppose if the company pays for the license and they pay for the drone and then they can pay me my hourly wage. But I don't know. I feel like I should be getting some kind of extra kickback for doing this and using my equipment.
Yeah, my coworker actually has a pair of goggles that he puts on, So you can look through those. Instead
Yeah,
of looking at it on
those FPV goggles, typically they're used though with like racing drones and stuff like that, where they have like a really like a wide angle lens that it's the fisheye curve and all that stuff. That's not really what you're looking for photography. That's what you're doing for like racing drones and stunt drones and stuff like that. You can do it. You can do it for just photography as well, but especially with what like I was doing here today, where I'm trying to get really close into the building and stuff like that, like and get stable. Like I want to be able to look at it without taking the goggles off. I want to be able to look up, look at the drone, look at its orientation, and also look at the screen and see what it is seeing. Like I don't think like the goggles would really be beneficial for estimating and stuff like that necessarily.
Well, one of the drones he brought in, it's actually got two cameras he was showing me. One camera is for viewing, so you can see where you're going in a faster real time. But then it's got a very high dev cam too for getting real good pictures. I don't know a whole lot about the stuff, but
Yeah.
he's shown me some of the stuff. He's got a few drones. He almost got me into that hobby, and I found something else to keep me occupied, so I didn't go broke with a new hobby.
Yeah, I got a nice Christmas bonus a few years ago and freaking decided to buy spend like over $2,000 on a drone and extra batteries and stuff like that. And, just for fun. Just for basically I did it so that I could use it to make flat earth observations that Globers would write off and say are meaningless.
That's the same reason I bought a P1000.
Yeah.
And that is what I spent my money on instead of a drone.
Yeah, and I mean you're gonna be able to zoom a lot better with your P1000. Now, the drones have advanced a little bit too. Like if you get the new Mavic 3, DJI Mavic 3, you can get it with what's got a nice Hasselblad lens on there that has like 30 times zoom. That's pretty fucking good. It's still not the same zoom as like a P1000, but for a drone, like that's a really good lens and a lot of zoom. Like
I got some remote control helicopters, and I was flying with one in my yard and got a little bit too high. A gust of wind caught it. I went over to a neighbor's house and went up into a tree, and I didn't see it for over a year. It was so green and full of leaves you couldn't see anything. And about a year or so later, they were having a party out in the backyard and a barbecue, and someone looked up in the tree and they saw the drone. They sent me the kids up to climb up and grab, or not a drone, my helicopter. But they found it up there.
That's toy stuff though. You're talking a couple $100, few $100 worth of a helicopter or drone there. Like, yeah, when you're talking about the nicer ones, when you're spending a couple grand on them, like they can fly up, but no, they're it's not just like what you do. Like they're self-automated in a lot of ways. Like they recognize obstacles and people, and they won't, like, you can't like drive it into stuff. Like they're self-stabilizing in the wind. Like you can just let go of the controls and they will keep their location through GPS and stuff like that. Like it's really pretty idiot proof. Like it's literally like if you're playing a video game and you, like, say you're driving a submarine or a helicopter on a video game and you let go of the controls and it just stays right where you stopped. That's what it does. Like it doesn't drift anywhere. It just, you let go of the controls and let it dangle, like, and it just stays right where you left it. Yeah, so it's not going to just go like get pushed by the wind into a tree and hopefully we find it someday. That's not going to happen. Actually, if you look in the details of those photos, you can probably find the exact location where I took them from too. It probably has the coordinates attached to them.
Now it's all quiet. You guys are all digging. Where was this? I want to know where the hail damage was.
So you were saying you have the Mavic 3? Is that correct?
No, that's the one that I would like to get. I have a Mavic Air 2.
Okay, yeah, I have the DJI Mini 2 or something like that. It's pretty good. The only thing I don't like about the drones, though, is that the batteries only last like a half an hour of flight time. So 45 minutes if you're lucky. Yeah, but drones are super fun.
You have to get the Fly More package from DJI where you get the extra 2 batteries. Yeah, battery life still, honestly, like if you're getting 30 minutes out of a battery, you're doing pretty good. And that's about what I'm getting with my Mavic Air 2. But yeah, the Mavic 3 I think is up to like 43 minutes or something like that. It's not bad. Like that's quite the improvement. And it's a bigger machine too. But you got 3 batteries, 43 minutes each. You're going for a while. You can get a lot of pictures. You can cover some distance too. Like these things zip around. They're like 6 kilometer. I've got a 6 or 10 kilometer or 6 mile, 6 point something mile range. With mine, the Mavic 3 has a better range than that. It's like 8 miles or something like that. Or like that's a long way away to fly. It's a little bit too risky to even think about going that far because you got to have return battery. You know, like imagine going downwind for 8 miles, but then you're fighting the wind coming back, and you've got you only use 40% battery going there, but now you're going to use 60% coming back. Well, that's the hope, that you make it back.
Yeah.
That's
the thing that I noticed is as soon as I get like 2 or 3 miles away, it depends on where I am, obviously, but if I get like 2 or 3 miles away, all of a sudden it tells me the signal was lost, and I start to panic. It's like, oh, I just spent like $500 on this thing, and
well, now you got to rely on that return to home feature. It should just as soon as it loses signal with DJI, it'll go to that set return to home height and just return itself on its own, even if you lose signal. But that's still nerve wracking, and yeah, I mean, because now the thing's like, as long as you set your height good, you should be fine. But you never know. What if there's what if there's like an antenna, like a radio tower sticking up in the way, like or something like that, and you just crash into it because it's going on automation.
I live in the landing path, or really, really close to the landing path of the San Jose airport here in California. So it actually gives me a warning saying that there's like restricted like airspace.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
it does allow me to fly higher if I want to. I mean, I could crash my fucking drone right into into a plane or a helicopter if I wanted to, but it does give you that warning. And
everything's all geofenced. Everything's all geofenced. Also, like if you hit I tried. I was right near an area, like in a park, right nearby a no-fly zone, and I tried. I just said I was just learning. I wanted to see what would happen, and I tried flying it in sport mode, full speed, like right at like the no-fly zone, and it just stopped like on a dime, and it like just wouldn't let me continue forward. It was like there was a wall there.
I've never experienced that. It's kind of weird because I took my drone out to the beach one day. My buddy and I, flying. It was like the 10th time I flew it, and we're just out at this little parking lot in Santa Cruz here in California, and it's a real popular little parking lot to go to. It's free parking, blah blah. But then the parking lot was getting ready to close, and what happens is the park rangers come by all the parking lots and like, all right, everyone's gotta start getting out of here because when sundown comes, they shut off the parking lot. And I said, yeah, I'll be taking off as soon as I get my drone back. And he's like, it's illegal on the coastline, right? No. He's like, yeah, you can't fly drones
not with
on
your
the
mini.
coast.
Not with your mini. It's not. There's no laws that actually with your mini. There is nothing that stops you from doing whatever the fuck you want.
Well, I asked him why, and he said, oh, because of the birds. So because there's so many birds and stuff out in they said that the drones like disrupt them, and they, sometimes drones have crashed into birds. Or I don't know. That's what he was pretty cool about it.
Drones never crash into birds, but sometimes birds do attack drones. So like they might think that it's another small bird, like, and they might attack the drone. But the people aren't flying into birds. That just doesn't happen. The birds might fly into your drone.
Well, he was just saying it's because of the birds, like protection of the birds.
Yeah.
Here in California, we have a whole bunch of really weird laws in regards to like beaches, and like we're not even supposed to bring glass out to the beach whatsoever. Some beaches are like, yeah, go right ahead.
Right, but the FAA rules though with your mini, it's under 130 grams, I think, is the weight limit. Under 130 grams, you don't need any kind of amateur license or anything. You can just fly that thing. Like there's no restrictions. Like you can just anywhere you want to go with it, you can take off with it.
Okay, because when I was looking into it, they were saying that it's actually like part of the FAA requirements is that you have to have like an actual certification to fly one.
Yeah, no, not for a mini. Like under 130 grams, that's exempt.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I have the mini too, so. Yeah, it's pretty crazy though when you start to first learn how to fly one. And I mean, I bought it because I wanted to do like flat Earth observations and stuff, but the zoom wasn't. You were just saying that the new one has like 30 times zoom. I think mine has like 10 times zoom or something. It's not that great.
I've only got 4 times zoom on mine, but I got a 48 megapixel, but only 4 times zoom. Like if you got 10 times zoom, that's pretty badass too. But yeah, I think it's 30 times zoom with a Hasselblad, like on the Mavic 3, like that you can get. It might be like the Mavic 3 Pro or something like that, but it's like I forget which one. There's like 3 or 4 different versions of the Mavic 3. But one of them has this 30 times zoom on it, and it's pretty incredible, dude.
But those start getting up into like the like $1,000 and above range.
Oh yeah. No, I mean even my Air 2 cost me over $2,000 to get it with the Flymore package. That's 2 extra batteries, extra props, the bag, and everything. It would have been like $1,400 if I would have just bought it with 1 battery. Like, yeah, I'm talking about it's $1,000 drone. It's over $1,000 drone, the one that I have now.
Yeah. But yeah, the Flymore package is definitely. I regret not getting that because it comes with like a case, extra batteries, and all those extra accessories.
Extra props, the multi-charger, the ND filters. What else has it got? Yeah, that's about it. But yeah, if you are gonna buy a DJI drone, always buy the Flymore package.
But there are aftermarket batteries like that are not made by DJI, and they actually have more amp hours than the ones that the company. But you got to make sure they'll fit because there's a little tongue and groove kind of thing.
You're probably right, but I'd just be leery. Like I would be